out of my league. I didn't mean to wake you up, Brandon said as he looped a Windsor knot. I have a meeting in Toronto at 10, so I have to get going. You should go back to sleep. Stay until whenever. You could be here when I get back. Like this. He waggled his eyebrows, dimples on full display, and I giggled. His gaze roved openly, taking in all of the curves and parts of my body not covered by the sheet. You have incredible hair. You know that? I pulled a bedraggled lock off my shoulder and examined it critically. Sure, like Carrot Top. Brandon batted my hand away. Stop, he ordered. It's the color of a damn sunset. There are about 1 million different shades of red and yellow and orange in here. All the color varieties of orange juice, I proclaimed, but closed my mouth when Brandon frowned. I said stop, he said. Do you always have such a hard time taking compliments? I shrugged. Well, I am a quarter Jewish. Brandon grabbed one of the goose-down pillows and swiftly whacked me in the head. Ah! I shrieked. You stop! He only whacked me again and then proceeded to reach under the sheets and tickle me mercilessly. No! I yelled in between whoops of laughter. That's not fair! I glanced at the clock again. It was almost 6:45. Aren't you going to be late? What time is your flight? Why? You want to get rid of me? Brandon quirked his mouth shyly as he sat back up and finished tugging the knot into place. Don't worry about it. The plane's on standby at Logan. Oh, the plane, I echoed. Brows furrowed, Brandon kissed me again gently. Skylar, I won't make a big thing of it because I know it makes you uncomfortable. No, he said when I opened my mouth to argue. I know it does. All I'm saying is that while my wealth isn't all of my life, it is part of it. I shouldn't have to hide it. I stared at the sheets, flexing my toes up at the bottom to tent the covers. I just don't ever want you to think I like you for your money. Brandon squeezed my hand. I think you've made that point pretty clear. I hear FLS got a really nice donation last week. I blushed and yanked the covers over my head. I'm sorry, I said from under my tent, though I wasn't. Not really. You know, half the lawyers at Sterling Grove donate their time there. I know. Kieran told me. You could do the same if you worked for me, too. I popped out. I already turned that job down. I certainly can't go back now that I'm sleeping with a freaking name partner. Like there's no nepotism at Harvard, land of the legacy student. Brandon scoffed. How many of your classmates have jobs waiting for them at Daddy's firm? I didn't need to answer. We both knew he was right. So, tell me, Red, what's the difference between that and having your boyfriend set you up, huh? Well, for one thing, no one says the partner's son got there by sleeping with the boss. No one's going to want to get on the bad side of the boss's girl, he said with a dismissive wave. No one would give a shit. I disagree, I said, hugging a pillow to my chest. If you're the boss's kid, people will think you're a spoiled brat, but at least people might assume you've got the genetic goods to prove yourself. Me? They'll just think I hoard myself into the job. You know they would. God damn it. Brandon gritted through his teeth as he smacked a hand into the comforter. I'm getting really tired of hearing you refer to yourself like that. Accepting a small gift from me from time to time doesn't make you a prostitute, Skylar. It just makes you my girlfriend. Brandon, a job is not a gift, and neither is a trip to Paris or a $30,000 necklace. So we're back to this again? He scowled. You're determined to make it as difficult as possible, aren't you? I just need to get a job myself. That's all. Brandon stood up and walked to the window, slammed his hand against the pane, and then whirled back around to face me. For the record, Red, I wanted to hire you before I had even met you. I toyed with the edge of the sheets. I know, he sighed. Is it always going to be like this? Fighting and fucking? Making love and getting piss-mad at each other? I pressed my lips together and shrugged. I don't know. I'm not exactly known for being able to hold my temper. I pointed at my hair. Redhead. Cliché, I know. Brandon rolled his eyes but gave a small smile. See? That's what I'm talking about. I want to hire you because you have the makings to be a brilliant attorney. You're smart, you're fearless, and you care about what you do. Unlike most of the sharks at that place, you'd be an asset. I know it. Thank you, I murmured. That means a lot, coming from you. He crossed back to the bed and sat down, taking my hand in his. So come work for me. My heart dropped again. Why couldn't he drop this? Brandon, can't you see why that's a bad idea? Really? He pressed his thumb into the center of my palm, then curled his big hand around mine and squeezed. He exhaled, long and hard. Yeah, he said finally. I guess so. I just want you close. He shook his head. Damn. It's my loss. I smiled and pulled my hand free so that I could take his face between both of them. The sheet pulled at my waist, but Brandon wasn't distracted. I pressed my lips to his. I think, I said between kisses, we've gained a lot instead. Don't you? In response, Brandon opened his mouth and captured mine, nipping and pecking as he pressed me back into the pillows. His mouth drifted down, sucking on the delicate skin around my neck and moving farther down to one breast. Ah! I cried out as he bit my nipple lightly. Don't you have a flight to catch? It's my fucking plane. Brandon mumbled as he shifted to the other side. He sat up suddenly to kick off his shoes, loosen his belt, and unzip his pants. Before I could protest further, he had already applied a condom from the nightstand and was on top of me, peering down with his luminous eyes. You are so goddamn beautiful, he whispered as he slid in, causing me to wince slightly before I could relax. I strained a little, but was shocked by how willing and ready I was. Skylar, Brandon mumbled before kissing me again. I need you. Just, baby fuck, you feel good. Just one more time. He slipped a hand down to help me out, but I pulled it away, surprised to find I didn't need it. That now familiar tension was building on its own, building from just him. Brandon stopped to look at me. You okay? Shit, babe. Are you sore? I didn't think to ask. I'm fine, I insisted, tilting my hips to urge him on. I just... Keep going, will you? Every nerve ending in my body was on fire. He pushed against the exact right spot, the spot he'd tormented with his fingers so successfully that first night in my apartment, and multiple times last night. I knew that if he kept going at that same steady pace, I'd eventually explode without any extra help. You sure? Brandon asked, but he'd already started to move again. Like that, I nodded. He balanced on his forearms, weaving his fingers through my hair as he worked. His scent, fresh from his shower and utterly intoxicating, engulfed me, and I wrapped my legs around his waist, urging him closer. Please, I muttered, harder. Brandon started to speed up to a deeper, more unforgiving pace, even while his lips were soft and tender. Fuck, baby, he muttered as I started to clench around him. I can feel you squeezing. You're so fucking tight. He was struggling now to regulate his pace. He pressed his head into the pillow, his hands drifting down to grab my ass and lift it roughly to meet him, blow for blow. The slight shift of position was all it took, and after just a few deeper, penetrating pumps, I came apart around him with a yelp. Brandon followed suit, and both our bodies seized together as we grasped, pawed at each other and the blankets, completely immersed in one another yet desperate to get closer still. Brandon kissed me like it was a life force, an anchor in a tide that threatened to carry him away. I wrapped my arms as tightly as I could. I felt the same way. As the shaking subsided, we lay there lifeless, with Brandon's large body pressing mine into the bedding. He gave me one last long, lingering kiss before burying his face in my hair. "I don't want to go," he said as he started to pull out, very slowly. "You feel too fucking good. God, I can't get enough of you." I sighed. I understood the feeling all too well. "You have a meeting at 10, I reminded him with obvious regret. "And I have work, too." Brandon groaned into my hair. We lay there for a moment, listening to each other's heartbeats, until he pushed up, made quick work of the condom, and fixed his pants. It was amazing how quickly he could revert to basically perfect. I probably looked like a troll doll. "I do have to go. God damn it," Brandon said as he lay back down beside me. He gathered me close, so I was nestled into his big frame, my naked back to his fully clothed front. "But I'll be back on Friday. Can I take you out? Someplace nicer than pizza this time. Nothing too crazy. I promise." I traced the piping of the pillowcase with my finger, looking out the massive window to where the sun was shining over the bright white expanse of the commons. The occasional snowflakes would flurry off the tops of the trees in the wind, but the sky was a brilliant blue above the magical dreamscape. Eventually, it would turn to gray slush, built up on the side of the roads. But right now, Boston was the most beautiful place in the world. I snuggled back into Brandon. I'd miss him this week, more than I wanted to admit. "Okay," I said, finally letting go of the last vestiges of reserve I'd been holding on to. I just couldn't do it anymore. "Your choice." Brandon sighed contentedly. He kissed me gently behind my ear and continued to hold me close until I fell back asleep watching light on the new snow. But when I woke up again a few hours later, he was gone. Chapter 25. Brandon and I traded texts and phone calls throughout the next week, developing a natural rapport that gave me a bit more faith in our burgeoning relationship. It was a nice feeling. His job required him to travel a fair amount, and God knew I'd be even busier come summer, when I'd be studying for the bar and hopefully preparing for a new job. On Thursday night, I was putting the finishing touches on a paper for my postmodern law class when my phone buzzed on my desk. I picked it up and smiled. "Brandon. Hey, beautiful. How's the paper going?" Quickly, I typed in a response. "Me. Good. Almost finished. What are you up to?" In less than a minute, my phone buzzed again with a picture of a posh hotel room, taken from the vantage point of looking down Brandon's trim waist and long legs toward a blazing fireplace. His shoes were off, and his big socked feet were crossed at the ankles, a pint of beer in one hand at the far edge of the photo. Me. You and your fireplaces. Looks nice. Jealous. His reply buzzed almost immediately. Brandon. Wish you were here too. Miss you. Before I had a chance to type something else, my phone rang with Brandon's name and picture. Hey, I answered, turning back to multitask on my paper. Hey yourself, Red. Brandon rumbled, his baritone slightly deeper from the late hour. I just wanted to hear your voice. I grinned. Thanks. It's nice to hear yours, too. So listen, I know you've got to finish that paper, but I just wanted to check in about tomorrow. As if I could have forgotten. He'd only brought up our date literally every other time we'd talked. Yeah, I said somewhat absently, having spotted a typo on my screen. Dinner, right? Do you know what time you'll be in yet? His schedule had been up in the air most of the week. Something about the deal he was working on. Yeah. Probably sometime early afternoon. We're signing the papers at noon, thank fucking God. So hopefully I'll be able to get out of here right after that. That bad, huh? I frowned at the screen, trying to rework another sentence. I just want to see you, baby. His words set a small warm fire in my belly, and suddenly grammar didn't seem to matter so much. I swiveled around and propped my feet up on the edge of my bed, wrapping an arm around my waist, as if I could mimic his touch. I want to see you too, I admitted, and immediately a hum of approval zipped through the phone. Good. So I was thinking I'd pick you up around 6. I looked up at the ceiling, contemplating the schedule. 6? Isn't that kind of early? I don't even finish at the clinic until 5. Oh. The disappointment in his voice was palpable. Well, I was thinking I'd get tickets for something, and then we could go to dinner late. Do something nice, since it's Valentine's Day and all. My feet fell off the bed. I stuttered as I quickly scrambled back to the computer to check my calendar. There it was, right at the top of the Friday box. February 14th. The stupid holiday hadn't even been on my radar. Immediately, I spun back around and made a stealthy dash for my closet. Sure. Yeah. What kind of tickets? Brandon chuckled, low and satisfied. He probably knew he was catching me by surprise. The bastard. I don't think I can tell you that yet, Red. Gotta keep some things a secret. Don't you think? I don't know. I sort of like predictability. I thumbed through my clothes, trying to decide if I had anything decent enough for a fancy dinner date with a man like this on the most romantic day of the year. Shit. I stopped, deciding to focus my energy instead on convincing him to divulge his plans. Plus, you don't exactly have the best track record with surprises. I think I've done all right, Brandon purred, and I realized he wasn't just talking about gifts. Okay, so he wasn't so bad at surprises. Come on, I wheedled. I pulled one dress, then another, all of them basic, boring, and black. A girl's gotta plan her wardrobe. Don't you want me to look all sexy for you? I tried to make my voice sound light and flirtatious, but failed miserably. Brandon burst out laughing. Babe, you know the gotta please my man shtick doesn't really work for you, right? Gah! I erupted. Okay, can you just tell me whether or not it's formal? Going to the opera is pretty different than seeing a garage band, you know. He was so obviously enjoying this. I rolled my eyes and stomped my feet. I think, Brandon said finally, that you'll be fine in a dress. Something that shows off your legs. Brandon! I'm just kidding. He laughed through the phone so hard that I couldn't help but giggle with him. Okay, you'll want to dress up a little, but it's not black tie. That's no help at all, I screeched. Red? Brandon asked, his voice suddenly sweet. Its calming effect was immediate. Yes, it's just a date, not the Oscars. I can give you until 6:30 if you really need it, but that's it. If Kieran tries to make you stay late, tell her I'm giving my funding for FLS to the business school instead. I snorted. Yeah, I bet that would go over well. I wasn't worried. I could splurge on a cab if I needed to get back in time to get ready. If I could figure out something to wear in the first place. And seriously, you look gorgeous no matter what. Wear a paper bag if you want. I just want to spend the evening with you. I took a deep breath. I still had no idea what to wear, but his adoration was touching. I exhaled slowly. Okay, I said. I'll figure it out. Brandon? What, Red? No gifts. I mean it. He chuckled again. We'll see. I mean it, I yelped. Okay, I got it. Listen, I need to finish up some stuff and get some sleep. See you tomorrow, beautiful. See you then, I said, feeling my insides once more turn to goo. Bye. I tossed my phone onto the bed, all thoughts of my paper temporarily cast aside. Jane? I knew my night owl roommate would still be up. Yeah? She called from her room. I looked at the pile of dresses flung on my bed. My bank account wasn't going to like me very much this month, but there wasn't much to be done about that. You want to go shopping again tomorrow? I'm going to need a new dress. After I finished my paper, I was too ramped up to study, which was unfortunate, considering I had a lot to do the next day. And yet, there I was, lying on my bed like a grumpy teenager at 9 o'clock at night. Rolling to my side, I glanced at the picture on my bedside table of me, my dad, and Bubby on the day I graduated from NYU. The purple graduation gown made me look like Barney and turned my hair fluorescent in comparison. But it was one of the few pictures I had of the three of us. Someone had taken it candidly by mistake. While I was giving a cheesy, perfunctory smile, Dad and Bubby were beaming at me, their eyes glossy with pride and love. I loved that picture because it reminded me of how critical they were to my life. How I wouldn't be a fraction of the person I was without their unconditional support. Bubby's face had been decidedly darker when she'd mentioned the ticket in Dad's pocket. He hadn't owned up to anything when I'd spoken to him. It had been a few weeks since then. Maybe it was time for a serious call. He needed to know I loved him enough to care, too. Dad's phone rang twice before it went to voicemail. I checked the clock. It was possible he had a gig, but usually he only took them on Fridays and Saturdays because of his early morning hours during the week. Still, even though he usually had to be up by 5, he wasn't likely to be asleep before 10 o'clock. I decided to try the house line. Bubby, of course, picked up after only one ring. Hello? Hey, Bubby, it's me. Skylar Bubbler, what are you doing calling here? Is everything all right? Oh, sure, it's fine. Dad wasn't picking up. Thought I'd try here. Is he there? I heard a brief scratching over the phone as if she was writing something down. Probably Sudoku. Your father? No, Danny's not here, in fact. She trailed off, taking a deep breath that signified clearly a subject of major interest. In Bubby's world, that either meant one of two things, gossip or tragedy. My stomach clenched as I waited to hear which one it was. Believe it or not, your father is on a date, she crowed. I nearly dropped the phone in shock. My father was the consummate bachelor. In my entire life, I had seen him go on maybe 2 dates that didn't involve my mother. I was never sure if that was because he still carried a torch for Jeanette Chambers, or if he was so ruined by that relationship that he never wanted to take that risk again. But on both occasions, he'd come home before 10, sat down at the piano, and played until Bubby threw a newspaper at him so she could fall asleep. Are you sure? I asked once I'd recovered my voice. A date. Really? Sure, I'm sure, Bubby insisted. They even picked something up at the house before they left for dinner. I met her. I frowned, slightly hurt. Dad wasn't just on a date. He'd been dating someone long enough to bring her home to meet his mother, and he hadn't mentioned her to me. Well, what's she like? I asked. What's her name? Well, said Bubby, clearly delighted. She's a little thing. Good, too, since my Daniel's no giant. She's a bit young for him, a little flashy. She's from Queens originally, and half Jewish, she said, on her mother's side. I know her grandmother, Rachel Kremen, because we used to go to the same temple when we were girls. Good family, although they're reform, you know. Bobby, I interrupted somewhat impatiently. What was her name? Oh, yes, it was, Katie Corleone. Her father's Italian, of course, but she is half Jewish. Yes, you already said that, Bubby. I was already pulling my computer off my desk and opening up Facebook. The name Katie Corleone sounded kind of familiar, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Bubby continued to describe her face, her hair, her clothes, and Any other details she could come up with while I typed in the name and location and perused the list of faces. There were a few Katie Corleones in Brooklyn, but none who looked like the person Bubby was describing to me, and none who looked familiar. After a few more minutes, I closed my laptop. "You don't say," I murmured as Bubby recounted the latest gossip from that week's canasta game. I glanced at the clock. It was now close to 10. I desperately wanted to call my dad again, but I didn't want to interrupt his first legitimate romance in almost 20 years. Poor Dad. All I'd ever wanted for him was someone who would really love him for the kind, caring person I knew him to be. "All right, Bubala," Bubby said. "I have to get sleep. I'll tell Danny you called when he comes back." "Sure thing, Bubby. Give Dad my love. And you, too." Chapter 26. "Dang, that is a nice car." I was waiting in the lobby of my building when the Mercedes pulled up outside. Another student leaving the building whistled. "How are you this evening, Ms. Crosby?" asked David as he opened the back door for me. The student, a kid named Ray who lived a floor below me, ogled as I quickly approached Brandon's kind driver. I wanted to go before I attracted any more attention. "Fine, thanks, David," I replied. "You?" "Just swell, thank you." I slid inside where I found Brandon frowning at my coat. "I thought you were going to dress up," he complained, touching the plain heather gray wool. The car started, and I tipped the toe of my black Manolo at him, also displaying the sheer black hose I had on. He looked more appreciatively at my leg. "Don't worry," I said. "You'll like it, I promise. But if I wore this dress in this weather without a coat, I'd probably freeze to death." Brandon nodded. "Good. Well, this is for you." "Brandon!" I started to protest another needlessly expensive gift before I saw that all he held was a single red rose, the kind sold at newsstands. It was wrapped with a bit of cellophane and garnished with Queen Anne's lace. I took it from his fingers and held it to my nose, inhaling its faint, sweet scent. "It's perfect," I murmured, charmed by the simple token. I twiddled the petals around my face. "Thank you." "Well, I had to at least get you flowers, or a flower." He smiled shyly in acknowledgement, but I was too distracted by his appearance to care. He wore all black underneath his wool overcoat, a black three-piece suit fitted with a starched black shirt and tie underneath, and polished black wingtip shoes. It wasn't much different from his normal business wear, except for the lack of color, which contrasted with the mop of blonde that he'd allowed to go unusually wavy to make him look even more like a lion than usual. He looked positively edible. His smile disappeared as he watched the trajectory of the rosebud over my cheeks and lips. His pupils dilated slightly, and he continued to stare at my mouth as he absently unbuckled his seatbelt and slid closer. "Come here," Brandon commanded, nuzzling under my collar to access my neck. "God, you smell good. I missed you this week. You know that?" His nose trailed around my jaw, while a big hand threaded its fingers through my hair. He pulled my face to his and fitted his mouth to mine, begging to taste as much as he could, nipping my bottom lip a few times before pulling back and letting me catch my breath. "Okay, I have to stop," Brandon said. "Otherwise I'll embarrass the hell out of David. He already has to wear headphones." He shook his head. "Is it possible that you became even more alluring while I was gone?" He dove in for another quick peck, then slid back to his seat, but kept one hand on my knee. "Say something," Brandon said. "Preferably something unsexy, if that's even possible for you." "Shit. Do I have lipstick on my face?" I giggled as he dug out a handkerchief and started blotting his mouth furiously. I opened my clutch, a vintage beaded piece I'd found that morning, and pulled out my hand mirror and lipstick to reline my lips with the dark red color Jane had also chosen for me. When I finished, I looked up to find Brandon staring again, desire etched so fiercely into his handsome features that a small line had appeared between his brows. I raised mine, amused. "You all right over there?" "I don't know what I was thinking," Brandon said. He shook his head and muttered something about the goddamn tickets. Then he pushed out another slow, labored breath as he rubbed a large hand over his face. "It's going to be a long night, Red. A long damn night." The car stopped outside a building similar to many of the ones on the Harvard campus, with their brick exteriors and white Ionic columns. I recognized it instantly. "You got us symphony tickets?" I pressed my hands against the window, eager as a schoolchild. I had regularly scrounged student tickets to the New York Philharmonic until I graduated from NYU, but I had only seen the Boston Symphony play a few times in the nearly 3 years I had been here. I didn't even care what they were playing. This was a treat. "I thought you might like it. I know nothing about classical music, Red, but Margie said this was supposed to be a good performance. I'm trusting you to educate me." After David opened the door to let him out, Brandon came around to open mine. I stepped out and immediately threw my hands around his neck. "I love it," I whispered into his ear. "Thank you so much." Brandon wrapped an arm around my waist and lifted me off my feet so he could nuzzle my neck again. His 5 o'clock shadow scraped deliciously against the sensitive skin. "Glad you like it, gorgeous." His low voice vibrated with pleasure. "I'd kiss you, but I'm pretty sure I won't be able to stop this time, and we'd miss the whole thing." He set me down gently and offered the crook of his arm. "So, shall we?" We followed the scattered groups funneling through the brass doors. I accepted a program from one of the ticket agents and gaped at the cover. "Oh my God. We're seeing Caleb Chung?" I yelped, tugging on Brandon's coat sleeve. "Do you know who that is?" Brandon grinned. I was going to have to send a note of thanks to his assistant. As we made our way to the coat check, I continued to babble about the performance. "He's probably the best pianist in the world right now," I said, as Brandon helped me out of my coat. "Total prodigy. Apparently he started playing at 2 or something crazy like that. Seriously? People call him the next Glenn Gould. Damn, and he's playing Beethoven's Concerto No. 4? Do you have any idea how amazing this is going to be?" "Brandon?" After a few more seconds without a response, I turned around to find Brandon standing in front of the coat check box, still clutching both our coats, while he gaped. His mouth actually hung slightly ajar. I blushed. He didn't blink. "Everything all right there, Mr. Sterling?" I asked. I took the coats and gave them to the attendant, who handed me a chip with a knowing smirk. "Christ, Red," Brandon said. "You weren't kidding about the dress." There was such an intense mix of awe and naked lust on Brandon's face that I immediately blushed again. I looked down, surveying the outfit that Jane and I had found. I couldn't have told you at the time why I had been so intent on finding something special. I wasn't a huge shopper, although I did like fashion. While living in Paris, I'd come to appreciate the power of the classic lines and simple patterns that epitomized French style. It made for a consistent style that I could count on, but the simple black and neutral separates that made up the majority of my wardrobe didn't exactly scream special occasion. This dress, however, definitely did. It was dark red crushed velvet, a 1930s-inspired bias-cut frock hemmed just below my knees. The modest neckline draped Grecian style over my collarbone and then disappeared into thin straps that dropped directly to my waist from the shoulder, making the dress completely backless. Because of the back, or lack thereof, I wore sheer black, thigh-high stockings instead of tights to match the charmeuse lining. My hair was pinned on one side and spiraled down my back in generous barrel curls. The deep red lipstick Jane had chosen for me matched the dress and my coloring perfectly. Maybe I didn't know at the time why I needed such a special dress, but I knew now. The look on Brandon's face told me everything. "Brandon?" I smiled, shy even though this was exactly the reaction I'd hoped for. Brandon blinked, finally able to move. He shook his head again. "You," he said as he stroked my bare back, "are going to kill me. Come on, let's find our seats before I combust right here in the lobby." Brandon led me to our seats in the long, narrow auditorium. I'd learned about it in school. The massive ceilings and slightly curved walls of the stage were some of the first built with modern acoustics in mind, and the shallow balconies prevented the sound from being muffled by too many bodies. Brandon guided me to the first row of the corner balcony, which looked almost directly over the orchestra, now starting the process of tuning their instruments. I could see everything. The musicians' expressions as they closed their eyes and listened, the glossy hardwood floor beneath them, the shadows cast by the massive chandeliers above us. The dissonant notes of the instruments were unhindered by the audience's chatter. We had the best seats in the house. I turned to Brandon. "This is too much, way too much. I would have been impressed sitting in the back row." "Skylar, hasn't it occurred to you by this point that I might like the nicer things in life too?" Brandon slung his arm around the back of my seat, giving his fingers room to play over my bare shoulder. "I'm not about to squash myself into the cheap seats just because my girlfriend's the one person on the planet who hates money." There was that word again. Girlfriend. He'd used it a few times now. I'd assumed it was a hypothetical statement. But maybe not. I was more surprised, however, by how much I wanted the latter to be the case. "I'm sorry," I said. "I guess I'm being a bit self-absorbed, aren't I?" Brandon winked and squeezed my shoulder, clearly happy he'd won the argument. "Just enjoy the show. All right?" The lights in the giant hall dimmed, and the audience clapped as the conductor walked onto the stage and took a bow. He was followed by Chung, the pianist, for whom the applause grew even louder. "It's a performance, FYI," I said, leaning into Brandon's ear. "No one calls it a show." That earned me a massive eye roll. I may have the money, Red, but you're the snob. The performance was amazing, of course. I spent most of it with my eyes closed, which sort of defeated the purpose of the box seats. Brandon seemed more into it than I would have expected, watching the musicians with an obvious fascination that couldn't be faked. He asked me multiple times what this and that instrument was, and was particularly curious about the conductor. At the end of the final movement, when the conductor turned to the audience, Brandon was among the first to jump out of his seat, clapping furiously and whistling. That was something else, he kept saying as we filed back to the lobby. "Really amazing." "I'm surprised you've never been before," I remarked. "You seem like the kind of person they would probably court for donations." "Oh, they do," Brandon said with a nod. "But I haven't actually been for several years. I didn't know anything about it, and it was incredibly slow and depressing music. I give them money because I know things like this are important to a lot of people, but I never really wanted to go again." Idiot. "Well, I'm glad you liked it this time," I said with a grin as I squeezed his hand. I'd never dated anyone who enjoyed going to the symphony with me. Most guys acted like it was tantamount to being waterboarded. I was even more flattered now, knowing that Brandon had gone out of his way to take me here, considering he obviously had thought he'd be bored to tears. It became clear just how valued a donor he was when, as we re-entered the lobby, we were almost immediately accosted by people associated with the orchestra, either trustees or people involved with the marketing, all of them thrilled he'd made an appearance. To everyone, Brandon kindly introduced me as his date, and just as kindly dismissed their attention as we slowly made our way to collect our coats. "Do you have the token?" he asked once we were closer. I fished it out of my purse. "Here." "I'll be right back," he said, and gave me a quick kiss before he joined the line. "Skylar?" I turned around to see a familiar face. My stomach dropped. Shit. "Hey, Jared," I greeted him, allowing him to take my hands and give me a brief kiss on the cheek. "Wow," he said, looking me over frankly. "You look amazing." "Thanks," I replied. "So do you." Jared looked his usual handsome self, if slightly more dressed up in khaki slacks, a light pink dress shirt, and a navy sport coat. His hair was combed neatly to the side. He looked like a Brooks Brothers advertisement. "So, what are you doing here tonight?" he asked. "I've never seen you here before. My family has season tickets, so I come all the time. Are you interested in classical music?" "She's actually an amazing pianist." Brandon's deep voice boomed behind me, and a hand slipped around my waist. Jared's eyes zeroed in on the hand and back up to Brandon. His expression was not particularly friendly. "Jared Rounsaville," he said as he offered a stiff handshake. "And you are?" "Brandon Sterling." Brandon responded casually, returning the gesture without removing his other hand from my waist. My gaze bounced nervously between them. Jared's mouth dropped slightly before he recovered. "As in, Sterling Grove?" "And Ventures," Brandon replied with a slight smirk. I nudged his ankle with my foot, but he didn't alter his expression. "How do you know Skylar?" "Oh, we've gone out a few times. We know each other from school. I'm surprised she didn't tell you." I frowned. "Brandon and I haven't known each other very long, Jared." "Didn't you intern at his firm?" I could feel the flush bloom up my neck at the question. These sorts of connections were always going to be made by people. I just wasn't ready for it to happen quite yet, especially by a guy I'd gone out with once. "I don't have much to do with interns." Brandon stepped in gracefully. He released my waist and captured my hand instead, squeezing it like he somehow knew what I was thinking. "We didn't meet until after she had left." He smiled down at me. "Lucky me." "Lucky you," Jared replied blandly. He cleared his throat, brown eyes sharp and unforgiving. "Well, I guess I'd better be going. I'll see you, Skylar." "See you, Jared," I replied weakly, giving a pathetic wave as he turned away. "I'll have to find out for what dates the Rounsaville's tickets are," Brandon remarked dryly, as he watched Jared and his family leave. "Otherwise, we are never coming here again." I sighed, although not without relief. If that meant we were less likely to run into Jared again, I wasn't going to fight it. Brandon looked at me to confirm, but his wry expression quickly morphed into one of overt lust, as his eyes traced the curves of my body outlined in the clingy velvet. His gaze was so explicit that I fought the urge to yank my coat away from him and throw it over my head. "I don't know what I'm going to do with you, beautiful," Brandon said, as he draped my coat over my shoulders and then put on his own. "If you're not making me want to have my way with you in front of my driver, you're making me want to punch the lights out of all the other assholes who want you too." "You can't blame me when you asked for the damn thing in the first place. I thought you liked my dress." Brandon only perused my body again, making me feel naked, even with the added layer of my overcoat. "Nope, it's a lost cause." He grabbed my hand. "Come on, Red. Let's go back to the house before I get arrested for public indecency." Chapter 27. We pulled up to the house on Beacon Street, sometime past 11, after lingering over an amazing dinner at the new French-American restaurant a few blocks from Symphony Hall. I was stuffed. It had been an incredible evening, and I was more than ready to continue it somewhere private. If the constant looks and increasingly suggestive pinches were any indication, so was Brandon. "Am I already a foregone conclusion?" I teased as we stepped out of the car. Brandon led me up the stone steps of the house and smirked as he took out his keys. "Well, I could have tried to angle my way up to your place for a nightcap. Could we actually fit into that bed of yours?" I giggled as I followed him inside. His long legs would probably hang about 6 inches off the end of my small double mattress. "Where's Anna tonight?" I asked over my shoulder as Brandon helped remove my coat.
"I told her to take the night off."
Brandon traced his fingertips down my bare skin, down to the fabric that fell just below the small of my back. I hummed in response and arched slightly into his touch. The living room, with its bright fire shining a warm light over the plush white interior, looked even more inviting than I remembered. On a wine-addled whim, I slipped off my shoes and padded in my stockinged feet to the center of the room, in front of the couch, where I sank onto the floor and lay flat to feel the buttery softness of the sheepskin rug on my back. I purred, twisting like a cat on warm concrete. I've wanted to do this since I first saw this rug. There was no immediate response, so I tipped my head up to find Brandon leaning against one of the big wood beam foundations that guarded the entrance of the room, rubbing his chin meditatively as he stared down at me. I pressed my lips together in a sly smile. "Cat got your tongue?" I asked, propping myself up on my elbows. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, as if he couldn't quite get out what he wanted to say. I waited patiently, my sense of mischief fading as I watched him struggle to find the correct words for whatever was on his mind. "You just..." "In the firelight," he spoke quietly at last. "In that dress, with your hair all glowing all around you, you look like some kind of, I don't know, primeval fire goddess." He looked up, tapped his chin thoughtfully with one finger. "Wasn't Hestia the Greek goddess of fire, of hearth and home, right?" His gaze flickered to the crackling hearth and then back to me, and he smiled. "God, I'm drunk, but it fits." "If you say so," I said as I stretched my arms over my head, eager to unwind after hours of sitting. "But I think Hestia was also an incorruptible virgin. I am definitely not."
"Thank God for that."
Brandon slipped off his shoes, then removed his coat and jacket. His big shoulders rose and fell with each step as he stalked toward me, and then gracefully stretched his body alongside mine to lie on his side, head propped up while his other arm slipped comfortably over my waist. His face was now lit by the fire, too, which rendered his mussed waves gold, his own primordial halo.
"So,"
he said.
"Good Valentine's Day?"
I grinned. "The best. Really, Brandon, it was amazing. Thank you so much." He nodded bashfully.
I know. You haven't stopped thanking me all evening. I'm glad you had a good time, Red."
I did too. His fingers traced absent circles over my stomach.
"I wasn't sure, how it would measure up."
I frowned. "What do you mean, measure up?" Brandon shrugged, unwilling to meet my eyes. He was suddenly very occupied with smoothing out the wrinkled texture of my dress.
"Well, you haven't mentioned anyone else,"
he said slowly, affecting a completely transparent nonchalance.
"Like, for instance, Mike Seaver back there at the symphony?"
I smirked. "Did you just reference growing pains?" He shrugged again and offered a casual grin.
"I liked that show when I was a kid."
"So did my dad." "God, you're old," I joked, earning a quick pinch at my waist. I jumped, but the hand kept me from moving too far.
"So, you guys dated?"
Brandon prompted, suddenly engrossed with removing an imaginary piece of lint off my hip. I stilled his fingers, prompting him to look back up at me. "We went on one date, a few weeks ago. After, the plane incident. Then,
I came back around?"
he suggested with an impishly raised brow. "You could say that." I pulled him down for a brief kiss, but he stayed for something more involved. A few moments later, we separated, both breathing significantly harder. His fingers resumed their caresses over my waist and hip. "But you did live in Paris for a year?" he asked. "City of love? I'm sure you had a few frogs put the moves on you." I rolled my eyes. "Hardly. Well, it's not that no one did, but most of that year I spent trying and failing to have a relationship with my mother." I looked up at him. "She lives just outside of Paris with her family, as you know. And like I told you, they were, busy most of the time I was there." I didn't add that she had only managed to make one of our scheduled dinner dates the entire time I'd lived there, and hadn't once invited me to her house to meet my siblings. I had spent most of the year moping around museums and practicing the piano, playing the occasional performance with other NYU music students. My mother never came to any of them. When I did venture out, it was usually to drink way too much and end up sick in my dorm. I was miserable in Paris and had taken the first plane to New York once finals were over. Brandon examined me carefully, obviously reading in between the lines of my statements. "So, whisking you off to Paris really wasn't the best idea," he finally muttered. I shrugged. What could I say? "And so there's never been anyone else? Special?" Brandon wondered, returning to the subject of my romantic history yet again. "I find that hard to believe." Now it was my turn to avoid his gaze. I wouldn't say that. There was one guy." "Tell me." The command was quiet but unmistakable. I sighed. I didn't really like talking about Patrick, but Brandon deserved to know what he was getting into. He'd bared his soul to me once before. Apparently, Valentine's Day was over. His name was Patrick Harlow. I relented, ready to get the story over with as quickly as I could. I met him while I was an intern at Goldman Sachs. He worked there, too. We used to hook up casually, and then we started dating after I graduated and came on as a junior associate. We worked a lot of long hours together, so it developed. Naturally, I guess. I squirmed uneasily at the word. It didn't come close to describing how I'd felt with Patrick. He'd had the ability that some men have to make a woman feel like she's the center of his world in one breath, and completely inconsequential the next. I was constantly chasing his wavering approval and attention, the pursuit of which led me into a lot of situations I regretted. "Was he good to you?" I looked up. "No," I said quietly. "He was not." The hand on my stomach paused, its fingertips clenching slightly at the fabric. "How?" It was amazing how one small word could carry so much vitriol. I exhaled roughly through my nose and looked away. "Brandon, you really don't want to hear this, Skylar," he said gently and stroked my cheek. "I do. I promise I won't be mad. Well, not at you, anyway. But I want to know everything about you, just like you want to know about me. So please just tell me what that shithead did, if you can." I sighed again and gave in. I told him about how it had started between Patrick and me, with flirtatious instant messages and late-night drinks, eventually a few casual hookups. It seemed like a natural progression from our work life. He was a good Jewish boy from New Jersey, which endeared him to my grandmother, while he gained my dad's favor with nice bottles of whiskey and Mets tickets. I recounted how Patrick had introduced me to all his family and friends, too, paraded me around Montclair like I was a model, called me his little firefly. I was, in his words, his most precious possession. But then he started to turn more hot and cold. There were moments where I thought he might have been unfaithful. He'd forget to call me for an entire weekend, then show up on Monday with a Tiffany box. He was angry at my decision to go to law school and accused me of wanting to whore it up in Boston. He'd punish me with passive-aggressive comments in front of friends and family, or more unexplained absences. and yet I couldn't quite let go. My attempts to regain his affections became increasingly desperate as I agreed to more outlandish escapades to please him. The week after I gave notice at Goldman, his friends caught us having sex in a supply closet. The way it happened, with preemptive laughter before the door even opened, made me think it was planned. After all, Patrick had wanted to continue while they watched. As a last resort to save our ailing relationship, I even tried a threesome once, only to be pushed off the bed while a 2-bit barfly gave my soon-to-be ex a blowjob. Less than a month later, we were through for good. That was 2 years ago, I concluded. Brandon stared into the fire as he digested all the details. I waited nervously. Would he think me disgusting now? Slutty? Pitiful? I had thought all those things about myself once, too. It had taken Jane a long time to convince me otherwise. I don't understand, he said finally, running his hand back through his hair. I swallowed. I know. It's hard to explain. None of it's that bad, really. I stayed. It's hard to explain why it was so hard to leave him. I couldn't even explain that to myself most of the time. No, Red, that's not it. He looked at me kindly, without pity, but there was a trace of fire behind the sweet expression. Not you, he clarified. I don't understand him. Shithead doesn't even begin to cover it. He's lucky he's not here right now. I want to punch his manipulative fucking lights out. His tone was calm, but I could hear the slight lilt of Brandon's accent, betraying his underlying rage. Does he still work at Goldman? He asked. I don't know. I think he got in trouble after the subprime market collapsed, so maybe not. I honestly don't care anymore. I blanched, concentrating instead on twisting the sheepskin wool with my fingers. Please don't go looking, all right? I don't need a white knight with a vendetta. I've already been with someone possessive, and it was awful. Brandon exhaled through his nose multiple times, clearly doing what he could to calm himself down. I just don't understand how a man, if you can even call him that, could not see what he has in front of him, how he could fuck up the best thing, the best person he could ever hope for in his pathetic excuse for a life. Things change, I replied weakly, looking up at the ceiling. The firelight flickered against the shadows of the wide beams. You can be in love in the beginning, but it can always turn to shit. I learned that the hard way. Then it wasn't really love to begin with. We lay there for a few more moments, watching each other's faces silently in the golden reflections of the fire. You're hard to read sometimes, I said finally. Not so much to break the silence, but to break up the runaway nature of my own thoughts. I was coming dangerously close to putting the cart before the horse. I want you to know something, and I don't want you to freak out about it. Brandon blinked, his blue eyes wide and scared. I don't know how to do this slow with you, Skylar, but I'm trying. I just want you to know that whatever we're doing here, I'm in. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something more. In the end, he just exhaled and repeated himself, like a mantra. I'm all in. About 1,000,000 thoughts skittered through my mind. I wanted to shout that I felt the same way. I wanted to say that his touch made my skin feel like it was as alight as the flames next to us. That I'd never felt a connection so powerful, so immediate. Not with Patrick, not with anyone. I wanted to tell Brandon he could have my heart and soul if he wanted those too. That maybe he already did. But a small voice, the one who remembered the way the last fire I'd engaged had burned me so badly, screamed the obvious. It was too soon. We barely knew each other. There was plenty of time for things to progress naturally. So instead, I threaded my fingers through his hair, urging him close, so I could say to him with my kiss what I couldn't yet express out loud. It appeared to be all the encouragement Brandon needed. His shoulders blotted out the fire as he moved to kneel between my legs, gently running his hand up my legs and taking the hem of my skirt with them. I arched my back so he could pull the dress over my head and toss it to the side so that I lay naked in nothing but black silk underwear and the sheer thigh-high stockings. He loomed over me, surveying my body with eyes blazing as he removed his vest and shirt. The warm light cast shadows in the hard lines of his body, making the edges of his pectoral muscles and the V-shaped lines of his abdomen that much more apparent as they moved. I watched appreciatively as he tossed his clothes to the side, unveiling his raw beauty. He trailed both hands lazily over my shoulders, traced his fingertips over my collarbones, and continued lower to cup both breasts and run his thumbs over my nipples. "Gorgeous," Brandon murmured, face alight with desire. He bent down to worship one breast, then the other with his mouth, flicking each nipple with his tongue before seizing it in between his teeth. He bit down, just hard enough to make me lurch. His hands continued their trek down my body. There was a sharp, coarse breath when he reached my stockings. He stopped his ministrations at my breasts, which by that point had me gyrating slightly, and sat back up to admire the thin material on my legs. "These," Brandon said hoarsely. "I like these a lot." I smiled, my hips arching slightly toward him. Brandon had an agenda, that much was clear. He took his time sliding one stocking off, then the other, followed by my underwear, and then finally allowing me to wrap my bare legs around his waist. His hands gripped my thighs just a touch more roughly, and his breathing drew increasingly uneven. "I want to be gentle with you, Skylar," he spoke gruffly, kneading my muscles as he spoke, "but I'm not sure I can tonight." I pulled my legs from his grasp, ignoring his grunt of disapproval, and he sat up on my knees. I ran my fingers over his torso with a sigh, just as I had been longing to do since he'd removed his shirt, then trailed down to unfasten his pants. "Take these off," I commanded quietly. With a quick blue glance, Brandon followed my order without a word until he sat in front of me, as naked as I was, arms resting over bent knees. He really was beautiful. Brandon had the taut grace of an athlete, but without the bulk of a bodybuilder. His fitness was naturally made from exercise and genetics, nothing forced, rendering him completely comfortable with his body. Light blonde fuzz covered most of his skin, curly and slightly thicker over his chest and legs. In the firelight, he looked like he had been dipped in gold, a Viking ready to plunder. "What are you thinking about?" he asked softly. Although I didn't normally want to take charge when it came to sex, tonight felt different. I wanted to know I could give him the same kind of pleasure, the same kind of release he gave me. After bearing such a vulnerable part of myself, now I wanted the control. So I remained silent, just pushed gently, so that he was now the one on his back, and I could hover over his big body. I ran my nose lightly across the lines of his stomach, down the muscular ridges of his abdomen, and into the hollows of his hip bones, making him jerk slightly. As I started to drift farther down, his hands clasped my shoulders. "Skylar, you don't have to do that," he said. I pushed up so I could see his face. "Don't you like it?" Well, yeah, of course I do. I just don't want you to feel like you have to." Quickly, I bent and took him in my mouth, causing his entire body to jerk. Just as quickly, I released him, sat back up, and smiled. "I want to," I assured him, and went back to savor him more carefully. "Oh, thank Christ," he breathed. I could feel his body relax while his breathing became increasingly erratic. I didn't usually like doing this, but it was different with Brandon. The control I had, the subtle changes I felt with each different movement, the rising tension pulsing through his corded muscles, all of these made me even more aroused than I already was. With my other hand, I grazed a few fingers over his balls and trailed below them, past the soft skin of his perineum, around the tight edges of his anus. Brandon jerked again, this time in surprise. "What?" he breathed, clearly overcome with what I was doing with my mouth. "Ugh," he cried as I slipped my finger in. "Jesus. Fuck." "Skylar, what are you doing?" I stopped my ministrations to look at him. "Haven't you done that before?" "What? No." Despite his indignation, he couldn't control the slight gyrating of his hips. "Doesn't it feel good, though?" I asked. Before he could answer, I took him back in my mouth. Just as I pushed my finger back in, I sucked. Hard. "Shit!" Brandon yelled, his hips jumping. "Yes. Oh my fuck. That feels good." I murmured around him. He was close already. I could feel it by the tremors in his thighs and the now constant stream of profanity. Just when I thought he was about to lose it, I felt my shoulders roughly seized, and I was yanked up to cover his body, his hard cock sliding between my thighs. It was all I could do not to open myself up and let him in with nothing at all between us. "Quick," he said hoarsely, his breath ragged as he shoved into my hands a condom he'd somehow procured. Equally desperate, I rolled it on just in time for him to grab my thighs and force himself in from below. "Oh, fuck," I cried out, swinging crazily at the sheer depth of his impact. Brandon drilled upward, his fingers clawing my skin so hard that I was sure I would have bruises in the morning. I couldn't have cared less. Anticipation combined with sudden friction caused my reserve to topple almost immediately. With only a few harsh thrusts, a sudden orgasm ripped through my entire body with the force of a tidal wave. "Skylar!" Brandon cried out, joining me as we crested the wave together. I collapsed over his chest, our bodies shaking roughly as he continued to move slowly, slower, and then finally shuddered to a stop. "Holy shit," Brandon breathed a few minutes later. His chest rose and fell deeply underneath my cheek. "I know," I murmured into the soft smattering of curls. "That was... Christ. Woman, where did you learn to do that?" Somehow I found the energy to lift myself long enough to look down at his handsome face. "Do you really want to know?" I asked. Brandon furrowed his brow, reconsidering the question. "No," he said definitely. "I do not." Didn't think so. I flopped back onto his chest. His fingers resumed their gentle grazing over my back, and I succumbed to their rhythm, feeling myself being lulled closer and closer to sleep. "Red?" His voice, small and quiet, interrupted me from drifting off to sleep. "Yeah?" I whispered hazily. "You won't go anywhere, will you?" I rubbed my nose into the warm hollow in his chest and breathed a sigh of pure contentment. Where would I go? "Nowhere," Brandon said, and kissed me on the top of my head. Just as gently, he got rid of the condom and grabbed a blanket from the couch above us. I burrowed into his side and sighed deeply as the soft knit covered our bodies. The last things I saw before falling asleep was the reflection of the firelight on the base of the sofa and the glint of Brandon's eyelashes shining bright gold. Chapter 28. Sometime in the middle of the night, I was carried up the stairs to Brandon's bedroom, where I enjoyed a round of drowsy sex before surrendering to sleep again. In the morning, after taking a quick shower together that resulted in yet another round of brain-melting orgasms, Brandon lent me a pair of boxers and an undershirt that fell almost to my knees. We ended up in the kitchen sometime after 10, eating a breakfast that Anna had prepared. "I want to do something you want to do today," I said, after I swallowed a bite of my brioche toast with homemade raspberry jam. Brandon cocked his head to the right, a fork full of eggs suspended midair en route to his mouth. I'm pretty happy at the moment," he said,
I'd like to finish my breakfast, spend some time with my girl. That's about it. I'm not that hard to please.
Come on. All we've done is stuff I like to do, I protested, despite my grin at his words. The symphony,
I'm pretty sure I picked that one, Red.
Brandon interrupted as he slathered another piece of toast with jam. Don't be coy, you goon. You have about the same knowledge of classical music that I do of astrophysics, I said. And you took me for pizza because I explicitly wanted something not fancy. And, of course, there was New York.
Brandon grinned. I liked New York. I found out a lot about you there.
Exactly, I cried with exasperation, flinging a piece of egg across the counter. Brandon watched its progress, then turned back to me with an amused expression.
Your point?
I set my fork on my plate with unnecessary force. You're impossible. You know that? What do you do for fun? Like, in your spare time?
You mean besides you?
He laughed when I acted as if I was going to stab him with my fork. Then he took a bite of his toast and chewed contemplatively. He swallowed, opened his mouth as if to speak, and then took another bite. I wanted to strangle him. He just started laughing again.
Well, first of all, fun is relative,
Brandon said after he swallowed again.
I like my jobs, and they're what I spend most of my time doing. On the rare occasion I have an extra moment, I'm in my shop. Otherwise, my spare time is mostly taken up by a host of other things that aren't particularly fun.
Such as? When his only answer was a raised eyebrow, I pushed. Okay, run me through the average day for Brandon Sterling.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours,
he said with a wink, as he used 2 fingers to drag his phone across the counter. He opened the screen to his calendar. Color-coded and filled to capacity, the page was an elaborate mosaic. I gawked at the sheer enormity of multitasking someone like Brandon had to take on. Conference call meetings while en route to London, contract negotiations over dinner, playing squash with a prospective client. Just about 7 days a week. The chaos started with a 5:30 a.m. workout with his trainer and often didn't end until 10 at night or later. The only exceptions I saw were the places where a small white box interrupted the schedule every Friday and Saturday evening, bearing just one word. Red. Didn't you think to ask me first? I chastised him, though I couldn't keep the silly grin off my face. Maybe I'm busy on the weekends. I have a schedule too, you know. Brandon just gave me that delicious half-smile that made me want to jump him all over again.
I'm being optimistic. Okay, my turn.
I opened my own calendar and passed it to him. I was almost as disciplined about keeping it up as he, or Margie, was. But it wasn't nearly as full. During the week, my days were a combination of classes, allotted study/reading times, clinic hours, and at least 4 or 5 swims a week. Brandon thumbed through a few different pages and tapped in something before handing the phone back to me.
There,
he said, returning to his breakfast.
Now you've got me in there too. Hope you don't mind, but I shared your calendar with my assistant too.
Does Margie really care about my class schedule? I asked, to which I received another sly wink.
Margie cares about anything that makes her job easier,
Brandon replied,
and that includes the schedule for the most important person in my life.
He grinned and shoved another big bite of eggs in his mouth. Whoa. Most important person? Was it weird that he was saying something like that so quickly? Was it even weirder that I liked it so much? Unable to hide the blush that immediately rose, I looked down at my phone instead of at him. He'd scheduled a repeating event on the same days and times he'd put red on his calendar. The green boxes were marked BS. I laughed out loud and leaned in to kiss Brandon on his wrinkled nose before clearing my dishes. Brandon frowned as he watched me. Red, just leave it. Anna will take care of that. I don't mind. I know you probably have to get going soon anyway.
Babe, it's what I pay her for. I didn't take the weekend off so I could watch you clean.
I set the dishes in the sink and turned to stare at him. You what? The mosaic calendar flashed through my mind. I must have swiped right past this weekend's blank spaces. I knew now what a major undertaking a day off work likely was for him.
and how frustrating it probably was for his assistant. Brandon just grinned. "I'm the boss," he said, as if it didn't matter that he'd canceled several appointments with undoubtedly important people who had probably been waiting weeks or even months for his time. "I haven't seen you in a week. Yesterday was Valentine's Day. Sue me." "They might," I joked, but obediently returned, allowing myself to be pulled into the shelter of his arms. "One night," Brandon said, "is not enough. Can you take the weekend too? Or at least stay here?" Although the delicious scratch of his nipples around my jaw made it hard to concentrate, mentally I went over the different work I needed to get done before Monday. I was already ahead on most of my reading, and I didn't have anything written due until Thursday. "I think so," I said between a few increasingly shallow breaths. "I only have a few things to take care of for the clinic, but they can wait until tomorrow." "Are they at your place?" he asked, although his words were a bit muddled against the skin below my ear. I nodded, unable to answer properly as he took my earlobe between his teeth and tugged. "Great," he replied, releasing me suddenly. "Hey!" I opened my eyes, ready to complain, only to find him stretching his arms up toward the crown molding overhead, causing his shirt to rise above a few tantalizing muscles. I ogled openly. "We can swing back there and pick up whatever you need," he said with a wicked grin when he noticed my expression. "So, you'll stay?" I blinked, brought out of my ab-induced daze. "What? Oh, sure, I guess." "Are you sure you want me to?" His house was so pristine, so perfect. As much as I liked it, I was scared to muss anything up. Brandon scoffed and shook his head. "Of course. I'd be upset if you didn't." And with a firm but brief kiss, he brought his plate to the sink, then grabbed his phone to text David to bring the car around. 5 minutes, gorgeous," he said with another stamp to my mouth. "Let's get dressed, and put your coat on. I don't want anyone else seeing you in that dress but me." It ended up being a day where I found out more about Brandon's interests than he'd initially wanted. After stopping by my apartment for some clothes and some odds and ends, we ended up messing around Cambridge for the rest of the morning, simply because of Brandon's stubborn resolve not to choose any activity we did, despite the fact that all I wanted to do was something he wanted. Out of revenge, I decided to take him puttering around Harvard Square. Brandon, as I fully suspected, didn't putter. "Oh, good," he said sarcastically as I stopped outside one of my favorite shops. "Another used bookstore. I wonder what's inside." "Do you have somewhere else you'd rather be?" I asked in the most saccharine sweet voice I could muster. "I thought you cleared your day, Mr. Sterling." I nodded at the bookstore clerk as we walked toward the back of the store, where I knew they kept their music section. Hunting for vintage music arrangements was one of my favorite pastimes, and the old bookstores in Cambridge often had the best caches. Brandon followed me with a loud harumph. He had been game for the first 3 shops, happy to peruse the science fiction and engineering sections, even purchasing a few books. But after 2 hours, he had met his limit. "Red," Brandon said as he came beside me, leaning against the bin of sheet music as if in pain. "You've made your point. My turn, okay?" I turned triumphantly. "Ha! Okay, but you're not allowed to choose something you think I'd like. I just drag you through every bookshop in Harvard Square, so now you have to take me somewhere equally selfish." "Thank God," he breathed, grabbing my hand. Once we were back on the street, Brandon called David, who promptly drove around the corner to pick us up. "You packed your running stuff, right?" Brandon asked, as we slid into the back of the Mercedes. I nodded. I figured I'd jog at his place on Sunday instead of swimming my normal 2,000 meters. "Good," he said. "David, can you take us down to the river?" 10 minutes later, I made my second important discovery about Brandon that day. He wasn't just in good shape. He was an exercise junkie. After changing in the car, we ended up on a popular jogging trail along the edge of the Charles River, from Watertown all the way to downtown Boston. We both wore thin workout gear that wasn't particularly suited to the chilly February air, although I wore Brandon's sweatshirt over my sports tank and leggings. Brandon jogged in place to keep warm, given the fact that it was a clear 31 degrees outside, and he had only a t-shirt and track pants. "This is supposed to be fun?" I asked doubtfully, flapping the sweatshirt sleeves that hung over my hands like limp penguin wings. The hem fell to just above my knees. Even with the added layer, I was freezing, and Brandon's face was starting to resemble a cherry popsicle. "Nothing feels better than endorphins, gorgeous. Well, except maybe you," Brandon said with a leer, as he picked his knees up again and again. "All right, how far can you go? 2 miles okay?" I didn't run much, but my swimming habit meant I had better endurance than most. I smirked. "How about this? First man down owes the other a foot massage when we get back to your house." "Ooh, a challenge, Ms. Crosby. You sure you know what you're getting into?" "You've got the legs, babe, but I've got the lungs," I smarted. "We'll see how long you last." 40 minutes later, I was on my back again on the sheepskin rug, but this time in a decidedly less seductive fashion. I gasped for breath, waiting for the world to stop spinning while Brandon chuckled from the couch. He removed his shoes before he knelt to help with mine. "You all right down there, Red?" he asked good-naturedly. All sign of his early surliness gone in his current endorphin-fueled state. Plus, he had won the bet. "Why?" I asked less sharply than I had intended, due to the fact that I was still sucking air like a wind fan. "Well, you just fell over like one of the Three Stooges and you're the color of a tomato. I'm just checking in." "I'm a redhead," I snapped from my place on the ground. "Yes, I flush when I'm exerted. Ha fucking ha." Brandon held his hands up in mock surrender. All right. You seem like you've got it under control. You want water or something? Maybe a B12 shot? A physical therapist?" Now that the ache in my side had started to subside, I managed to prop myself up on my elbows to glare at him. "I'm actually in decent shape, you know." "Oh, I know. I've got first-hand knowledge of it." From his vantage point, he looked me up and down and gave me a lewd wink. "No, really," I insisted, ignoring his jibe and pushing off my hands further so I was fully sitting up. "I swim almost every day. I have the lung capacity of a porpoise." Brandon slid off the couch and squatted down next to me. "Sure, babe, sure," he said, as he patted me on the leg. "It's okay. You can admit you're just a weakling." "I am not," I squealed. Brandon wasn't the only one who was competitive. "There is no way that was only 2 miles. I yanked off his giant sweatshirt, which was suddenly stiflingly hot, and hurled it at him. He caught it easily and laughed, barely knocked off balance. "Skylar, relax. I might have hustled you. That was almost 4.5, and I run that route twice about 4 days a week. Harvard Square and back. Usually a little faster than that, too." "Faster than that?" I asked, dumbfounded. "What was our time?" Brandon smirked. "We were running an 8-minute mile for most of it. Actually, I'm pretty impressed you kept up." I flopped back on the rug, exhausted all over again. No wonder I had felt like my sides were going to split. "And you do it at that pace 2 I asked, as I smacked my palm on my forehead. I knew what he looked like naked. Of course he was in killer shape. "Ah, you did hustle me, you big sneaky snake." 2 big arms slipped under my back and knees. With one graceful movement, Brandon lifted my limp body from the ground and carried me toward the stairs. Too tired to argue, I wrapped my arms around his neck and laid my head on his shoulder. "Shower time, babe," Brandon muttered into my ear in a more than suggestive tone. I was too tired to care, just grunted against his muscles. "And after that," he said as he tromped up the stairs, "I think you'll owe me a foot massage." Lesson number 3, I thought as I was carried. Do not compete with Brandon Sterling. He played dirty. Chapter 29. It was amazing how quickly I could fall into a rhythm with someone I hadn't known for that long.
Getting Patrick to commit his time at all had taken years. But Brandon offered what little he had freely. Our schedules meshed surprisingly well, probably because his assistant scheduled his appointments around my calendar. Despite the fact that we often didn't get to see each other much more than weekends and the occasional midweek dinner, it didn't seem to put any undue stress on our new relationship, simply because we were both so busy. It also helped that we texted constantly and talked on the phone almost every night. It didn't matter what he was doing, especially since Brandon often worked well past the time I usually went to bed. He always wanted to hear my voice. Before I knew it, over a month had passed, and I had spent 3 of the last 4 weekends on Beacon Street. Although we usually went out on Fridays, we would usually spend the rest of our time lounging around his house, catching up on work when we weren't rolling around in the bedroom, or the couch, or his office. It was nice to do nothing together, I thought as we sprawled on the couch in the rec room one weekend in March. I was studying for my upcoming midterm exams while Brandon sat perpendicular to me, keeping my socked feet securely against his thigh while he worked on his laptop. Occasionally, he'd reach down absently to squeeze my toes or rub my arches. A few times, several times, his touch ended with both of us naked and panting on the alpaca blend carpet. But most of the time it was just a sweet, absent gesture that let me know I wasn't far from his thoughts. Unshaven and unkempt, Brandon looked about as far from a CEO as possible, in a faded t-shirt, a pair of baggy track pants, and his favorite worn Red Sox hat on backward. I was just as casual in yoga pants and my HLS sweatshirt. A Star Wars film played silently on the giant HD screen, but neither of us were paying much attention. After spending more time with Brandon in his own space, there were other small, seemingly inconsequential, yet fascinating things I continued to learn about him. He was a closet comic book fanatic with a huge collection stored in his office, and could spend hours talking about everything wrong with the new Star Wars movies. He had a very mild nut allergy, but almond butter was still his favorite food. I couldn't remember if I'd ever just lounged like this with Patrick. We'd always been out and about in New York together, big as he was on networking. Brandon was busier than most, so it was a relief to find out he was as content to be a homebody as I was. On top of that, he respected my ambition. He never asked me to delay a reading assignment or push a paper until Monday, nor did he seem upset if I had to stay late at the clinic. Unlike Patrick, who always resented anything that took my attention away from him, Brandon seemed happy to observe and support my work ethic. "Did you want to go out tonight?" he asked, interrupting my train of thought as I leafed through a child custody case file. "Huh? Oh, I don't know. Is there anything going on?" It was a natural response, one that I'd usually have when Jane asked the same question. As she frequently pointed out, I wasn't terribly social, so I usually depended on her or sometimes Eric to get me out of the apartment. Brandon stopped typing and frowned. "Like what?" "I just meant for dinner. Margie mentioned an opera premiere we could go to if you want, but we'd have to get dressed up." He looked pointedly at my sweatshirt and clasped my ankle under my pants. "Or we could just shock the hell out of everyone and go like this. Those yoga pants are working pretty good for you." I set my papers on my lap. "Don't you ever just go out?" "What, like to a bar or something?" I raised my eyebrows. Yeah. Or a party. Maybe a show. What are your friends doing tonight, since I haven't met any of them?" Brandon pressed his lips together and looked away, a slight flush rising through his tan face. I put the file aside and pulled my feet out of his hands so I could kneel next to him. "Mr. Sterling," I asked, "don't you have any friends?" "Yes, I have friends," Brandon retorted a little too strongly. I really only see them at functions, or business meetings, sometimes at the gym.
I don't think those qualify as friends, I informed him. Those are business acquaintances. I have friends, he insisted as he shut his laptop a little too harshly and set it on the couch. I do. Name 3, I dared him. 3 people you hang out with randomly, no plans needed, or whom you talk to about personal issues. Fine, he said, turning toward me to take on the challenge. His arm snaked along the back of the couch, and his fingers snagged a stray lock of hair to twirl as he talked. No problem. Okay, there's Mark Grove. Mark Grove is 57 years old and your business partner, I replied. He is not your friend. He is no one's friend. What do you guys do, grab brandies after work and compare notes on guerrilla trial tactics? I had seen Mark Grove when he poked his head into the intern room occasionally. He was a cutthroat securities attorney with a sharp eye that roved like a hawk's and a mouth that was twice as dangerous. We had all sat up a little straighter whenever he popped in, worked just a little faster. Fine, Brandon conceded. He drummed his fingers absently on the surface of the sofa, thinking. Okay, Kieran. Kieran is definitely my friend. We talk on the phone about stuff that's not related to work. Plus, she's known me since I was a kid. So there. I nodded. Okay, I'll give you that. Kieran is your friend. That's 1. Brandon ran through a few more names that I quickly disqualified on the basis that he barely knew them or that they were only work or charity associates. One he even made up. I refused to believe that Joe Smith was a real name. But the joke soon faded when it became clear that Brandon lived in a bubble, a giant ivory tower of his own making. What about your other friends from Dorchester? I asked, trying to help him out. I no longer cared about winning. You said you see them sometimes. My mother's friends. The others, I didn't really keep in touch with any of them. We sat in silence for a moment, and a thought occurred to me that I really didn't like. You're not ashamed of me or anything, are you? I hated the question as soon as it came out, but there it was. I had to ask. Brandon looked at me, clearly shocked. What? He asked. What? I shrugged, avoiding his gaze. I am kind of young and inexperienced and... Stop right there, Brandon said. I'm serious, Red. It's not your fault that I'm an antisocial workaholic. Got it? I nodded, relieved. Then what is all this? I gestured to the bachelor pad decor surrounding us. For? Because as comfortable as this couch is, you said yourself you barely come up here. You don't even like shitty beer. Brandon followed my hand gesture toward the PBR sign, then shrugged, slightly red-faced again. I used to have some buddies from back home, but we sort of had a falling out. It's a long story. I had all of this stuff put in here when I first bought the place. I should probably have it redone. I glanced around at the paraphernalia. It was a little juvenile, I thought, but there was obviously something more here than just wishful thinking. I turned back to Brandon. I don't know. I think a lot of guys would probably like watching the socks here. Well, the TV does get a pretty good picture. Brandon gave me a shy grin that had my heart thrumming in response. What about your friends, Red? What are they up to tonight, since you're feeling social? I haven't met any of them either. I smacked a quick kiss on his mouth, quickly pulling away when he tried to turn it into something more. I don't know. Let's see. I snagged my phone off the coffee table and snuggled into the crook of his arm while I flipped through my text messages. There weren't many. I probably had only a few more real friends than Brandon. Jane says she and her latest hottie are going to trivia night at Cleo's, I said, referencing the hot spot by HLS many of the law students frequented. It's a bar that... I know what Cleo's is, Red. Brandon chafed. I went to Harvard, too. Remember? He looked at me in faux horror. Just how old do you think I am? I pulled my face into as serious an expression as I could muster. I don't know. It was pre-internet that you were there, right? Isn't your 50th reunion a-coming, Grandpa? That's it. Without further admonition, Brandon tackled me into the sofa, tickling my sides mercilessly and making me laugh and cry for mercy all at once. Predictably, it ended with me pressed into the soft cushions, while he clasped my face and pummeled my mouth with short, vicious kisses that eventually turned into much longer, sensuous ones. I hummed into his mouth. We don't have to go out, you know. Don't tempt me, he said, as he nibbled a path down my neck until he was thwarted by the collar of my sweatshirt. His hands drifted down my sides until they clasped under my legs, and with a swift movement, he stood up and flipped me over his shoulder. Ah! I yelped as I was suddenly hoofed out of the room and down to the bedroom. Come on, Red, he said, giving me another quick smack on the butt. We're going against our natural instincts toward hermitry. Hermitry? He smirked and pinched me on the waist, making me yelp again before dropping me on the bed. Smart mouth, he murmured with another kiss that almost had me begging to stay in for the night. It's a word. Let's go win trivia night at Cleo's. It took more time than originally planned, but after a quickie in the shower, we finally managed to get to Cleo's. Despite my teasing, Brandon had flatly refused to take the train, saying that if he was going to spend the evening drinking shitty beer, he could at least ride home drunk in his own car. Poor David, I remarked as the Mercedes pulled away from the curb. Does he ever get a day off? Every Sunday plus overtime and 3 weeks vacation a year, Brandon replied as he straightened his bomber jacket. He still looked more like a student than a CEO, dressed in stonewashed jeans, a gray Henley shirt that hugged all the right places, and the frayed bill of his socks hat now curled around his handsome face. Brandon smiled. Don't worry about him, Red. I pay him very well to keep the car up and drive me around for about an hour total most days. The rest of the time, David gets paid to read detective novels and Skype with his grandkids. He's pretty happy doing what he does. He slung an arm around my shoulders and steered me toward the entrance of the bar. All right. Into the lion's den. A subterranean place tucked under an old brick building, Cleo's was a quintessential Boston bar, full of dark wood, cheap drinks, and too many Red Sox pennants. There were a few faux Egyptian posters scattered around, and it was common to hear the Bangles Walk Like an Egyptian blast from the jukebox at least a few times each night. But other than that, the name seemed to be completely separate from its actual vibe. As we entered, Brandon took an uncharacteristic step behind me while I looked for Jane. He took my hand in his, and there was a slight dampness on his palm. Oh, I realized. Brandon was nervous. Jane sat by herself at one of the tall circular bar tables, on top of which was a half-full pitcher and 3 pint glasses. She waved at me, and I led Brandon through the crowd. You're late, Jane stated bluntly, reaching out to shake Brandon's hand. Trivia's over. I lost. No thanks to you, rabbits, and my date left when he figured out I was smarter than him. She shrugged. Dumb guys are shit in the sack anyway. So, you must be Brandon. You clean up nice for a corporate bloodsucker. Brandon took a seat at the table with a raised brow at me. Is she always like this? I am, Jane confirmed as she poured both of us a pint of whatever was in the pitcher. I'm also here, so you don't need to talk to me like I'm not. I hate that almost as much as your girl here. I'll keep that in mind, Brandon replied wryly as he accepted a glass. He took a very long drink until more than half of the glass was empty. Thanks for the beer, he said. Next round's on me. I'll drink to that, Jane said, clinking her glass with ours. I hear you can afford it. Jane! I knew that she was only joking, but Brandon didn't know her like I did. Oh, Sky, relax, she said with a faux shove of my shoulder. I'm just teasing. Big guy can take a joke. Can't you? Big guy. Brandon bared his teeth in another grim smile and took another long drink. When he finished, his glass was empty. This helps, he said as he set the glass down. Why don't I go get that round? He took the pitcher back to the bar, and we both followed his handsome form until Jane turned to me with eager eyes. Oh, girl, she said. That's not just a Sunday. That right there is a triple-tiered chocolate cake with velvety ganache filling. He is beyond hot. No wonder you had a hard time getting out of the house. Shh! I hushed her, even with the grin on my face. He'll hear you. Oh my God, Sky, you are such a prude, Jane scoffed. I promise he'll like it if he knows you think he's good in bed. I took a sip of my beer, then turned to my friend with my very best cat who ate the canary face. I'll put it this way. So far, so good. Very good. Phenomenal, in fact. Like, best ever. What's the best ever? Brandon set the new pitcher on the table, then refilled his glass before he sat next to me. His arm slipped around to rest his hand at the base of my seat, while his thumb gently massaged my lower back. Without even thinking, I leaned into his touch, which had come to feel so natural. Jane looked at me, then grinned at Brandon. Skylar was just telling me more about the clinic she's been doing. Yes, Kieran's a good boss, I said. Brandon raised his eyebrows in a way that told me he knew I was full of it, but turned to Jane instead. And you two have been roommates since you started HLS, right? He asked. Were you friends immediately? Jane and I glanced at each other, considering the question. Not really, she replied slowly. I mean, we got along all right, but for the first several months, Sky wasn't really around much, aside from the fact that the first year of law school makes you want to kill yourself. She was always in New York. We didn't really get close until the costume party, right? She braced herself against the table in that way that indicated a serious story was about to be told. I convinced her to go with me to this costume party the weekend after spring midterms. I groaned, leaning my head into my hands at the memory. More like you blackmailed me? Brandon just watched our interactions with plain interest over the rim of his pint glass. After a few drinks, Jane and I morphed into a female version of Laurel and Hardy. I was curious what he'd think. Our particular brand of mind-reading humor wasn't for everyone. I wasn't going to go, I continued. I was heartbroken, because of Patrick. Jane's eyebrows raised at the casual name drop and Brandon's familiar nod, but I kept talking. But Jane got me shit-faced the night before the party, then bet me I couldn't recite the preamble without any mistakes. I point a finger down on the table for emphasis. Which, by the way, I know cold. Top of the class in con law. I don't know if you know this yet, Brandon, but Raggedy Ann here can't say no to a bet, Jane added. It's a genetic trait. Brandon's eyes flickered curiously at the mention of gambling, but he didn't say anything. Yeah, I've noticed something like that. I stuck my tongue out and he laughed. He had challenged me to a few more runs since our first, and while my legs didn't cramp as badly as they did that first time, I still had yet to win any wagers. Well, this was definitely one of those times, Jane continued, before tossing back the rest of her beer. She raised a hand to signal for another round before continuing. So let me guess, you guys dressed up as Playboy bunnies, with ears and tails and the whole 9 yards? Am I close? Since Brandon was almost finished with his second beer, yards came out sounding like yads. And I couldn't help but grin. He sounded both adorable and sexy when his accent came out. God, men are such amateurs, Jane scoffed. No, that's only embarrassing because it's objectifying, and I, my Ken doll-looking friend, am way better than that. You see, this was a Dylan party, as in, you had to come dressed up as your favorite Dylan song. Now, did you also happen to know that our red-headed Horowitz can't stand Bob Dylan? His chord structures are all exactly the same, and he sounds like a tone-deaf asthmatic, I protested with a slam of my hand on the table. I had had this debate with Jane, a die-hard Dylan fanatic, many times over. She knew exactly how to push my buttons. Sure, he writes some decent verses, but I swear to God, I could play every single one of his early songs at the same exact time, and it would sound like one track. I turned to Brandon. Please tell me you're not a fan. I don't think I could take it if you were. Brandon shrugged. I'm more of a Springsteen guy myself. I breathed out an exaggerated sigh. Phew! Crisis averted. So, because she lost the bet? Jane continued as she topped off everyone's glasses. Not only did she have to attend this party that would only feature the musical stylings of a one Mr. Zimmerman, but she also had to dress up with me as a song of my choosing. "Which one did you choose?" Brandon asked. "The worst, most overrated song he ever wrote," I said bitterly. "Not to mention the worst costume in the world." Jane grinned over her beer. "Tambourine Man." "What's wrong with that one?" Brandon asked me. "I think it's kind of catchy." I threw my hands up in the air. Ugh! Where do I begin? First of all, it's about 6 verses too long. It has no variation in phrasing. The Byrds did a decent cover, but Dylan's changes are terrible. I could go on. She really could. Jane chimed in. I've heard her. "So don't tell me," Brandon said. "You were the man," he said, pointing at Jane, "and you had to be the tambourine," I concluded with a groan. He chuckled. "How do you even dress up as a tambourine?" "Oh, it wasn't actually that hard," Jane told him, standing up to pantomime the costume with both hands. "I'd been planning it for weeks, you see, and I had the costume ready to go. I cut out 2 5-foot circles out of cardboard boxes and painted them white. Then we grabbed the spare cymbals I had from my old drum kit in storage." She stopped to inform Brandon quickly. "I tried to be in a band once. It didn't really take." "Sorry to hear that," he said with a nod. "Then what?" I grinned in spite of myself. Now that the ice had been broken and Jane had stopped heckling him, Brandon was playing the new boyfriend really well. He was attentive and patient with my friend, asking the right questions at the right times. Maybe it was just the beer, but I didn't think he was so nervous anymore. "It wasn't really that hard from there," Jane said. "Chopsticks and duct tape pretty much took care of the basic engineering. Sky actually followed through on the bet, even though she complained literally the entire time." You weren't the one who had to wear it," I put in. "I couldn't wear anything besides spandex underneath, so I could fit in between the pieces. It had a diameter of 5 feet. I could barely walk." Brandon chuckled at the image, looking back and forth between us in amusement. "It wasn't that bad, you big baby," Jane said, sitting down again. "The hardest part was getting you through the doorways. You did get stuck a few times." Brandon snorted. "Really?" "I also had to hold my pee the entire night because I couldn't use the bathroom," I added. "And had to turn your entire body around to talk to people," said Jane. "You knocked a lot of things over. And got whacked in the belly every time someone wanted to play me. One guy actually tried to grab my tits that way." "Oh, plus you got knocked over 4 times, Jane crowed. "Every time you crashed, the cymbals just made the loudest, most god-awful sound and everyone would stop and stare. The first time someone even turned off the music because everyone thought you were trying to do some kind of performance art." By this point, Brandon was laughing so hard he was practically wheezing, and tears were starting to shine in the corner of his eyes. "Shit," he cried, holding his stomach. "I can't take it." But every time he caught his breath, he looked at me and started shaking all over again as he imagined me in my tambourine costume. Yeah. Get it out," I said. I couldn't be mad, though. I was thrilled my best friend and my boyfriend were getting along so well. But in the end, as mad as she was, we were friends forever after, Jane said. She slung a thin arm over my shoulders. "There's a certain loyalty that arises when you have to help your roommate peel off beer-soaked cardboard and then shield her with it so she can pee in a bush in the middle of Harvard Yard because she can't hold it until you get her home." I laid my head on Jane's shoulder. There certainly is. Brandon sipped his beer as he surveyed us with a reflective smile. I thought I saw a flash of envy there, but mostly he just chuckled. "And on that note," I said as I pushed myself up from the table, "the ladies' room calls, no Jane required. Back in a moment." After I made my way to the other side of the bar, I glanced back. Jane and Brandon were leaning over the small round table, her dark head bent towards his cap in deep conversation. I smiled. The night couldn't be going better if I'd scripted it myself. So Jane's a character. After a few more drinks, Jane had begged off to make herself available at the bar. She wasn't shy about how sexually open she was, and I could tell that Brandon was entertained, if slightly shocked, by her candor. We had watched with some amusement while she hit on several members of the Harvard crew team before Brandon had whispered a few things in my ear that suddenly made me equally ready to escape. Now, on our way back to the apartment, we were forced to behave in the presence of David, though it was hard not to encourage the hand currently massaging my leg a bit higher than was completely decent. I flipped my gaze toward Brandon, trying to ignore the fingers on my inner thigh. "What did she say?" He grinned. "Nothing much, only that she'd castrate me and make kimchi out of my balls if I hurt you." I giggled. "Sounds about right. Don't worry. Like she said, it's mostly bravado." "She cares about you." "Well, I care about her too. She's been there, you know?" I sighed. "I'm really going to miss her when she's gone." Brandon hugged me to his side. "You're lucky to have a friend like her. That won't fade when she's in Chicago." I hoped not. Living at home through college, I hadn't made a lot of friends at NYU, and the few people I'd kept in touch with from high school weren't in New York anymore. Jane was the closest friend I had, and her quirky presence would be sorely missed once she left. I almost asked if we should invite Kieran for drinks sometime, too. But aside from the fact that it would be incredibly awkward to hang out with my boss and my boyfriend, I couldn't really imagine Kieran, with her cutthroat personality and sharp demeanor, throwing back PBR at Cleo's. "What happened with you and your friends?" I wondered, deciding on a different direction for the conversation. I was lucky to have Jane around to talk with, not to mention my dad and Bubby. Brandon had his big house, and not much else. He suddenly looked very tired. "Why do you want to know?" I frowned. Brandon was usually so open with me. He'd already shown me parts of his life that had to be painful, and he'd answered any question I had for him, in person or over the phone. He'd been an open book. But now he looked extremely uncomfortable. "I'm just curious," I asked. "You seem to avoid the topic, is all." Brandon sighed. "It's fine. We got into some trouble when I was younger, like a lot of kids do in that neighborhood. There was a fight. The cops got involved, and my friends took the rap for it while I got off. They never really got over it. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be interested in hearing from me now, and to be honest, I don't really have time for a big reunion anyway." My heart sank at the dejection in his voice. I was sad not because he had lost his childhood buddies. That happened to most people as they matured, but because he'd also never found adult peers to replace them. It must have been incredibly isolating when he was first starting out, taking jobs next to people at least 10 years older than him. Now Brandon surrounded himself with employees, brought his co-workers into his house to make deals, and allowed himself to be cared for by housekeepers and drivers. But he obviously didn't know how to translate any of those connections into meaningful relationships. I opened my mouth to say something else, but before I could, Brandon turned me to face him, with both hands firmly on my shoulders. He had tipped the bill of his hat up so his eyes were out of its shadow. "Stop," he said. I frowned again, confused. "What? I didn't—" "I know what you're trying to do, Skylar. And what did I already tell you?" I swallowed. Brandon waited. "You don't need to be fixed," I whispered at last. I couldn't believe it less. He exhaled, obviously relieved that I remembered. Oh, I remembered, all right. I remembered every single thing that happened after that, too. He took my hands in his. Brandon looked at our entwined fingers and pressed delicately into the lines crisscrossing my palms. "Look at my life," he said softly. "I went from being a punk kid on a fast track to prison to a man who wants for nothing, especially now. Especially now that I have you." He looked up again, and the raw vulnerability in his eyes made my breath catch in the back of my throat. "Do I have you, Skylar?" I pulled my hands from his grasp and framed his face, stroking my thumbs over the defined, raspy lines of his cheekbones and delicate, fine lines around his eyes. "Of course," I said emphatically. "Of course you do." Brandon grunted slightly, then reached over to unclick my seatbelt before hauling me onto his lap. Before I could protest, His lips were on mine, taking what they wanted and suffocating any remaining speech. I could do nothing but respond, as my arms went involuntarily around his neck, clinging to the hair that curled under his cap. His arms were a vice around my waist. His fingers clawed at the fabric of my shirt and the waistband of my jeans. We couldn't get close enough. Suddenly the car stopped, and with a discreet cough, David stepped out. Red-faced, I scrambled back to my side. "Well, that was embarrassing," I whispered as the side door opened. Brandon narrowed his eyes at me and shook his head. "I don't know what it is about you, Red," he said as he got out. He took my hand and helped me to the curb. David nodded but stared fixedly at the sidewalk. After he drove away, I turned to Brandon. "You're the incorrigible one. You know that?" Brandon wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me tightly against him, forcing me to stand on my toes. "You just make me do things I wouldn't normally ever do," he said, as he leaned in for another kiss. "Like scandalizing my driver." A brief peck turned into another several minutes of mingling lips and tongues before we broke apart, breathing heavily. "Come on, Red," Brandon said, yanking me up the steps. "Let's go inside, where I can make you do some things too." Chapter 30. I was late. It had been a long week of studying and midterms. After completing my hours at the clinic, I had gone for a swim and ended up falling asleep after my shower when I got home, a towel still wrapped around my wet hair. Brandon had tickets for a play to celebrate the end of exams and the fact that he could see me for more than a few hours again. Exams had forced me to cut short several dates and cancel our last weekend completely. If his eager texts were any indication, he was very ready to have me to himself again. We were supposed to meet at the theater at 6:45, but I'd woken up at 6:05. In record time, I had thrown on one of my many black dresses and a pair of ballet flats, pinned my towel-twisted hair up as best as I could manage, and dashed out the door to catch the train downtown. I was just emerging from the downtown crossing station with 10 minutes left to get to the theater when my phone rang angrily in my purse. Thinking it was Brandon calling to see where I was, I pulled it out. "I'm almost there, I promise," I said, as I skipped over the cracked downtown sidewalks. "Skylar? Skylar, are you there?" Bubby always had a tendency to scream into her phone, convinced that no one could hear her through the tiny microphone. This time, however, her voice was laced with frenzy. "I'm here, Bubby. What's going on? Is everything okay?" A car horn blared as I jaywalked across Winter Street. The theater was still 3 blocks away. I couldn't be bothered to obey traffic laws if I was going to make it before the curtain rose. "What's that?" I asked again, as I weaved around other pedestrians and turned toward the theater. I hadn't been able to hear her over the traffic. Just over a block away, Brandon's blonde waves were bright like a beacon among a sea of gray and black overcoats. I waved my hand high, but I was too short for him to spot from this far. "It's your father," Bubby repeated. "He's in the hospital." The words rang out cold and clear, causing me to stumble. My pace kept me moving forward, but I slowed so I could focus. "What? Why? What happened?" "Something happened at the track. It's that woman he's been seeing. She's been taking him there again, I think. I don't exactly know what happened, honey, but he came home the other night with a black eye. You see, and you didn't think to tell me?" I snapped uncharacteristically at my grandmother. It had been nearly 2 months since I'd last been to Brooklyn, but Bubby hadn't mentioned anything like this in the several times we'd talked. There had been no more mention of Katie Corleone. I'd assumed she was out of the picture. Ahead, Brandon caught sight of me and waved, pointing at his watch to indicate the late time, but I ignored him. This was too important. Curtain could wait. "He said it was nothing," Bubby insisted. "What was I supposed to do?" "Okay, so what happened?" I demanded, willing myself to stay calm.
Well, he stormed out of the house this evening when I confronted him about it, all up in arms about it. Next thing I know, I'm getting a call from Maimonides Hospital, telling me my son is in the ICU with his liver beat to a pulp. Half his body is broken and unconscious. I don't know what happened, Skyla, and that's the truth.
At the words ICU and unconscious, I stopped moving. Unable to feel sensation in my legs, Brandon watched as I grabbed for a mailbox, barely able to catch myself before my knees buckled completely. "Skylar!" he yelled and ran toward me. But I couldn't see him. I couldn't see anything as the world around me blurred. "Bobby?" I whimpered into the phone.
"Just come, Skylar," she was saying. "I don't know what to do. I'm at the hospital now, and they're bringing him into surgery for what, I don't know. We need you here, Bubba. I can't do this without you."
2 hands pulled me off the mailbox and into a pair of strong arms. My head tipped back to find a familiar handsome face, furrowed with concern. Large blue eyes, pools of worry. I breathed a little easier. Brandon. "I'll be there, Bubby," I said. "I'm on my way."
"Skylar, I can get us there in an hour if we take the plane."
Brandon had convinced me to return to my apartment, to pack a few things before leaving for New York. Nothing about my dad's condition would be improved by arriving an hour earlier, he'd said, and I assumed I would be there for several days. At least it was spring break. I wouldn't have to miss class to help with Dad's initial recovery. "That's really not necessary," I said, as I stuffed another pair of jeans into my suitcase. I looked around my room, which, between my hurry to pack as quickly as possible, looked pretty much like a tornado had gone through my closet and blown everything onto my bed. I tried to think if I had forgotten anything, but came up empty. I clambered onto the bed and sat on my suitcase to zip it shut. "Skylar," Brandon said with more than a little irritation. He leaned around me to help press the bag down while I zipped. "Please, I'd like to help." "You are helping," I said absently as I fastened the extra buckles. "I closed this bag a lot faster than if you weren't here," Brandon huffed. "Stop it." I slid off the suitcase and started packing my messenger bag. I'd have to miss my regular clinic hours this week, but there was no help for that. I'd do the best I could from Brooklyn. "It's a misuse of company resources," I said, as I wrapped up my computer cord. "I'm sorry, but it's ridiculous. You can't go flying your girlfriend home at a moment's notice on a company plane. You and I both know that every spare cent in your company is under a microscope because of the IPO. It's my fucking plane, Skylar." Brandon grasped my hands in between his and forced me to face him. "I don't know what's going on with your dad, but come on. Let me help however I can." "It's not an emergency," I bit out, unable to escape the tears that welled at the thought of Dad in surgery. "He'll be fine until the morning. That's what the doctors said. I just need to get there before he wakes up. The bus will be fine." Brandon pushed out a frustrated breath. "Jesus Christ, you're stubborn. All right, fine, but we'll take my car. David can drive." "You don't have to come," I started to protest, but I couldn't get another word out before my mouth was covered with a kiss that started out frantic, but progressed into something softer, slower, and sadder by the end. When Brandon finished, he stayed close, his forehead touching mine. "Yeah, I do," he said quietly. "Let me be there for you, will you?" Unable to be kept at bay any longer, tears fell freely down my face. Brandon immediately wrapped both arms securely around my waist, holding me up as I collapsed into his chest. "Shh, shh," he crooned, brushing my hair softly as I cried. "Let it go, baby. I got you." He had me. In a moment like this, a moment where the foundation of my life seemed like it was cracking in half, his strength was everything. It was all I could ask for. It was all I could want. The Mercedes cruised out of town, flying stealth among the myriad other travelers, between the built-in TV monitors in the back of the seats and the gorgeous man holding me securely for most of the trip. It was a far cry from the Chinatown fire traps I usually took home. Brandon was content to let me ride in silence, urging me to relax against his chest and stream a movie while he answered emails on his phone. I made it about an hour into the most recent superhero flick before the vibration of the car eventually lulled me to sleep. Skylar, baby, we're here. I sat up in a rush, yanked out of a dream in which I had been prosecuting Tony Stark for reckless endangerment. Brandon nodded toward the bright lights of Maimonides Hospital. I blinked and shoved a hand through my hair before I checked my watch. It was just after 10:30. David had made good time. "You all right, Red?" Brandon asked, as his strong fingers loosened the kinks in my neck from sleeping on his lap. I leaned gratefully into his touch. Yeah, I'm good." David opened the door, and we exited the car. Brandon turned to his driver. "Can you pick us up some dinner? I'll let you know what room we're in." Brandon looked back to me. "What sounds good?" I shrugged. I couldn't have cared less about eating. I just wanted to see my dad. Brandon muttered something else to David, who nodded and left. Brandon guided me toward the hospital entrance. I hadn't been able to contact Bubby since she had turned off her cell phone, or forgotten to charge it, most likely. So I had no clue about my dad's current state. I was terrified of what I might find out. We were directed to the ICU, where I had to wait outside for the on-call doctor. Brandon went to get me some tea, then returned to sit with me on the cold leather bench. "Skylar?" he asked, as he slid his arm around my back. I took a sip of the tea. It was terrible. Cheap garbage that tasted more like tap water than anything else. "Skylar." Brandon tried again, finally getting me to look up at him. "I have to ask, who did this to your dad?" I swallowed. I knew I was going to have to answer this question eventually. I was surprised he'd been patient enough to wait 4 hours. Brandon had overheard the one conversation I'd had with Bubby on the way down, and had undoubtedly gathered that Dad's injuries weren't just by accident. I sighed. This wasn't the kind of thing a man like Brandon Sterling wanted to be involved with. A family trapped by a gambling addiction and small-time mobsters. This was my fault. I'd selfishly ignored what was going on with my dad for the last 2 months. If I didn't know anything, there was nothing to tell. And if I didn't tell him anything, Brandon wouldn't feel obligated to get involved. All he needed was for Victor Messina to figure out my connection to him, and the 2-bit thug would be asking for a lot more than whatever my father owed. But now Dad was paying an immense price for my self-imposed ignorance. Now I couldn't lie. "My dad's in trouble," I said slowly after taking another sip of tea. "He likes the track too much. He was able to stay away for the last few years, but it looks like he fell off the wagon. Really hard." Brandon grimaced knowingly. "Ah, so he owes some heavies, and they fucked him up for it." I nodded. "Looks that way. I don't think I should tell you much more." Unable to meet his eyes, I drank more tea. Brandon frowned. "No, you should tell me everything." "No," I insisted vehemently. "You know what I mean. You really shouldn't know anymore." His eyes widened as the underlying meaning of my words hit home. He twisted his mouth around for a moment, as if weighing the pros and cons of pressing the matter. Then he brightened. "Give me $1, he said. "You could hire me, and then we'll have attorney-client privilege, and I can't be subpoenaed if it ever comes to that." I smiled wryly. Pretty sure defending me would qualify as attorney misconduct, Mr. Sterling. Please. No one in Massachusetts has ever been disbarred for sleeping with clients. If that were the case, there would be no more public defenders in the tri-state area. I snorted. "Whatever. I don't want you anywhere near this," I insisted. "The last thing you need in your life is a scandal." Brandon started arguing, but was interrupted by the squeak of rubber soles on tile. We both stood up. "I mean it," I told him, then turned to greet the doctor. "Ms. Crosby?" she asked with a kind smile. "I'm Dr. Carraway." I nodded. "Hi. Nice to meet you. This is my boyfriend." Brandon cut in. "Brandon Sterling." I rolled my eyes at his alpha behavior, even if I did like him introducing himself that way. I was still getting used to it. The doctor raised her eyebrows. Great. All we needed was my dad's doctor to be a Forbes magazine fangirl. Luckily, I didn't have to worry. I'm sorry, Mr. Sterling, but visiting hours are over. Only immediate family is allowed in the ICU right now. You'll have to wait here or in the lobby, said Dr. Carraway firmly. As Brandon started to argue, the doctor held up a hand and shook her head. No exceptions. I tiptoed up to kiss Brandon on the cheek. It's fine. Go to the hotel. I'll see you tomorrow. Absolutely not. I'll wait for you here. He started to protest again, but I shook my head firmly. I don't know how long I'm going to be, and I don't want to feel rushed, I said. Please go. I'll call you when I'm done, okay? A few light creases deepened across his forehead as Brandon glanced between me and the doctor, clearly frustrated by his inability to step in and fix everything. Finally, he sighed and gave up. All right, he said. He leaned down to give me a quick but thorough kiss. Call me as soon as you're ready to go. I'll have David come get you. No, that's not necessary. I'll need to go home anyway and take care of Bubby, and I'm not making David schlep me all the way to Flatbush. He doesn't know the area, and he'll get lost on the way back. The last thing you need is for your driver to be carjacked. Brandon scowled. I don't want you taking the train home by yourself this late at night. I'll take a cab, I conceded. Skylar. Brandon. I promise. Bye. Brandon examined me for a moment, his eyebrows pushed together in concentration. Finally, he brushed his knuckles lightly over my cheek and kissed me lightly on the forehead. All right, but call me when you're home. All right? I watched him leave, then followed the doctor into the ICU. Dad lay in a room full of curtained-off hospital beds. All of them were attached to several different machines and IV bags, and a constant stream of beeps and hums echoed throughout the large room. I couldn't imagine how anyone could sleep with such a racket, but by some miracle, Dad and most of the other patients appeared to be completely out. It was a good thing, too, because at the sight of him, I choked back a deep sob. His face was swollen and purple, with an ugly cut across one eye and bandages over his nose that would have made him unrecognizable if it hadn't been for the familiar floppy hair hanging limply over his distorted features. His left hand was dressed heavily in gauze and splints, while the rest of him lay prostrate, propped up on pillows. We're keeping him sedated to manage the pain, Dr. Carraway informed me. Will he be okay? I asked. Just give it to me straight. Please. Dr. Carraway looked at me frankly. Well, essentially your dad got the shit beat out of him, if you'll excuse my French. I exhaled. Good. I had a doctor who was willing to be honest. Do you know how it happened? I asked, unable to pull my horrified gaze away. The doctor shook her head. No. He's probably scared of whoever did it. He has 6 broken ribs, a fractured nose, a fairly serious liver laceration, and his hand was essentially crushed. 3 second, third, and fourth metacarpals with multiple fractures, and 2 phalanges as well. Look, I've seen injuries like these before, and they require a bit more equipment than just a few punches to the gut. Immediately, I imagined Dad bloodied on the ground, while some faceless goon went at him with a bat. My throat felt like it was going to close. Dr. Carraway put a hand on my shoulder, although I could tell she wasn't the kind of person who offered much in the way of comfort. That was okay. Her job was to take care of my dad, not me. The emergency surgery to repair his liver was successful, the doctor said, but Dad would need another to repair his hand. She expected that would be in another 2 or 3 days, as soon as the biggest dangers from the liver repair had passed. As long as everything went all right, he would be out of the ICU tomorrow, but he might have to stay in the hospital for observation until the second surgery. It's not as bad as it looks, Dr. Carraway said. The hand is really the worst part now, and it's not life-threatening. That wasn't saying much. She didn't know how important his hands were to him. "When will he wake up?" I asked. The doctor shrugged. "Probably not until tomorrow morning. We've got staff here 24/7 to monitor him, but it's best that he sleeps. You could go home and take care of your grandmother. She seems like she needs a steady hand." I grimaced. Undoubtedly, Bubby had been giving the hospital staff a major headache while Dad was in surgery. I reached out to touch Dad's unmarred hand. He stirred and moaned a little. I drew away and followed Dr. Caraway back to the hall, where we could talk without disturbing the patients. "What about his hand?" I asked. Will he regain full function?" Dr. Caraway pressed her lips together. "Your grandmother mentioned that he's a musician. To be honest, that's a question for the hand surgeon, Dr. Bennett, who will be here tomorrow morning. He's great. I know he specializes in some of the newer techniques for metacarpal repair, but I wouldn't expect a miracle." I left the hospital ready to call Brandon, but suddenly all I could see was the shadowy face of my father's attacker, and I knew what I had to do. I did a quick search and pressed dial. "Nick?" I asked after the phone was answered. "It's Skylar. Yeah, I'm at the hospital now. Is there tonight?" Nick answered quickly, but I ignored his avalanche of warnings. All right, I replied. "I get it. Just tell him I'll be there Monday night. Tell him I'll have whatever he wants." I pressed the end button and stepped out to the street to hail a cab. My stomach had flipped about 4 times during the call, and my hands were shaking. Even so, for the first time all night, I felt a sense that I could fix things, even if just a little. Chapter 31. The next morning I woke up to the smell of pancakes. I squinted in the bright sunlight. A dust-speckled ray of light speared the dark interior through a crack in the blinds, landing directly on my face. I sat up and shoved my glasses over my nose. A glance down at my alarm clock informed me that it was 9 o'clock. I groaned. It was well past 3 by the time I'd finally managed to fall asleep last night. I pushed my blankets aside and slipped my feet into my slippers. My suitcase was still in the back of Brandon's car, and everything I still had at the house was all remnants of high school. The Care Bear-covered pajama pants were a Christmas gag gift. My oversized Snoopy t-shirt a souvenir from a family trip to Atlantic City. I shoved my head through a ratty green hoodie with a peeling Department of Sanitation logo across the front. As I walked down to the main floor, the pancakes were even stronger, and I heard Bubby's laughter wafting up with it. Laughter? The last time I'd spoken with her, she'd been close to hysterical. When I crept into the house last night, she'd been asleep in her favorite armchair, the TV blaring with reruns of This Old House. I entered the kitchen and found Brandon sitting at the table, long legs spread comfortably, while he sipped coffee. He wore his usual jeans and a navy Henley, but still managed to look runway ready, a far cry from my sweatshirt and ratty pajamas. He brightened visibly when he saw me in the doorway. "Morning, Sleeping Beauty," Brandon said with a show-stopping smile. "I was just about to sneak upstairs and drag you out of bed. Nice get-up, by the way." I narrowed my eyes, making him laugh, and shoved a hand through my uncombed hair. "Whatever," I mumbled. I trudged over to where Bubby stood at the stove and laid my head on her small shoulder. "Morning, Bubby. Is there hot water for tea?" "It'll be ready in a minute, Bubba. I started it when I heard you coming down." From far away, you wouldn't have known she'd spent the last 24 hours worried sick about her son. But up close, the bags under her eyes were pronounced, and her normally impervious helmet of hair had multiple strands out of place. More noticeable was the absence of commentary about my appearance, noisy footsteps, or any other improvements she felt I should make. I kissed her on the cheek. "Thanks, Bubby. You're the best." I took a seat across from Brandon, who watched me curiously over his cup. "When did you get here?" I asked quietly when he reached over to squeeze my hand. "I thought you were staying at a hotel." "I did, but when I didn't hear from you last night, I got worried.
so I came over first thing. Your grandmother was up and let me in."
"He came over like a gentleman to check on your father and offer help," Bubby added, as she flipped a pancake onto a plate already stacked with them. A skillet loaded with scrambled eggs sizzled as she stirred them around. "I don't understand why you didn't offer to let him stay here. We're not animals, Skylar. We have a guest room." She turned around to look knowingly at Brandon, as if the sagging double bed shoved into the corner of a room mostly dedicated to storing Dad's instruments demonstrated something critical about our wealth. It wouldn't have taken her long to figure out that Brandon had money. Through the window, I could see David's silhouette in the Mercedes. Even in his casual attire, Brandon looked like he had walked out of a fashion spread, and the white gold of his watch band gleamed, untarnished in the sunlight. I shook my head. The last thing I needed was for Bubby to get dollar signs in her eyes. I'd be getting engagement tips every day for the next month.
"I'll keep that in mind for next time, Mrs. Crosby. I'm sure your guest room is a lot more comfortable than the stiff beds at the Waldorf," Brandon said as he hid a smile behind the rim of his mug.
"Ooh, the Waldorf." Humming with approval, Bubby brought over the plate of pancakes and eggs. I hopped up from my chair when the kettle on the stove began to whistle. "Any word on Dad this morning?" I asked, as I started the process of making my tea. Bubby took a seat and began serving everyone monstrous portions, starting with Brandon. "They said he's awake and should be ready to get out of that place tomorrow. Are you going to visit today?" I nodded as I sat down. Brandon slid a warm hand over my knee, but didn't stop shoveling eggs into his mouth. Bubby watched with satisfaction. The guy could really eat. "Yes, I am," I answered her. "He still hasn't seen me. Plus, I also want to find out the official prognosis for his hand."
"Oi, his poor hand,"
Bubby said as she clasped her own palm to her cheek.
"Your poor father. I don't know what he'll do if it doesn't heal right, if he can't play anymore. Music is my Daniel's real joy, you see," she informed Brandon, who nodded, mouthful.
"I think the bigger question is when he can get himself into some kind of therapy," I said dryly. Truthfully, the thought of Dad unable to play anymore cut me so deep. I couldn't yet bear to consider the idea, but right now I was more concerned with his immediate circumstances.
"Therapy? For what?"
Bubby asked, eyes suddenly darting back to Brandon. I sighed. I knew she would fight this. Bubby was not the type who would ever want to believe her beloved son needed psychiatric help. She'd practically ignored it the first time around, when I'd been there to make sure he attended his sessions. This time, however, I'd need her on board in my absence. "Bubby, Dad's sick," I said gently, laying a hand on her small, wrinkled one. "He needs help."
"Skylar, we have company,"
she said, looking back at Brandon with a nervous smile. Brandon glanced between us and swallowed his last bite of eggs. Then he stood up.
"I'm going to bring David some food,"
he said with a sympathetic look at me. He filled up a clean plate and ducked out before Bubby could protest or even offer extra cutlery. I turned back to my grandmother, who was now uncharacteristically quiet. "This stuff with Dad and Granddad," I said. "It's not their fault. It's an addiction, Bubby, and we need to help Dad before it kills him." A lone tear fell down my grandmother's otherwise stalwart face. She swiped at it with a manicured finger. Several of her nails were uncharacteristically chipped, and a few even looked like they had been bitten down completely. She must have had as terrible a night as I'd had. Maybe worse. I took the hand and squeezed.
I can't. What will people think?" she asked.
Her voice was so weak. I wanted to hug her and tell her it didn't matter, that Dad would be fine no matter what. But the truth was, we didn't know. Even after everything was healed, we didn't know how deep he was in or what kind of psychological damage the possible loss of his hand, his livelihood, would be. "Does it matter, Bubby?" I said. "It will be better than if he's found in the East River. Don't you think?" She knew I was thinking of Granddad. It was maybe a dirty trick for me to suggest the same fate for her son, but we couldn't afford to be ostriches with our heads in the sand. Dad needed help, and we needed to make sure he got it. Bubby sat there for a moment longer, wiping away a few more errant tears with one hand, gripping mine with the other. Then, at last, she looked straight at me, dark brown eyes clear and focused.
You say these doctors, this therapy, will help him? Better than last time?
I cocked my head in sympathy. It's better than nothing, right? She considered my words for a moment more, then nodded.
All right, then. You say he needs to go? I'll make sure he goes. That's that.
I patted her on the shoulder, but Bubby waved my hand away, instead picking up her fork and taking a bite of her breakfast with finality. That was the thing about Bubby. Once her decisions were made, there was no more room for talking, just doing. After breakfast, Brandon snuck upstairs to help me get dressed, while Bubby watched her morning programs. He had to duck to enter the small doorway, but once inside he took a comfortable seat on my unmade bed and looked around curiously. "You're like Cinderella," he commented, "living in the attic." I looked at the exposed rafters and shrugged. "I moved up here when I was a kid. Privacy. I can imagine needing that with your grandmother." Brandon kicked off his shoes, watching with appreciation as I changed. Just as I was starting to pull on my jeans, my arm was seized, and I found myself pulled onto the bed atop Brandon's large, warm body. "Come here," he said softly as he wrapped me close and tucked my head into his chest. With his touch, I felt the tension in my body lessen as I inhaled his clean, comforting scent. One of his hands splayed over my naked back, while the other brushed stray hairs out of my face. After a moment, he tipped my head up so he could see me clearly. "How are you doing?" he asked softly. "I was worried about you last night." I gulped. "I'm sorry, I should have let you know I was on my way. I felt so overwhelmed. I forgot until I got home." I had ended up sending a quick text before I'd gone to sleep, but turned off my phone before receiving his reply. I hadn't wanted to talk to anyone. Brandon just kissed me softly on the forehead and continued to stroke my hair. His movements were gentle, clearly without any ulterior motive even though I was topless, and it should have been exactly what I wanted after the previous harrowing night. But instead, the mild restlessness bloomed. The rhythmic swell of his chest was less comforting and more tempting. My hands, as if of their own accord, found the hem of his shirt and slid beneath it to find his ridged obliques. I outlined his muscles, humming with pleasure while I pressed my face into his neck, eager to inhale even more of him. When my mouth opened against his pulse, Brandon sucked in a sharp breath. The hand at my back tensed. "Skylar," he rumbled. His vocal cords vibrated deliciously against my lips. "What?" I mumbled against his stubble. My tongue touched his skin. Brandon shivered. You don't need to do this." "Ah!" He jumped slightly as my lips sucked more determinedly at his jaw. "I just mean, that's not what I came up here for." I sat up. "Babe?" I asked. I traced one finger down his chest and toyed with the 3 buttons that closed his Henley. Brandon watched me, his eyes wide and unsure. "Yeah, I don't want to be sad right now," I stated, as I unfastened the top button and moved to the second. "Right now, I just want to be with you. So can we just mess around and pretend for a few minutes like I don't have a shit day ahead of me?" I finished with the 3rd button and pulled his collar open so I could slide my hand under the waffled fabric. The hand on my back tightened just a bit more. I leaned in to kiss him gently on either side of his mouth. Brandon remained stock still. "Please?" I asked, my mouth hovering just over his. "Can you help me?" The words seemed to bring him out of whatever philosophical argument he'd been having with himself. His other hand threaded its fingers roughly through my messy locks and pulled me down, showing me just how thoroughly he could help with a vigorous kiss.
I feel like I'm just a kid again, sneaking into the neighbor girl's bedroom so we could neck, he said a few moments later. I splayed over his body, eager to feel as much of him as possible beneath me. Did you do that with a lot of neighbor girls? I could just imagine Brandon, tall and handsome, if a little gawky, flashing his pearly whites for an invitation into a girl's bedroom. Take this off. I yanked at the hem of his Henley, and he allowed me to pull it over his head. Maybe a few, he said after another thorough kiss. What about you? Any boys climb in through the attic window? I smiled. Not really. Tommy Leibowitz tried once, but he broke the branch of the oak tree. No one else could get in after that. Well, Tommy Leibowitz ain't got nothing on me, baby, Brandon growled. Not when it comes to you. His fingers gripped my hair while his other hand cupped my ass and pressed me into his erection, causing a low moan in the back of my throat. My breath caught in my chest, and suddenly I forgot that my grandmother was only a few flights of stairs away from my unlocked door. In fact, the idea made the whole thing that much hotter. I couldn't get him naked fast enough. Off, I mumbled into his mouth, tearing at the buttons of his jeans under me. Brandon growled and lifted his legs, with me on them, just enough to scoot off his jeans and boxers. My underwear soon followed. One arm encircled my waist in an unforgiving grip, the other around my neck as he yanked me down to meet his hungry mouth. My hair fell around us in a thick, reddish canopy. Fuck, Skylar. He growled in between kisses. Fuck. I could feel him rubbing against me, and the friction made me needier by the second. I rolled my hips, helping the movement along. It was a dangerous game we were playing, but he felt so good there. I absolutely ached for him. I rolled my hips again, catching us by surprise when I lost my balance and took him completely and unexpectedly. I gasped at the sudden, immediate penetration. Brandon's big body arched at the contact, and he cursed again. Fuck. We stared at each other, both of us shocked and undeniably turned on. If the involuntary movements of both of our hips were any indication. I swallowed, and before I could lose myself in the movements, I pushed off him and hopped down to the floor. Ah! He yelped, almost as if in pain. Condom, I muttered, as I tried to remember if I had any here. My jeans pocket. God damn it, hurry! Frantically, I rifled through his pants until I found a strip of condoms. I tore one off and practically jumped back onto him before sliding it on as quickly as I could. Brandon grabbed my hips and shoved me down again, forcing me to take him fully. He took my hand and pressed it just above where our flesh met. Touch yourself, he ordered. His hips began to move. Barely able to think because my mind was so clouded with desire, I did as he said, massaging the tender spot while I reveled in the fullness of him. This was exactly what I needed. He was what I needed. Did you like that, baby? He growled as he thrust, his hands locked on my hip bones. Did you like how I felt? With nothing on? I couldn't answer, only able to feel the length of him spearing me while I worked my fingers. I moaned, just as he tugged me down to his eager mouth. His hands were steel while we rocked mercilessly, again and again and again. My fingers, trapped between our bodies, moved ferociously in time to his harsh rhythm. That's how it's meant to be, baby, he said. Just you and me, Skylar. Nothing between us. Brandon slowed his movements, causing me to sit back up and whimper. Both hands released my legs, and his deft fingers found my nipples, pinching them in a way that sent pulses of need straight through me, down to that place where his body met mine. His hips rolled slowly, forcing me to feel every single inch of him as he created that delicious friction. God, the shape of him was made for it. There was no other explanation as to how he was somehow able to make me come better than I could ever do for myself. My fingers pressed harder, doubling up on pleasure as I closed my eyes. One day, you're going to feel me all the way, baby, Brandon said in between shattered breaths. Just me, deep inside you, until you just can't take any more. He matched his thrusts to his words,
each one stronger than the last, as he finally forced me to come undone. "Fuck!" I cried as I began to shake uncontrollably. "Ah!" His hands released my aching breasts, and one grasped me around the neck, pulling me back down into his vibrating body. We shook desperately together, stricken with pleasure until we both lay limp and lifeless. Our only movement the rise and fall of Brandon's chest as he fought to catch his breath. Finally, Brandon tilted my head up and laid a soft kiss on my lips. "That was," I started. "Intense," he finished. One hand stroked the top of my head, then fell lifelessly to the mattress. Fuck. I've never wanted to do that so badly. Shit, Skylar, we almost... I know. I murmured into his chest. I know. I'm sorry. We lay silently, recovering as the reality of what had just happened gradually dawned on us both. "It's okay," he said. "I didn't come. Wasn't even close. I'm on the pill," I said. The thump of his heartbeat rose clearly against my cheek. It pounded loudly, as sturdy as he was. "That's not what I was thinking about." "Oh, well, I'm clean, I promise. I was tested not too long ago. I'll show you if you want." "That's fine," I interrupted, not yet ready to lose the hazy post-coital warmth. "I'm clean, too. I had a physical last month, and I was tested then." "So, we're good," Brandon said. I sighed with pure contentment. "Yeah, we're good." The contrast of his warm skin against the cool air was welcoming, and my body melted further into his. "This room feels like you," Brandon commented a few moments later. "What, like in me?" My crude joke earned me a mild smack on the backside. "No, perv," he said, "just in general. I didn't see you as a mad woman in the attic, but other than the creepy rafters, it's pretty much like I expected. The dollhouse furniture and the posters. It's such a damn girl's room." I returned his light-hearted smack, but I ended up hitting more mattress than man. In my sex haze, though, I didn't really care if he thought my teenage bedroom was so typical. "What did yours look like?" I grumbled. "At the Petersons, the group home, or Dorchester." His body stiffened slightly, and the arms that had drifted down my back tightened to prevent me from sitting up to look at him. "Shit. I don't really remember the room at my mom's place," Brandon said quietly. I lay perfectly still, silently urging him on. "I usually shared a room with 2, even 3 other kids at the other place. Ray and Susan have a house in Somerville. Nothing special, just a little colonial. My room was on the 2nd floor and overlooked the barbecue in the backyard. They gave me a bunch of Ray's old furniture from his grad school days. Susan took me down to Newbury Comics to pick out posters." I wanted so badly to sit up to see Brandon's face while he was talking, but his arms held me still. "She made me choose 3, he continued, and when she realized I'd never listened to anything other than Kieran's radio, she ended up buying me a cassette player and about 20 of her favorite albums." His chest shook slightly with laughter under my cheek. I thought, this lady is crazy, but I didn't stop her. No one had ever done anything like that for me before. "Did you like her pics?" I asked. I hadn't met Susan yet, but now I really wanted to. Her kindness was touching. Some of them. I wasn't really into Carly Simon, but I did like Springsteen. I used to listen to The River over and over again. Ray hated it, but Susan made him let me keep it on. Everyone else I knew back then was crazy about, I don't know, Marky Mark or some shit like that. But I just wanted to listen to the boss. I didn't say anything. Just imagined a 12-year-old Brandon in his room, working hard at his new old desk, trying to impress his foster parents even while he was at odds with them. I wondered if he was tall at that age, too, or if he was still small enough that only his toes touched the floor. "That explains the Springsteen preference," I said. "You sound like a model ward. I can't imagine why Ray would have had such a problem." Brandon's chest rumbled with a low chuckle beneath me. "Well, I wasn't a bookworm most of the time. I liked school, but I also liked sneaking out to meet my friends. I got into more than enough trouble to earn Ray's disappointment." Well, you don't now, I said grumpily, recalling Ray's attitude. I didn't care how many things he had done for Brandon in the past. I hated the cold manner with which he treated a man who clearly thought the world of him. Maybe. Before I could pursue the cryptic response, Brandon swiftly turned the conversation back to me. I wouldn't have pegged you for a Smiths fan. That's more for old people like me. I was thinking more like Dashboard Confessional. I shrugged. He ripped off Morrissey anyway. Besides, what the Smiths lack in composition, they make up with ironic lyrics. So, is that all you like about my house? My old concert posters and flea market furniture? It's basically a garage sale compared to your house. Brandon's fingers drifted over my shoulders until they clasped together over my back. I could feel the soft rhythm of his breath in my hair. Eventually, I started to wonder if he had fallen asleep. No, he answered at last. His voice was low and distant, a contrast to the immediacy of his body. I like it because it feels like you. Brandon took several more breaths, and then said so low I could barely hear it. It feels like home. Chapter 32. Bubby's feet on the stairs woke us less than an hour later. Brandon and I jumped out of bed like guilty teenagers and stumbled around, pinching at each other in between bouts of laughter. I quickly dressed in jeans, a thin black sweater, and my worn black motorcycle boots before we left to see Dad. Brandon stayed in the hospital lobby to work while I took the elevator up to where Dad was. He'd been moved out of the ICU, thankfully. I found him lying in bed, flipping through the TV channels. A curtain was pulled around the bed of the other patient in the room. I knocked lightly on the open door, and Dad looked up. His face still had a gray pallor with purple circles under his eyes and a bandage over his nose, but it brightened when he caught sight of me. "Peps," he croaked with a hoarse, strained voice. I winced as I sat down in the seat next to him. "Hey, Dad." He turned off the television and allowed me to set the remote on his side table. Then I squeezed his good hand. The bruises on his face were already turning a mottled mix of purple, yellow, and blue, and it looked like the swelling around his cut eye was going down. He gave me a sheepish grin and grimaced when the movement jogged the mask over his nose. "Careful, old man," I said, though I couldn't stop my voice from wavering. Before I could stop them, tears welled up and started to fall down my cheeks. I buried my face in his leg. "Oh, Dad." He didn't say anything, but I felt his good hand stroke my hair. My sobs came, hard and heavy. "I'm sorry," he whispered over and over again. "So sorry, sweetheart." His words only made me cry harder, and I didn't stop until a nurse bustled in, announcing with some awkwardness that she needed to take his vitals. "Of course," I sniffled, pushing my chair back to give her room. I grabbed a tissue from the nightstand and dabbed at my eyes, where no doubt streaks of mascara tracked down my cheeks. "Everything looks good, right, Gina?" Dad asked with a sly smile. "Good enough to steal you away from that husband of yours, right?" Gina, who was probably in her early 60s, just rapped him lightly on the head and made a few marks on his chart. "We have to watch this one," she told me with a grin. "He's up to no good. I'll be back in an hour, so behave, Danny, you hear?" "Not if I can help it," Dad said with a weak grin as Gina walked out. I did my best to smile back, but Dad's face fell at my expression. The tears rose again. "Peps, please don't cry," he begged. I took a deep breath and sucked the tears down. "I'm okay. Sorry." Dad watched me carefully and lay back on his pillow, clearly worn out already. "I'm so sorry," he said again quietly. "I'm so sorry you have to deal with this." "You're sorry," I repeated numbly. "Yeah." I stared at my hands, which gripped the cool metal arms of my chair. My knuckles turned white before I released them. Another tear fell. I sniffed it back. "Dad," I said softly. "Daddy." "Pip, You could have died." We stared at each other, the gravity of the words falling between us like a gavel. He was lucky his injuries weren't worse. He was lucky he wasn't at the bottom of the East River. He knew it, and I knew it. I stared at his maimed hand, which was resting in a suspended sling hanging from the bed, presumably to help with the swelling. "What did the hand doctor say?" I asked. Dad shrugged, then winced at the movement.
"He hasn't come yet. They said he'd be here this morning."
I nodded. I reached out as if to touch his hand, but he shirked at even the idea of it. Dad stared out the window next to him. A pair of pigeons tapped lightly at the pane, but beyond them, there was only the red brick siding of another hospital wing. "Dad," I said gently. "Dad?" He looked back at me, his tired eyes full of pain and fear and glossed slightly.
"Shit, Pips. I'm just so damn ashamed, you know? I never wanted you or Ma to get wrapped up in all of this, and now I don't know what we're going to do."
It was obvious he wasn't just talking about his hand. "It'll be all right," I told him, wishing I could say it with more conviction. "I promise. It will be all right." Dr. Bennett, the hand doctor, arrived a few minutes later, moving quickly and hanging some of the x-rays that had been taken the night before. He rattled off the Latin names of at least 5 different breaks. Dr. Carraway hadn't been lying last night. The hand really had been effectively crushed.
"I see a lot of construction workers with this kind of injury," Dr. Bennett said, as we all gazed at the x-ray. "Usually when some kind of beam falls on their hand."
"It was a hammer,"
Dad corrected him quietly. My stomach dropped, but I stayed quiet. The doctor cleared his throat before informing us that Dad would need at least one extensive surgery to repair the damage, and at least 6 to 9 months of physical therapy to regain use of his hand, although full use could take up to 2 years, maybe longer. When I asked about the piano, Dad turned white and shook his head. Dr. Bennett, an abrupt, middle-aged man with a scant sense of bedside manner, had taken one look at Dad and said he'd make that assessment after the surgery. Dad would be able to finish recuperating from the liver surgery at home after all, but he'd need to come back early next week for the first, and hopefully the only, surgery on his hand. I waited until Dad fell asleep with his next round of Percocet before leaving to find Brandon and run some errands. I wanted the house to have everything Dad loved when he came home. Brandon, feeling helpless, insisted that I allow David to drive us from place to place while Brandon worked. So we zigzagged around Brooklyn, picking up random things I thought Dad would like. A cheesecake from Junior's, whiskey from the liquor store, knishes from a deli just off Ocean Avenue. Brandon had the brilliant idea of stopping at a mall to purchase an iPod and a music streaming service. Dad, of course, wouldn't be able to listen to his records downstairs while he was on bed rest. When we stopped for some of Dad's favorite challah from a bakery on Ditmas Avenue, David ended up parking the car across the street from Nick's bar. I knew it was a bad idea, but I had too much angry energy built up after the hospital visit. I decided to pop in to see if Nick had delivered my message. Maybe I wouldn't have to wait until Monday to talk to the guy who had beaten my father senseless. "I'll be right back," I called through the backseat window to Brandon, who was on another phone call. "What?" he mouthed, but I just tossed the bread on the seat and took off across the street. Considering it was only a few hours into the afternoon, Nick's wasn't technically open, but I guessed he would get there early to prepare for sound check and do inventory or whatever else was needed to open a bar. I was right. The narrow space seemed even darker than usual in contrast with the bright sunshine. "Nick?" I called as my eyes adjusted enough to make out his lumbering form behind the bar, where he was refilling bowls of nuts. Nick looked up with surprise.
"Hey, kid. What are you doing here?"
"I just came to drop off that message," I said as I approached.
"Ah, well, actually, funny you should say that."
Nick nodded his square-shaped head in the direction of the stage, where a small card table had been set up and was surrounded by 4 men in cheap slacks and button-down shirts. I recognized the one closest to us immediately. Victor Messina. "What's he doing here?" I whispered. Was this where Dad had run up his debts? I doubted his trouble was only stirred up at a horse track. Nick shrugged, obviously uncomfortable.
It's a free country, baby girl, and the bar's open. But I don't know about this, kid.
I looked suspiciously back at the table, which was littered with glasses of liquor and lit cigars. Normally, it was illegal to smoke inside public establishments in New York, but these guys didn't seem to think there was any problem.
I heard my name. What can I help you with, honey?
Messina strode up and gave me a head-to-toe look that made me want to jump into a shower. He looked exactly as I remembered. His stumpy form was a walking cliché for a small-time gangster. Short and stocky with slicked black hair, meaty hands, and a paunch that tested the buttons of his thin blue shirt. He grinned lasciviously, revealing a mouth of crooked, tobacco-stained teeth.
"You look familiar, doll," he said. "Do I know you?"
It took everything I had not to roll my eyes. This guy thought he was Lucky Luciano.
She's Danny's kid,
Nick put in quietly before skittering to the other side of the bar to busy himself stacking glassware. Messina looked at me up and down again, this time a bit more critically.
"That's it. You got the face. Them freckles like his. Guys, you see them freckles?"
He looked back to where his cohorts chuckled, but when he turned, his eyes hardened.
"You wearing a wire, cutie?"
I sighed, then undid the top two buttons of my sweater and spread it across my chest so he could see there was no listening device. Messina eyed my modest cleavage appreciatively. I clapped my sweater closed, and his belly jiggled when he chuckled again.
"Pants, too,"
he said as he beckoned with a few beefy fingers. I grimaced, but unzipped my jeans to reveal the top of my underwear.
"Lace, huh? Very nice. We got a fancy girl here,"
Messina leered.
Everything okay?
I whirled around to find Brandon striding quickly down the long tunnel of the bar front. His eyes flicked angrily down to my undone pants, which I quickly refastened. "Fine," I told him, giving him my best, get the hell out of here look I could muster. "You can wait for me outside. We're just finishing up." Brandon ignored me and moved smoothly around several bar stools to come next to me. Reluctantly, I turned to Messina, who was watching with obvious suspicion, an expression mirrored by the trio of goons at the card table.
"Who's your friend, Red?"
Messina asked in a not particularly welcoming voice. The sound of the familiar moniker made me want to smack his doughy face, but I did my best to ignore the impulse. Just a friend helping out with my dad. Inwardly, I cursed the way my voice cracked at the mention of my father's condition. The men behind Messina snickered too, and I wondered which one of them was responsible. Had only one of them beaten him nearly senseless? Or had they taken turns targeting his various body parts?
"Skylar's a friend of mine," Brandon reiterated. "I was in the neighborhood, so I thought I'd help her out."
I didn't miss the intensification of his accent as he spoke. I wondered if the sudden change was on purpose. He showed no signs of anger or frustration, only the slight emphasis on the word help.
"Boston, eh?"
Messina asked.
"South End?"
Brandon's jaw locked, his body assuming an eerily still pose.
"Dorchester."
He set a hand casually on the bar top behind me, his body language clearly marking me as his territory. I didn't hate it. Messina raised an eyebrow knowingly.
"Born and raised?"
Brandon nodded again.
"Near Fields Corner. You know anyone up there?"
By this point, his accent was so thick the words near, corner, and there sounded like they didn't include the letter R. Nia, Kana, and there.
Yeah. I got a few acquaintances,"
Messina said. They were clearly talking about the crime syndicate in Boston, and I stared at Brandon. He hadn't mentioned those kinds of connections before. Was he faking it?
"Yeah.
I went to school with Mickey Larson and Doug Murphy,"
Brandon was saying.
We used to run together before they got locked up."
"How about that?"
Messina asked, his eyebrows now rising in clear recognition. His thick frame relaxed at the names, and I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The pissing contest was officially over.
How they doing? Mickey's still in the joint, ain't he?"
"They both are." Brandon and Messina launched into a short conversation about the various times they'd both had with Brandon's old friends, getting into enough detail that Messina completely forgot to ask Brandon's name, particularly after Brandon bought him a drink.
"I suppose we should get back to business,"
Messina said reluctantly, as Nick poured 2 more hefty fingers of bourbon into his glass.
"You all right with that, sweetheart? I'm happy to have my associates escort your tall friend here to give us some privacy."
The way he said the word privacy made my spine clench, and Brandon stiffened, his fingertips suddenly white on the bar top. There was no way he was leaving unless he was unconscious. No. He can stay," I managed. Messina leaned heavily on the bar.
"If you say so. Well, honey, I'm sure you know that your father's in a bit of trouble."
I took a deep breath. "Yes, I know. I'd like to pay his debt." Messina raised a caterpillar-shaped brow.
"All of it?"
I nodded. "Whatever it is, I can manage it."
"Well, I'll tell you what, gorgeous. Since I like you and your friend here, I'll make you a deal. If you can get me 25% of the $200K your dad owes me by Monday, you can have until the end of the month to give me the rest."
I swallowed. Dad's apology made me think it was a lot, but I wasn't expecting that much. It would take every penny left in my trust fund to make just the first payment, and Bubby would probably have to take out a second mortgage for the rest. But there was nothing to be done about it. If we didn't pay, Dad would have his other hand ruined. Or worse. "Okay," I breathed, willing myself to sound steadier than I was. "Skylar," Brandon warned. "It's fine," I said a little louder, looking straight at Messina. I pulled out the checkbook I'd brought with me for this exact purpose and started scribbling numbers before I was interrupted.
"That's very cute, sweetheart, but I'm gonna need cash."
I gulped. Of course. How stupid. Slowly, I put my checkbook away and looked up. Should I leave it here? Before he could answer, a paper bag I hadn't realized Brandon was carrying slammed on the bar between Messina and me.
"That's half,"
Brandon uttered casually. The only sign of his tension a ticking muscle in his jaw as Messina pulled out 10 thick stacks of $100 bills.
"Lucky you got a friend who knows something about how these things work, sweetheart,"
Messina remarked, as he picked up the stacks and thumbed through them appreciatively, before shoving them back into the bag and tossing it to his associates.
"Count it,"
he barked. "Where did you get that?" I muttered into Brandon's ear behind me. "I came prepared," he whispered back. I frowned. How had he known we would stop here? Was he planning this the entire time? Messina turned back to us, this time with renewed interest in Brandon.
"Danny knows where to deliver the rest of the money,"
Messina said, as he perused the tower of tension standing behind me.
"He's done it plenty of other times."
I bit back a reply as I watched the men count the stiff bills. This had been going on for a lot longer than I'd thought.
"And gorgeous. It goes without saying, but if I even smell a whiff of the cops—"
"You won't," I said sharply. "And you'll get your money."
"Excellent. Shall we have another drink to celebrate our business together?"
Messina leered at me, his portly face twisting in a complete perversion of a smile. Brandon grabbed my hand.
"No, we've got some things to do,"
he said tightly. I nodded my agreement and Messina shrugged.
"All right then, sweetheart,"
he said as he looked over his shoulder to check on his lackey's progress. One of them gave a nod, and Messina looked back at me and winked.
"I'll see you in a month, Red."
At that, Brandon practically dragged me out of the bar, barely allowing me to wave at Nick before we plowed back into the sunshine. Brandon kept my hand locked in his until we were back inside the plush interior of the car.
"Go,"
he barked at David, who immediately pulled away while Brandon checked over my shoulder to make sure we hadn't been followed. Now he was involved in this mess, and it wouldn't be good if Messina or his nameless henchman caught wind of Brandon's money. I slumped into my seat. After we had turned the block, Brandon finally looked to me, eyes blazing.
"What the fuck were you doing in there?" he spat. "That was really fucking stupid, Skylar."
His accent was even more pronounced now than it was in the bar. This time I didn't think it was on purpose. I gaped. "Says the man who was carrying $100,000 as walking around money. Are you serious? What were you even doing with that?" Brandon's blue eyes flashed.
"Your dad's in trouble. I didn't know how much he owed, but it was enough to get the shit beat out of him, so I estimated. I didn't know we were going to meet up with Messina today, but it was bound to happen. I knew what I was doing, Skylar. You have no idea what those kinds of people are capable of."
"Actually, I do," I retorted. "It was my granddad who ended up floating in the East River, and it's my dad who's laid up in the hospital, not yours. In case you forgot, this isn't the first time he's gotten in trouble." I laughed, a shrill, harsh bark that seemed to echo around us. "I didn't want to drag you into this mess, Brandon, but you seem dead set on it. So you should know that this isn't the first time I've had to deal with Victor fucking Messina." In the front seat, David's eyes flickered back to mine in the rearview mirror before turning forward again.
"David,"
Brandon barked.
"headphones."
He pressed his lips together, considering while David followed orders.
"How many other times?"
I crossed my arms and slumped further. I hated that I even had to tell him any of this. Twice before. Once when I was in high school. It wasn't a huge debt, just $10,000, but we had to sell most of Bubby's jewelry and take a bit out of my college fund to make good on it. The last time was during my first year at Harvard, and I also paid that off from my school fund. I didn't mention those were only the times we'd had to deal with Messina. I wasn't even counting the other petty debts Dad had run up around the neighborhood when I was just a kid. Usually after one of the times my mom would leave. Those, thankfully, hadn't been too life-altering, even if some shady characters showed up on our doorstep every so often.
"And do you really think paying these shitheads off helps?" Brandon asked incredulously. "Who do you think it is that gets him back to the tables and track?"
"You don't know that," I said weakly, although I was already distinctly aware that Dad had probably been conned into this mess at some point.
"I know how people like this work, and so do you. Your dad's a target, Skylar."
"And now so are you!" I exploded, rubbing my fingers over the bridge of my nose. This entire situation was giving me a massive headache. "You think I don't know Messina's a cockroach? That piece of shit and people like him have been making my family miserable my entire life. But until I can get my dad out of this goddamn city, paying him off is the best I can do." We sat in silence for a few moments. Brandon sighed.
"Where are you going to get that kind of money?"
he asked quietly. I looked down where my hands were now clasped in my lap. Not that it's any of your business, but I still have some left in the fund my mother gave me for school. I was hoping to gift it to my dad for his retirement, but obviously it's needed now. I'll pay you back the other half once I start working this fall. I didn't mention the fact that we'd still have to take a loan against the value of the house. It wouldn't be as much as I thought, but it would have to be done. Brandon rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
"I'll pay it," he said, "and we'll get your dad the hell out of New York and into rehab before he ends up back in the hospital."
"He won't go," I said. "Believe me, I've tried. I begged him to come to Boston with me, but Brandon, he won't budge. He's got 4 years left before he makes pension. His band is here, and my grandmother would rather kill herself than leave her house. She's lived here her whole life. I bet I could count on one hand the number of times she's even left the 5 boroughs." Brandon opened his mouth to argue, but I held up a hand. "Besides, it's like you said. He's a target," I continued. "You know how these people work. You did a decent job of convincing him that you probably got that money the same way he gets his. But if Victor Messina ever gets even a hint of who you really are, you better believe he'll ask for a lot more than just my dad's debt." A simple Google search would do him in. I thought again how lucky he was that Messina hadn't asked for Brandon's name, or even seen his car. The idea of those thugs showing up at Brandon's posh townhouse, threatening him or doing worse, Suddenly I saw Brandon in the hospital bed. The thought made my blood run cold. The car pulled to a stop. Brandon just stared out the window at the shabby brown house where Bubby had lived since she'd gotten married. She'd had my father in that house. She'd raised me in that house. I knew my family. They'd never leave. All right, he said at last with a lot more conviction than I knew he felt. He took my hand and ran his thumb over my knuckles. But I'll still give you the money for it.
The hell you will,
I thought. It's really fine. No, Skylar. Brandon's tone was quiet, but final. He ignored my glare, opened the door, and slipped out before I could respond. He walked a few steps toward the rusty metal gate and waited for me there. After a few more moments, I followed him. Brandon could have his way for now, but there was no way in hell I was going to let him pay off this debt. Brandon waited while I fished my keys out of my purse. Before unlocking the door, I looked up at him. You can go, if you want, I said quietly. His face screwed up with confusion. What? Why would I do that? I know you're upset with me. I gave a weak shrug. I wasn't going to change my mind, but that didn't mean I couldn't see his side of things. Brandon nodded his head from side to side as if weighing my statement. You must be crazy if you think I would leave you alone after today. After that.
I am not crazy,
I wanted to shout, but had to settle for an emphatic whisper, knowing Bubby was likely lurking around the windows. And nothing is going to happen. You heard him. I have until the end of the month. I'll be fine. Okay, fine. But baby, Red? I'm not. The tenderness of his words cut the argument right out of my mouth, and I stood there, my lips hanging slightly open as I processed his words. What do you mean? Skylar, Brandon cut himself off with a quick chew of his bottom lip. Red, if something happened to you, I wouldn't forgive myself. And if I'm stuck at that hotel or on the way back to Boston wondering if you're okay, well, I'll be the crazy one then. All right? I'm not My mouth was swiftly covered by his, silencing any reply with the gentle force of his lips and tongue. He cupped my face, and I melted, opening myself up to his touch. After the stress of the last 24 hours, I was ready for this. Just to be held, to be cared for. When it ended, I lay my head against the solid strength of his body. Please, I said into his chest. The image of Brandon hurt appeared in my mind again, and I suddenly felt broken. Hollow. What is it, Red? He asked, stroking my hair from my face. Just leave it alone. Promise me you'll leave it all alone. Brandon sighed, his handsome features contorted with frustration, but he must have seen something that changed his mind. His frown disappeared and was replaced by sadness and maybe a little understanding. He exhaled through his nose and touched his forehead to mine. All right, he said quietly. We'll do things your way for now. But if things go wrong, you can step in, I finished. I tipped my head up for another kiss. That's a promise. Chapter 33. All set? I took the discharge papers from Dad and handed them back to the nurse. She nodded. That's it. An attendant will be up shortly with a wheelchair. Dad was already trying to swing his legs out of bed, but the nurse stopped him with a wave of her hand. If you just wait, sir, the attendant will help you, she said. Hospital policy. Better do what she says, Danny. Brandon hovered in the corner, nodding to the nurse as she ducked out of the room with a schmaltzy smile. I rolled my eyes at her. Several of the hospital staff, male and female, had been making excuses to come into the room since Brandon had arrived with me this morning. To his credit, he hadn't been anything but distant and polite to any of them, but it was irritating just the same. Dad sat back with a resigned sigh. The nurse had helped him dress in the sweats I'd brought from the house, so at least he wasn't stuck in a hospital gown anymore. Before he could respond, a loud buzz from Brandon's phone rang out. I should probably take this, Brandon said. Hello? A shrill female voice blared unintelligibly throughout the room, and immediately Brandon's easygoing demeanor vanished. "She fucking what?" he exploded. He looked up to find Dad and me both staring. "Hold on. I'm at the hospital with Skylar." Brandon covered the phone speaker with his hand and looked at us with an uneasy expression. I need a minute. If I'm not back by the time the attendant comes, I'll meet you downstairs. David is already there with the car." Without waiting for a response, Brandon ducked out. I turned to Dad, whose bemusement was evident even beneath the layers of bruises and a nose brace. "Got a temper, doesn't he?" I looked back at the door. "Not usually. I hope everything is okay." Dad nodded. We sat silently together, watching the news while we waited. A few minutes later, Brandon returned with his frown lines more pronounced than usual, and his hair sticking up in the back. It obviously hadn't been the best phone call. "Everything okay?" I asked warily. He ran his hand through his hair again, trying in vain to smooth it out. His efforts only made it worse. "Not really. Something's come up. I'm so sorry, but I have to get back to Boston. There's a deal that's gone to shit. Sorry, Danny." My dad waved away the profanity with his good hand. "Like I ain't said worse 1,000,000 times." I walked to where Brandon stood, as if programmed. His hands moved immediately to my waist and pulled me close. "When are you leaving?" I asked. "There's a helicopter on standby downtown," he murmured. He inhaled deeply, as if to breathe in as much of my scent as possible. "Okay. Should I call a cab?" Brandon shook his head. "No, I'm getting one. David will still take you home before he drives back to Boston." He released me with one arm and turned to face my father. "Danny, I hope it's not overstepping, but I've also arranged for a home aide for the next several weeks to help Skylar and your mother while you're out of commission." "Oh, you really didn't have to," Dad started but was swiftly interrupted. "It's the least I can do since I don't get to see your daughter for a few weeks." Brandon released me completely and stepped over to Dad to shake his good hand. "Take care, Danny." Dumbfounded, Dad nodded and mumbled his thanks. Brandon turned to me. "Walk me out?" "I'll be right back," I assured Dad, and followed Brandon to the elevators. "I'm sorry I have to leave," he said as he pressed the down button. He pulled me back into his arms. "I really did want to stay." "I know you did," I said, "but you've done too much already. I'll be back as soon as Dad's through his next surgery and on the mend." Brandon smiled ruefully. "Hopefully it won't be too long. I'm not sure I'll survive without you for 2 weeks." It was meant to be a joke, but his tone made my chest constrict. The idea of being without him for more than a few days caused a massive cloud of dread to hang over my head. I was so in love with the man. The realization had my heart skip once, twice. Wasn't it too soon to be thinking such things? "Skylar, I looked up to find Brandon's eyes wide with vulnerability. The hum of the hospital ward faded away. The voices and beeps muted as we stared, lost completely in something neither of us were ready to name yet. "Skylar," he said again, softly. I... The elevator bell interrupted us. As the people filed off, Brandon kissed me, quickly but intensely, lifting me up so my toes hovered over the floor. Just as quickly, he released me, breathing heavily. "I'll miss you," he said as he stepped into the elevator. "Call me when you're home," I replied with a feeble wave. Just his brief kiss had managed to knock the wind out of me. Brandon gave me a sly grin, and my knees weakened just a little bit more. "Bye, Red." The elevator doors closed. I turned around to find 2 of the nurses watching with twin expressions of pure jealousy. "Girl," said one of them, "I don't know what you were doing there. If that was my man, I wouldn't let him out of my sight." "No doubt," agreed the other one. "He looks like trouble. The good kind." "You have no idea," I replied. They laughed as I walked back to my dad's room. "He's off?" Dad asked as I slumped into the chair beside him. I nodded and looked at the TV, afraid of what my expression would betray. "He's a good man, Skylar." I turned to Dad curiously. He didn't usually say much about the men I dated. Even when I'd dated Patrick and Robbie and had come home crying, he'd left the interfering up to Bubby. Dad was usually the quiet, watch-and-see kind of parent, content to let me make my own mistakes, while he loved me no matter what. "I'm glad," he said, fighting to get the words out of his still hoarse throat. I started to speak, but he held up his good hand in protest. "No, I am. You deserve better than an old man who's going to ruin the family. He'll take care of you, Pips, and I'm glad to see it, especially since I can't." I swallowed. This was the moment, if ever, that I could talk some sense into him. "No one has to take care of me, Dad. I want to take care of you." His mottled features spread into a wistful smile at the words. "Oh, kiddo, you already do." "Dad," I cleared my throat. I might as well get it over with. He needed to know he didn't have to worry. "I went to Nick's yesterday." "You did what?" "Victor was there," I continued. "We came to an agreement about paying your debt." Dad's entire body tensed visibly, and he stared without blinking before shaking his head. "Skylar, honey, you shouldn't have done that." "It's not like I haven't done it before." Dad didn't say anything. Finally, he looked at the open door. "So, what's the agreement this time?" "Brandon gave him the first payment, and we'll get the rest by the end of the month. He said as long as we did that, he'd leave you alone." The wrinkles on Dad's forehead became even more pronounced as he pondered my statement. "But where are you getting the rest of the money?" I sighed. "I'm not going to lie. Bubby'll need to refinance the house for some of it. I don't have enough left in my trust to cover it all and pay for a rehabilitation program." His head jerked back at my last words, his eyelids blinking rapidly. "What? Honey, I really don't think I need that." "It's non-negotiable, Dad," I interrupted quietly. I patted his leg. Dad just swallowed loudly. When he looked back at me, clearly prepared to mount another weak argument, I just shook my head. "Non-negotiable," I repeated. "Skylar." He tried again. "No," I said this time more forcefully. "You have a problem. Your liver is busted. Your hand is completely smashed. It's going to take months for you to even be able to start thinking about the piano again. I don't know how many times you've gotten into trouble with these kinds of people. I couldn't possibly count them all. But this is now the second time I've personally had to pay off your debts to some shitty loan shark, which means that I am now involved in illegal activities, something that could cost me my career, too. This is the last time we're doing this. Do you hear me, Dad? The last." My voice was shaking by the end, even though my volume hadn't risen a bit. He watched me carefully as I spoke, his lips clenched as he fought tears. He felt terrible about it, that much was obvious, but I wasn't going to let him continue an even more terrible cycle. "You're going to rehab," I said definitively, "because if you don't, I'm turning you in for illegal gambling and for aiding and abetting known criminals." "Now, wait a second." "No!" I finally stood up from my chair, unable to keep my cool any longer. I paced toward the door. Across the hall, a flurry of nurses at the station looked up. I turned on my heel. You can't keep doing this to us, Daddy," I cried, my voice cracking on the last word. I hadn't called him Daddy in years, but somehow it slipped out now. He had always been my hero, even when I knew things weren't completely right, even when I knew he was a fundamentally weak man. The kind of man who took back a woman who continued to emotionally abuse him. The kind of man who couldn't say no to a good game of cards. He had only ever been strong in two ways, his music and his love for me. I wanted so badly for him to extend those strengths to other parts of his life, to be the man I knew he could be. I sat back down heavily in the chair, the metal legs screeching loudly across the floor. I laid my head on his leg, and before I could stop them, a cascade of tears poured into the thin fabric of his pants as I let out the years of pain, anguish, worry that his addiction had caused Bubby and me. The sobs racked my body. Once they lessened, I registered the feel of a hand stroking my head, combing through my hair the way he used to when I was a kid. "Shh," Dad intoned. I turned into his touch and looked up to see him gazing down at me, with several streams of tears also falling. He sniffed as if you caught in his mustache, but kept his good hand where it was. We stayed where we were as our mutual tears dried up. Then I sat up slowly. "Oh, Pips," Dad said softly. He looked down at his cast, then back up at me. "Okay, Pips," he croaked. "I'll go." Before I could reply, a knock on the open door interrupted our conversation. Dad pulled his hand out of my grasp to wipe the tears away while I turned to greet our guest. "Mr. Crosby?" A man who couldn't have been much older than me stepped into the room and hovered with his hand still on the doorknob. "Can we help you?" I asked, turning awkwardly in my chair. "I'm Matthew Zola. I work at the Brooklyn DA's office. I was wondering if I might have a moment of your time." I glanced back at Dad, who clenched his blanket with his good hand. Zola openly assessed the nose brace, the bandaging over his hand, and the rainbow of bruises. I praised Zola right back and raised my eyebrow. "What is it you need?" I asked sharply. "It's probably best that it stays between me and Mr. Crosby, miss," Zola said in that same placating tone Kieran used every time she spoke with a client's family member who was ignorant of the legal situation. I crossed my arms and frowned. "It's fine," Dad said. "She's my daughter. She's also my lawyer if I need one. She's graduating from Harvard next month." I traded a small grin with Dad. He couldn't help but brag about my education, even when his face was so beat up he could barely speak. Zola's gaze flickered back at me with obvious, if wary, curiosity. I was the definition of inexperienced, of course, but at least he understood I could follow the conversation. Without asking, he took a seat in the second chair facing the bed. "All right, sir," he said, although now his appeal was clearly being directed at both of us. "I work at the Brooklyn DA's office, and we're preparing a case against the Messina crime family." "What are the charges?" I asked. "Oh, they've got their hands in all sorts of things." Zola eluded the question easily. "I'm sorry to bother you, but when I caught wind of what had happened, I thought you might have something to say." "And what would that be?" My response was cold. This was highly irregular. Dad had flat out refused to give a statement to the police called upon his admission to the hospital. I suspected Dr. Carraway had been involved with their appearance. But why would the DA connect a basic assault to the Messina family? "It's your hand that made me think of it," Zola said, answering my unspoken question. "It's sort of Victor Messina's calling card when dealing out the, consequences to people who don't meet their end of a bargain. Very painful to have your hand messed up, as no doubt you know, Mr. Crosby." All three of us stared at the bandages mummifying Dad's hand. Dad still didn't say anything, just closed his eyes as if incredibly fatigued. I turned back to Zola, who just kept looking squarely at my father as if he could stare a response out of him. "I was wondering if you could say anything about the after-hours gambling operations the Messina family has been running out of Brooklyn nightclubs," he said. "Specifically, a jazz club called Nick's, over on Ditmas Avenue." I could feel rather than see Dad freeze. Whether it was at the mention of gambling, the connection between him and Nick's, the idea of being a witness against Victor Messina, I didn't know. "My father doesn't know anything about how the Messinas run their businesses," I said, summoning up as much authority as I could muster. "He's a sanitation worker, not a hustler. He's also a musician and has been seen several times handing envelopes of cash to Victor Messina and his associates in and around Nick's." Zola shot back calmly, keeping his eyes trained on Dad, who winced. "Mr. Crosby, I'm not looking to cause trouble for you. I was just curious if you could shed any light on the situation." "Did you have a record of the gambling, sir?" I interrupted Zola as sweetly as I could. He still hadn't looked directly at me, and I was getting tired of being treated like a piece of furniture when it was clear my dad didn't want to talk. Or anything illegal beyond sharing mail? Zola's brown eyes blazed with irritation, but the rest of his admittedly handsome features settled into a blasé expression. He studied me for a moment before answering. "No," he admitted. "I'm sorry if I offended. You're not in any danger from us here, Mr. Crosby. But Victor Messina has done you a very serious wrong, and saying something about it might help us make sure he can't do it to anyone else." When Dad remained silent, Zola gave an audible sigh. He stood up, and the hospital chair creaked. Zola set his business card down on the bureau by the door. "If you think of anything you'd like to share, please give me a call, day or night, Mr. Crosby, Ms. Crosby." With a curt nod at each of us, he left. I turned to Dad, who was staring at the empty doorway with a look of pure terror. "Are you okay?" I patted my dad's leg to pull him out of his trance. Dad shook his head, then closed his eyes and breathed deeply out of his nose. It's been a long goddamn weekend, Pip. I just want to go home. Would you mind turning off the TV?" "Sure," I did as he asked. But something was bothering me. On a whim, I grabbed a small cup with a few hurried words about getting some ice and jogged to the elevator. "Mr. Zola." As the young attorney turned from the elevators, I was momentarily reminded of the opening scene of the James Bond movies, where Bond turns and shoots toward the barrel of a gun. He had that look of the classic Bond actors, the dark, shiny hair, and the slight smirk on his chiseled features. "Yes?" he asked. I stopped as the elevator door rang open. Zola motioned for the people to leave and allow the doors to close before looking at me. "You mentioned that Messina has a calling card that's reserved for the people who don't pay their debts. You're right. He needs to be behind bars. But you saw my father, Mr. Zola. Did you really think he would speak up 2 days after he had his stuffing torn out? If a busted hand is his late fee, what do you think Messina does to a rat?" Zola rubbed a hand over his chin. "He won't necessarily know it's your dad," he said weakly, to which I responded with an eye roll. He and I both knew that as soon as the evidence was gathered and charges filed, it would have to be sent to Messina's representation as part of a fair trial. After that, it would only be a matter of time before Dad and Bubby had thugs knocking on their doors again. "I haven't passed the bar yet, Mr. Zola. But I'm not an idiot," I said. "You've got to do better than this." Zola studied me again. "What are you going into? Criminal defense?" I frowned at the sudden change of subject. "Are you staying in Massachusetts or coming to New York?" he continued. "I'm guessing you're either taking a job at a criminal defense firm or you're going to the public defender's office. Am I right?" I chewed on my lower lip. "Actually, I haven't completely decided where I'm going yet." Like anyone who knew anything about the stresses of exiting law school, Zola balked. Yeah, I know," I said, willing the flush not to rise up my neck. "But that's neither here nor there." Zola dug around in his interior jacket pocket for another business card. "Well, bully for me then. I already left one of these with your dad, but you should have one too. I happen to know the Domestic Violence Bureau at the Brooklyn DA's office is hiring, if you're interested." I accepted the card and stared at the stark black lettering. "If you can cross-examine anyone the way you did me, they could probably use you. But, Ms. Crosby?" I looked back up. "Yeah?" Zola looked toward my dad's room and his bright eyes flashed. "If your father has something to say, I hope you'll help him say it. The DA's office will offer him whatever kind of protection we can. Victor Messina is a bad man, and the sooner he's off the streets, the better." Zola pressed the down button for the elevator again. Seconds later, the bell rang. "Please think about it," Zola said as he stepped inside. "And if you want me to pass your resume on to the DV unit, let me know." "Thank you," I said, slightly stunned as the doors closed. I looked at the business card again. It wasn't what I was expecting when I'd run out to meet him, but it was certainly something to think about. Chapter 34. It took 10 more days for Dad to get a private nurse settled, against Bubby's very vocal arguments against it, which quickly quieted down once she realized that Annalisa made excellent Cuban-style coffee. Have his hand surgery and feel well enough to move around again. When I left, he was getting around the house with relative ease, his newly bionic hand packed against his chest in a sling. I arrived back in Boston on a Thursday morning, courtesy of an early morning first-class plane ticket, messengered by a certain pushy tycoon who made no secret of wanting me back. While his concern for my father hadn't waned over the last week and a half, Brandon's calls had become more frequent, his tone slightly more irritable, and he was rarely willing to say goodbye. I might have found it annoyingly clingy if I didn't miss him just as much. I walked into the clinic ready to make up my missed days. It was busy with a long line of people waiting to meet with an attorney. I went to the cubicle cluster I sometimes shared with my classmates when I wasn't working directly with Kieran. Several were finishing up their early hours while Professor Ash moved between them, checking and rechecking their work. I was the first to arrive for the later shift. Eric was at the desk next to mine, finishing a meeting with a new client. He nodded as I walked past to check in with Kieran.
"Excuse me, Mrs. Sanchez,"
he said to his client before standing up to look over the flimsy walls of his cubicle to where I was setting down my things.
"Watch out. She's on a rampage today,"
he said before popping back down to Mrs. Sanchez. I frowned and then walked to Kieran's office, where she was clearly in the middle of a contentious phone call.
"You can't keep blowing her off,"
her voice echoed down the hallway. Obviously, it wasn't a client phone call.
"It makes me look like an idiot when you and I aren't on the same page and she's getting pissed off too. You're supposed to be my client, for crying out loud. I should know these things first."
Huh. Apparently it was a client after all. I knocked lightly and Kieran looked up with a dagger-sharp glare.
"No," she said on the phone as she waved me in. "No, I'm not going to drop you, you idiot. I wouldn't do that. But please, will you take this shit seriously? Miranda has sharks for representation, and they're circling the ship right now."
The voice on the other side of the line mumbled something that made Kieran roll her eyes. She tugged a file out of her desk and handed it to me.
"You're ridiculous," she retorted. "A bull-headed, stubborn, complete fucking moron if you don't do what I tell you and let me handle this. I'm not kidding."
The voice, obviously a man's, said something else that made one corner of Kieran's crimson mouth lift. She shook her head, bemused.
Yeah, she scoffed. "Just keep that thing in your pants in court, all right? I don't need a pissing contest between you and her lawyer on top of everything else. Who Miranda, spends her time with is Miranda's business, and it's not going to matter worth a damn to the judge, especially considering how long it's been. Besides," she looked sharply at me and frowned, "I didn't think you'd care about that much these days."
The voice said one more thing, causing Kieran to laugh, a short, terse bark.
"Good to hear. Well, I have to get back to cleaning up your damn mess again. I'll call you later."
She hung up the phone and turned to me.
"Sorry about that. It's been a catastrophe today, and it's not even noon yet."
"Everything all right?" I asked, holding up the file. "Anything I can help with?" Kieran ground her teeth a little, as if weighing whether or not to tell me. As her underling, I was technically protected by client-attorney privilege, but it didn't sound like the client she was speaking to was from FLS. I had never seen Kieran talk to any of the people here like that. She was usually professional to the point of robotic.
"It's nothing," she said finally. "Just a client from my firm, a difficult one. Anyway, can you double-check that motion for me? It needs to be filed by the end of the day. Then you can start taking clients."
Kieran waved me out of the office as she started dialing another number on her phone.
"Skylar,"
she called as she brought the phone to her ear. I turned around, prepared to take another request. Maybe she had changed her mind about the other client.
"Close the door on your way out," she said,
and turned back to her work. I had seen 5 separate clients by the time the ancient wall clock marked the end of my shift. As I finished packing up my things, my cell phone rang. I answered it quickly, not recognizing the number. "Hello?" I said as I pulled on my jacket. "Is this Skylar Crosby?" "It is," I replied as I checked my desk, making sure I hadn't left anything. I grabbed my keys from the far corner. "Ms. Crosby, this is Matthew Zola with the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office." "Oh," I reached behind me from my chair and sat down immediately. "Hello. What can I do for you? And how did you get my number?" There was a small chuckle on the other end of the line. "It wasn't that hard, actually. Your grandmother is very accommodating." I drummed my fingers on the desk. Why had Bobby been chatting with the DA? "Apparently, your father requested that any inquiries into his involvement with the Messina case be directed to his lawyer. That's you, right?" Yeah," I said. "That's me. For now. But I'm not under the impression that my father has changed his mind about testifying. He's sustained enough personal damage over the last few weeks. I'm afraid the stress of the trial would be too much for him." I was careful not to say anything that would directly implicate Dad, but the message was clear. He wasn't interested in being Messina's target yet again. "I understand," Zola said, unexpectedly amicable. "I hope he'll change his decision, but I get it." I twisted back and forth in my chair, somewhat taken aback. Was this some sort of gambit? "Okay," I said uncertainly. "Great. I also wanted to let you know that the Domestic Violence Bureau received your resume and I put in a good word for you with the DA. If I were a betting man, I guess you'll be getting a phone call within the next few days." Eric turned from his desk and frowned when he saw my face. "What is it?" he mouthed. I shook my head. No doubt I looked confused. Zola's call was completely unorthodox. He had no reason to take such an active interest in my employment. Unless he wanted something. "Ms. Crosby?" "Sorry, that's great. Thank you," I blurted out. "Really. I don't know if I'm looking to relocate from Boston, but it's good to have the option." "Especially this late in the game," Zola replied. I scowled, even though he couldn't see me. My professors had been hounding me about this issue as well. I didn't need yet another reminder that I still had no official job offers as the year was winding down. "Thanks," I said again. "It's nothing. I hope you let me know what happens. We'd be lucky to have you down here." "Sure," I said, although I had no intention of calling him back. It wasn't until after he hung up that it occurred to me how stupid I had been to go to Nick's myself, especially when it was being watched by the DA and the police. Both Brandon and I would be in major trouble if anyone caught wind of the money we were giving Messina. Yeah. There was no way in hell I'd be taking that interview, or ever talking to Matthew Zola again. I didn't care how deep his dimples were. After gathering my things, I called Bubby to check in. "Hello?" "Hi, Bubby, it's me." "Oh, hello, sweetheart. Is everything okay, Bubala? Did you forget something here?" No, I said. "I got a call from someone at the Brooklyn DA's office, saying he'd talk to you." "Oh, yes. Your father just asked that he call you instead, so I gave him your number. Nice fella. Very charming." I twiddled a pencil in my hand, then set it down on the desk. "Okay. Can you call me next time before you give out my number? Considering everything that's happened with Dad?" There was a brief silence, then a quiet reply. "Of course, Skylar. I'm sorry." My heart sank. Bubby had been putting on a show of strength, but I knew she felt somewhat responsible for what had happened simply because she hadn't kept better tabs on Dad. I walked to the back of the office, where I used the break room for a bit of privacy. "It's fine, Bubby, I promise," I said, trying to invest as much lightness in my voice as I could. "Listen, I also wanted to ask about the refinancing application this morning. Were you approved? I wanted to get the money to Messina as soon as possible to get that damn monkey off my back. Or Dad's, so to speak." "Oh, I didn't go." My heart fell in my chest as the ball of stress in my stomach tightened. I braced myself against the refrigerator. "Why not?" I asked, trying and failing to keep the edge out of my voice. This was not good. It took time for these applications to be approved, and we were on a tight schedule.
"There was another phone call this morning. They talked to Danny, and whoever it was said the debt had been paid off, so I didn't have to go to the bank after all."
The meaning of her statement swept over me like ice as the truth hit home. Someone else had paid off the debt, someone with a lot of money, and only one other person knew about it besides me, Bubby, Dad, and Messina. I gotta go, Bubby," I said, barely taking the time to say goodbye before I hurriedly dialed Brandon's cell. He answered on the first ring. "Hey, beautiful. This is a nice surprise. Wasn't expecting to hear from you until later. You paid off the rest of my dad's debt." Silence echoed through the speaker. One of my classmates entered the break room, but spun on his heel at the look on my face. I turned to the sink, gripping the counter. "Skylar." Brandon started gently. "Yes, I did. But before you freak out,
"I told you to leave it to me,"
I hissed, unable to raise my voice the way I wanted to, but equally unable to cap the mounting fury.
"You said you'd let me handle it."
"Yeah, well, I thought about it, and that was a stupid idea." I held my phone out and glared at it before returning it to my ear.
"Are you serious right now?" I demanded. "I explicitly asked you to do something. You agreed, then went around my back to do the exact opposite, and I'm the bad guy here?"
"You are if you don't listen to me." The line went nearly silent again, although I could hear the sound of his breathing. Another classmate walked in for a cup of water, so I stalked out, past the cubicles, through the reception area, and to the street where I didn't have to be quiet any longer.
"What the fuck, Brandon?" I yelled. "Are we back to square one here? Trips to Paris and throwing money around to make me like you, completely disregarding any of my basic preferences for our relationship?"
"God damn it, Skylar. Can you just take your head out of your ass and listen?" His rising voice only made my blood simmer. I yanked on my ponytail and paced around the corner toward the T-stop.
"What the hell were you thinking?" I asked through clenched teeth. "You can't get involved here. Why would you do something like this?"
"Because it was the fucking decent thing to do." Brandon's voice roared through the speaker, forcing me to hold it away from my ear. Even on the street. I sat down on a bus stop bench, ignoring the man next to me currently digging into a box of very fragrant fried chicken. Several cars drove by blasting bachata music. I barely registered any of it. "Your dad owed money." "I have money," Brandon was saying. "I could pay it off myself, which is a fucking drop in the bucket for me. Or I could let a septuagenarian take on a 30-year mortgage. Maybe I should have talked to you about this first, but honestly, Skylar, you know that you're way too stubborn to say yes. And what the fuck kind of man would I be if I didn't do the easiest, simplest thing I could to protect the family of the woman I love?" Suddenly, every bit of anger flowed from my brain like blood from a wound. My heart rose about 6 inches into my throat.
"The woman you... what?"
Brandon sighed. "Just come over tonight, all right? We can fight properly and make up then. I've got some things to say, and I'd rather say them to your face." I bit my lip, unable to form words. He loved me? I wanted to say it back more than anything, but all I could do was stare at the gum-lined ceiling of the bus shelter. "Okay," I said finally. "Okay, I'll be there." 7, said Brandon, and he hung up before I could reply. Chapter 35. I stood outside of Brandon's door for close to 10 minutes, just watching the light bounce off the prismed glass windows while I talked my temper down again and again. It had continued to resurface throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening. It felt like an emotional yo-yo, back and forth and back and forth, between my love for Brandon and his sweet words, and my hatred of the situation and his actions. It wasn't just as simple as being mad, either. I was mad, of course, but not just at him. The truth was, when Bubby had first told me the debt had been resolved, my initial reaction was relief. It was a major weight-off to know that a dangerous gangster wasn't waiting around the corner to beat the shit out of my father again. Just as it was good to know my grandmother wouldn't have to accumulate her own debt at 72, or that I wouldn't potentially be disbarred for giving the man illegal gambling funds. And for that feeling, I couldn't forgive myself. Just as I was about to ring the bell, one of the massive double doors swung open. Brandon stood there in bare feet, black suit pants, and a white undershirt that hugged every one of his toned muscles. He was on the phone. "Hey," he mouthed, stepping aside so I could enter. The voice on the other end of the phone was loud and insistent. He closed the door, then put a hand over the phone's speaker. "What were you doing out there?" he asked. I was getting worried. I shook my head and stood still next to the console like a statue. Brandon looked at me curiously, then leaned in for a kiss. I turned my face. He frowned, and then his expression turned cautious. "I have to go, Kieran," he said, setting off a flurry of yelling on the other end. He turned away from me, speaking quietly, though I could hear him just fine. "Just move it to next week. I said I can't make it tomorrow. No, I can't." Kieran's voice kept yelling, but I couldn't make out what she was saying. Brandon drew a hand through his hair. "I already told you. I'm not coming. Not gonna happen," he said again, this time more forcefully. "Just deal with it. That's what I pay you for." Without waiting for an answer, he disconnected the phone and set it down on the console next to me. He pushed a hand through his hair again, which looked as if it had been getting that treatment a lot today. Then he expelled a long sigh. "She sounded mad," I remarked. "Is everything okay?" Brandon shook his head, but more as if to dispel the conversation than to answer my question. "It's fine. Just a deal that's causing a lot of headaches. She's overreacting. We don't have plans tomorrow. You can still go to whatever it is." "We don't?" Saturday was normally the day where we stayed at his house, working together. I edged a toe nervously around the zigzag patterns of the wood grain in the flooring. I still hadn't removed my coat. I wasn't sure how long I would be staying. Brandon reached out tentatively to touch my hand. "Am I really in that much trouble for trying to help?" he asked. The confusion in his voice deflated me. I sighed and set my purse on the console, then took off my coat and hung it on the coat rack. "No," I admitted. "I'm frustrated with you, but I'm not going to dump you for helping my family." Still avoiding his careful gaze, I turned to the living room, where the fire was lit, as per usual, despite it being a nice spring day. I glanced around suspiciously. The furniture had been rearranged. The couch had been moved closer to the arched entry and turned perpendicular to the fireplace, its spot replaced with a matching love seat that now looked toward the fireplace. Beyond that, the firelight flickered off something large, shiny, and black. I froze. "Maybe we should go out to dinner. Come upstairs. I'll get dressed." "What the hell is that?" My question was obviously rhetorical. The piano was massive, taking up most of the space in the far corner of the room, surrounded by the windows where Brandon had originally discovered me, yet leaving enough space for people to sit in them while someone played. Waving away Brandon's attempts to take my hand, I strode across the room to examine the instrument more closely. Like everything else in Brandon's house, it was the best money could buy. A concert grand piano. It was at least 9 feet long, with glossy black lines that bore no trace of dust or fingerprints. Everything was closed to protect the interior from dust, but I knew that the inside, if opened, would reveal the soundboard and shiny bronze strings. I turned back to Brandon. "This is a Steinway." From the foyer, he nodded, eyes wide. Yes. I looked at the piano, then back to him. This is one of the most expensive pianos in the world. It's the same piano that's at Carnegie Hall. He didn't affirm my statement. He didn't need to. Why did you buy this? I asked. My voice was shaky. The rising anxiety was building in my stomach again as that feeling of being overwhelmed, which had seemed everywhere when I had first met Brandon, returned like a tidal wave. Brandon stepped into the room as if he were approaching a wild animal. Why do you think? He asked softly. There's only one pianist who spends time here. I couldn't move. My legs felt like tree trunks, completely rooted to the floor. He came to stand in front of me and set a hand casually on the top of the piano, uncaring of the smudges his fingers would leave. This isn't some lame trick to make you think I'm someone I'm not, he said. I told you that when I gave you something, I wanted it to be for you, from me. And it's for you, Red. The sound of my nickname shattered the fragile shell protecting the emotions that had been ebbing and flowing for the last several hours. Hell, for the last 2 weeks. I'd just, literally a few moments ago, gotten my head wrapped around him paying off my dad's embarrassing debt. Barely. And now he'd bought me this. Why? I asked in a low, barely controlled whisper. I was afraid of letting out all the confusing emotions I felt. I didn't know what I'd say if I did. Brandon caressed my chin and jaw. Why? For the same reason that I do anything for you, Skylar. Because I love you. The words sailed over my head as if I hadn't even heard them. I shook my head. This isn't love. No? Then what is it? Bribery. The hand on my chin dropped immediately. Are you serious? Brandon's voice broke with the incredulity. He stepped away and I stared back at the piano. The instrument was a behemoth, made to fill the space of concert halls, not living rooms. Brandon gave and gave and gave, and although he had absolved my father's debts, I was steadily feeling more and more debts piling on my shoulders. I could never hope to repay any of this level of generosity. How could I? How could I be with someone who would always be able to give more to me than I could to him, to whom I'd always feel indebted? I felt trapped. I said I wouldn't give you any more empty gestures, Skylar. I never said I wouldn't give you anything at all. Brandon paced nervously in small circles, pulling his hair with both hands. Jesus, I can't do right by you, can I? That's really not the question. Could he really not see the power imbalance in this moment? Could he really not see the problem? Oh, really? Then what is it? Brandon stopped and faced me, his hands clasped behind his neck. His face was flushed. He was clearly trying as hard as I was to keep his own emotions in check. The question is, when are you going to stop thinking you can buy my affections? All the anger that I'd been trying so hard to dissolve outside his door was back in a second, and now I was spitting mad again. Unfortunately, so was he. No, the question is, when are you going to start accepting mine? I love you, Skylar. Do you hear me? I fucking love you, but you can't see it past price tags. And I have told you a million fucking times, Brandon, I don't need or want this kind of extravagance. I looked at the piano and saw my twisted, livid features reflected in its surface. I smacked my hand down over them as a hot, angry tear slipped down my cheek. You suffocate me with all of this. You pay for every single date, exorbitant theater and concert tickets. You pay for my dad's idiotic mistakes and his home care, and now you're buying me something that costs the same as someone's house. It's insane. I could never hope to compete with any of this. It's not a fucking competition, Brandon shouted. God, you're impossible. I can't help that I'm rich, Skylar. You want me to stop being successful? You want me to give everything away so all I can do is take you out for pizza and walk in the park, just like every other poor student in Boston.
I've told you over and over again. I don't want your money, Brandon. I just want you. But you never seem to fucking accept that.
My money is a part of me, Skylar. Why can't you fucking accept that? We seethed at each other, our chests heaving under the pressure of deep breaths and a war's effort to calm our tempers. Finally, Brandon was the first to look away. He collapsed onto the couch, his palms open on his knees. He stared at them as if looking for something to materialize from his empty hands.
I'd give you everything I have if it would convince you I was for real, he said. I'd give you my life if it would protect you and your family. This isn't some trade, Skylar. You love to play and I love to hear it. I love you. Don't you see that?
The break in his voice matched the fissures in my anger. Okay, so maybe this wasn't some stupid gesture of ego. His words echoed through my heart over and over again as I finally heard what he'd been repeating all evening. Loved. He loved me. A sob choked my throat as I crossed the room and fell to the floor on my knees in front of him. I pulled one of his big hands to cradle my cheek. The rough, warm edges of his fingers curled naturally into the contours of my face. I don't want your whole life, I cried against his leg. The last 2 weeks had been trying enough. I didn't want to be apart from him. He had so quickly become the one place I felt safe in the world, and I didn't want to lose that. But couldn't he see how hard this was? Couldn't he see how badly I just needed things to be simple with him when the rest of my life was so complicated? I just want you, I whimpered over and over again. That's all. Just you. Brandon leaned down to press his lips to my hairline. Why does it make you so upset? I'm not asking for anything in return. I looked up, and his hands cupped my cheeks while he searched my face for a response. His thumbs wiped away my tears. Even the smallest gifts never come without strings, I said. These kinds of things, I gestured vaguely toward the piano. They're too much. Come here. His hands dropped to my shoulders to pull me toward him. Get off your knees. It makes me feel like you're my servant, which is awful considering the context of this discussion. I pushed off my knees and sat next to him on the sofa. No, Brandon said. I said come here. He tugged my body so that I straddled him, my arms balanced over his shoulders. He kissed me gently, yet thoroughly. Let me take care of you, Skylar, he said, the way you take care of me. Do I take care of you? I wondered as I pushed a few strands of hair out of my face. In a million different ways, Brandon said. When I'm with you, I feel whole. I feel like I'm enough for the first time in my life. Do you love me, Skylar? I didn't have to think about that. He'd said it several times tonight, but I had been too caught up to respond. Of course, I said immediately. I do love you, Brandon. I love you so, so much. Then stop making it a contest between us, Red. You give me so much more than any of this shit. You are irreplaceable to me. You're it. His words, though simple, overflowed my heart. And yet there was still one question lingering in my mind, one question left to answer. Why? I asked softly. He could have anyone. Anyone in the world would fall over themselves to have everything Brandon Sterling had to offer. Why me? Because you're real and honest and kind and smart and talented and. He trailed off, waving a hand as if there were too many amazing qualities to list. I giggled, earning a shy smile that only made me laugh more. But even more than all of that,
Brandon continued. I feel like more than anyone else in my life. You really see me. You see who I am in a way no one else does. And you made me feel something again. You're my heart, Skylar. He gazed at me, his large blue eyes twin mirrors in the firelight. I see you, Brandon Sterling, I confirmed softly, touching his lips with my finger. He bit it gently, then released. I smiled. I see you. And I do love you. I kissed him lightly, but he pulled me even closer, begging my mouth to open, which it did, willingly. His hands roved, grasping at my shirt, pressing me into his chest. He groaned painfully as if he couldn't get close enough. Finally, he stood up, his mouth fused to mine and keeping me straddled around his waist with his big arms. His kiss was sensual, but it wasn't until he broke it that I realized he wasn't carrying me toward the stairs, but instead to the piano. He set me on the bench. I looked at the piano. You know, this is really too much instrument for a house. The sound is designed for concert halls. It will break your eardrums if you ever open the top. Well, you'll have to help me choose something more appropriate then. I gave a small smile. Maybe. Definitely. Brandon corrected me. But before we do, will you play something on it? He stepped away, sank back onto the couch and looked at me expectantly. I opened my mouth to argue with him again, but I couldn't quite do it. I stared down at the piano, lost for a moment in the way the warm light of the room blinked off its sleek, polished lines. I'd probably never get another chance to play on something of this caliber again. I closed my eyes, hearing the notes already. I gave in. All right, I said. You win. Do you know any love songs? Brandon asked, as I turned up the fall board to reveal the row of untouched black and white keys beneath it. I pressed a finger lightly on upper C to hear the sweet, clear tone expel throughout the room. I grinned. I play classical music, I said. They're all love songs in a way. Then play one that reminds you of us. I didn't have to consider the request long. The brooding, angsty melody of Chopin's Waltz in C minor came immediately. Given the emotions I'd been feeling nonstop for the past week and a half, for the past several months, really, it was easy to pour myself into music that seemed to reflect the polarities of Brandon's and my relationship. At times, my feelings felt as natural as could be, no harder than a walk in the park. He was so easy to love. But at other times, I felt like I was swept away, lost like one of Chopin's furious arpeggios, or the multi-octave scales that spilled up the keys like a wave. Falling in love with him was simple, but we still fought, still clashed as only two people as strong-willed as we were bound to do. The piece was short, but it did my feelings justice, better than I could ever do with words. It wasn't until the end that I realized I'd played the entire thing with my eyes closed. When I opened them, I found Brandon standing next to me, staring at my hands in awe. I took them off the keys and released the pedal. He blinked and sat down next to me on the bench. When? Why? Why did you choose that one? He asked quietly. I shook my head. It was hard to explain, especially to someone who didn't know music. I don't know. The minor key, maybe, and the alternation between a walking cadence and the arpeggios, that's the fast part. I nodded. I think the combination of all of that probably is why I chose it. It just came to mind, I guess. Brandon nodded, drifting one finger across the shiny surface of the keys, but not pressing any down. It was intense, he said quietly. I nodded again. Yes. Intense, he repeated. His eyes flickered down to my lips. Is that what this is? I thought you said it was love. My own gaze dropped to his mouth as well. Love, Brandon repeated again. He tipped his head to the side. The word doesn't seem enough. he said just before he captured my lips with his. Then, just as he broke away again,
"Move in with me,"
I gasped. That was the last thing I was expecting him to say after all this. What? Here?
"Well, I don't think I'm allowed to live at the law school, Red,"
he said with a brief smile, but his expression quickly turned serious. I stared at him, dumbfounded. You're serious? It's only been, what, 2 months since we met?
2 months and 16 days, and yeah, I'm completely serious. I'd probably ask for more if I thought I had a chance in hell you'd say yes.
I didn't even want to entertain what he meant by that.
And before you say you don't want all my money, that's not what I'm proposing. This isn't me buying you a condo, Red. It's asking you to share my home.
He took my chin in hand and forced me to look directly at him.
I love you. You love me. Don't overthink this.
But we just met, and we barely know each other, I sputtered. I pulled my chin away but continued to look at him. I do love you, but it's a bit soon, don't you think?
Brandon shrugged. I don't really care about that. I only know that I wake up every day wishing you were here, and I go to sleep thinking about your face. I want to hear you play this piano each night, and listen to you grumble about your work, and be there when you finally soar. Because I fucking know you will. He sighed. The best times I have with you are when we're just together. No fancy dinners, no fancy clothes. Just sitting on the couch, reading in our sweats. I don't want to wait until Friday to do that.
I ventured a small smile when he peeked back at me. So basically you want me to be an old married couple with you?
Well, minus the old,
Brandon said with a smirk before sneaking another kiss. He didn't linger. He wanted an answer to his question. I looked away, unwilling to call him on that bluff. I'll have to think about it. I've already paid for student housing through the end of the semester, so I'm not moving anywhere before then.
But you'll have to move somewhere, right?
I found him watching me with a raised brow and a knowing expression. I rolled my eyes. Yes, I admitted. I will. Despite our occasional hiccups, like the one tonight, I felt the same as him. I wanted to sit with him on a couch, watch our careers, our lives grow together. I felt loved with him, safe with him, not to mention completely turned on by him. I wanted to play house, too. I pulled on the collar of his t-shirt nervously. He'd been making grand overtures since we met, and I'd been screwing them all up, too scared to take what he was offering. Maybe it was time for me to make one of my own. Okay, then, I said softly. Okay, let's do it. Brandon didn't breathe for a moment. Really? His face broke into a wide grin. Really? I offered a small smile and leaned in. Yes, I said and kissed him. Like the music, his kiss started out light and easy, but quickly slipped into something more torrid, our tongues warring and adoring at the same time. He managed to get one arm around my waist, long enough to yank me onto his lap, causing the piano bench to creak loudly. Wait, I breathed in between kisses. His hands flew up my shirt, tearing it over my head so his mouth could cover every square inch of my neck, shoulders, and chest. Ignore it, he muttered as he unsnapped my bra and tossed it down to the ground. With a half-painful, half-enraptured groan, he buried his face into the sensitive skin between my breasts. I followed his order. Instead, I focused on tugging his shirt over his head, eager to feel the taut expanse of his toned chest. His lips found mine again, as one hand clasped the back of my head, holding it still so he could conquer my mouth completely. I grasped around his back, hard enough to make him jerk when my fingernails dug into his shoulders. With a groan, he pushed the bench back and stood up, wrapping his free arm underneath my legs to keep me firmly wrapped around his waist. I kicked off my pumps and hooked my ankles together, unwilling to give up any space between our bodies. Need you. Brandon heaved in between kisses. Need you. Now. Yes, I agreed wholeheartedly. then stopped when I realized he wasn't carrying me upstairs or even to the couch, but to the top of the closed piano.
What are you doing?
His mouth drifted back down my torso as he pushed me to lie back on the hard surface. The buttons on my pants came undone easily with a few flicks of his fingers. "What do you think I'm doing?" Brandon mumbled before taking a nipple into his mouth. He peeled off my pants along with my underwear.
You can't fuck me on a $100,000 instrument,
I cried out, although my treacherous body only urged him on, as my hips thrust toward his waiting hands and my hands clutched at the blonde mop moving steadily down my stomach. "I bought it to play, Red," Brandon growled. "So let's play." His tongue dipped into my navel, causing me to squirm, but his hands gripped my ass and held me still. He wrenched my legs open, spreading me like a buffet. "Jesus, baby," he breathed as he looked at me. One hand released me long enough to swipe a long finger up my center. The finger traveled up until it was poised over my mouth. "Suck," Brandon ordered, eyes dark with desire. Obediently, I opened my mouth and took the rough, salty fingertip onto my tongue, sucking hard and then releasing with a sudden pop. Brandon's eyes darkened even more. The hand traveled back down my body, pinching one nipple as it went and causing me to yelp. My hips thrust toward him. I craved his touch. Any kind of it. He traced his mouth over the soft skin of my lower stomach and inner thighs, anywhere but where I desperately wanted him to be. One finger, then two, gently slipped inside and I bucked. "Please," I breathed, barely able to get out any words. I wanted him so badly I couldn't think. "Easy, baby," Brandon said, laying kisses closer and closer, nuzzling his face in between my legs, without making any contact with his mouth. A third finger slipped in with the first two, all seeking that delicate bundle of nerves inside me. I groaned as Brandon blew cool air over me. "Brandon," I whimpered, "please." "Please what, gorgeous?" His voice rumbled and teased against my skin. "I don't know what you want if you don't say it. Please, I cried out as his fingers twisted within me before resuming their steady, pulsing movements. "Fuck, you know what I want." "Do I?" "Gah, yes, you do." I desperately wanted contact, and he refused to give it to me. Instead, he pulled away. "You smell so good," he murmured with a brief kiss on my inner thigh and another into the small patch of hair that surrounded his fingers. "You have no idea how badly I want to taste you. But you're going to have to say it. Taste me," I repeated. His fingers had picked up their pace, and I was starting to lose feeling in my legs. "Taste what, Skylar? Say it." "Taste my... oh, God. Taste my pussy." Brandon grinned devilishly. "Your wish is my command." "Brandon," I yelped as his mouth finally found me. The scratch of his unshaved cheek was deliciously rough against my inner thigh. He alternated between licking and sucking, his occasional deep growl vibrating over the sensitive flesh. His tongue was voracious, teasing and exploring, as if he couldn't get enough of me, couldn't taste enough of me. I moaned, thrusting hard against the insistent rhythm set by his fingers. All of the energy in my body seemed to be gathering around his mouth and fingers. The hand that had been holding me down by the hip reached up to tweak one of my nipples, pulling on the hardened nub in time with the fingers inside me. "Oh, fuck!" I cried as his tongue twirled, complementing the pressure from inside and beneath it. "Oh, God, Brandon. Fuck, oh my God, I'm going to come." My orgasm swept through me, pulsing through my tensed limbs in time with his fingers and mouth. Brandon hummed as he worked out the thrum of my heartbeat. I came, in wave after wave until every last bit of energy within me had been spent. At last, when all of the tension was gone and I lay against the lacquered wood like a shot animal, he gently removed his fingers and lifted his mouth. He leaned his head on my thigh, looked up, and smiled sweetly at me.
I love making you do that, he rumbled before standing up. His hands ran up the sides of my body, gently slipping under my back and lifting me up. I was limp, like a rag doll. I love you, I muttered into his shoulder. He chuckled and arranged my arms around his neck. I love you too, Red. One arm slipped under my legs, the other around my back, and in a fluid motion he picked me up off the piano. Where are we going? I asked drowsily, content to play damsel in distress. He'd distressed me, after all. Upstairs, he said with a brief kiss on my cheek. He was moving quickly, with a lot more energy than I currently possessed. First, we're going to do that again, and then I'm going to finish the job properly. Just the thought had me perking up. I bit his shoulder lightly. Sounds good to me. Chapter 36. Nestled in the impossibly soft sheets of Brandon's bed, I blinked my eyes open against the bright sunlight streaming through the tall bay windows, reaching my hand out next to me. I realized that I was the only one in bed and sat up, my sex-rumpled hair falling down my back. Scooting off the bed, I padded into the walk-in closet in search of something to wear. My clothes, as far as I knew, were still scattered around the piano he'd bought for me. I love you, he'd said. Move in with me. The words still echoed, sweet and soft, as if they had just been uttered. I glanced around the closet as if I hadn't been in there several times. It was bigger than my entire bedroom. One wall was hung with evenly spaced designer suits, another full of shelves and drawers with immaculately folded basics. The third was stocked with shoes and other accessories, and an ottoman as big as a double bed sat in the middle of the plush carpet. Where would my homely belongings go in here? Could I get used to living in this kind of splendor? Would I ever feel completely normal in it? Despite the central heat, I shivered, and not just because I was naked. I tiptoed to one of the shelves and ran a hand over some of the soft cotton, all of it brand new. Brandon must have owned at least 50 plain white t-shirts. I didn't even think I owned 50 shirts, period. At the bottom of one stack, a ratty blue material caught my eye, and I tugged it free to find a worn Red Sox t-shirt, smeared with paint splotches here and there. I smiled and pulled it over my head. In the mirror, I caught a glance of myself practically swimming in the shirt. I could smell Brandon in the time-softened fabric, and the thought made me smile. I may not have felt, yet, like I belonged here, but I was happy. I made my way downstairs where I could hear the deep tones of Brandon's voice in conversation with someone in the kitchen. So if she shows up, I'm not home, he instructed Anna, who was intently scribbling in a small notebook. Otherwise, you've got the rest of the weekend off until Monday. We want the place to ourselves. He turned when he heard my footsteps. Hey, there she is. His eyes flickered over my outfit and he grinned. Did I convert you? I looked down at the Sox logo and back up. Well, I'll always be a Mets fan, but I'm starting to come around on Red Sox Nation. I glanced at Anna and blushed. Shit, I was standing here in her boss's clothes, and this t-shirt was very thin. I'll be downstairs if you need me, Mr. Sterling, she said with a warm smile my way. She tucked the notebook into her back pocket, hefted a basket of rumpled clothes, including the ones I was wearing last night, and disappeared downstairs. Brandon poured me a cup of tea and set it on the counter, next to a small pitcher of cream and a porcelain cup of honey. I shuffled over to fix my tea, while he sat down on the chaise lounge, mug of coffee in hand. Not that you don't look sexy as hell in my clothes, Red, but where did you find that shirt? He asked. I leaned against the counter, sipping my tea, one of his fancy Chinese blends. Damn, that was good. Okay, so maybe there were perks to living with someone as rich as Croesus. I shrugged. It looked like the most comfortable thing up there. I didn't want to ruin any of your nice new shirts. Brandon gave me a funny little half smile and gazed at me with a raised eyebrow.
Is there really something so wrong with the finer things in life?
Nothing at all, I lied. I'm just not sure why you need so many of them. Most of your t-shirts still have tags on them. His face turned grim.
Yeah, well, I guess when you know what it's like to go without, you don't ever want to have to do it again.
Bubby says that. She was born during the Depression.
She's a smart woman.
I took another sip. Yeah, well, she also hoards cans of food that are 10 years expired. Sometimes we even find them in her closet.
Hey, she knows how to prepare for the worst.
By getting too much of everything?
It works, doesn't it?
We sipped silently, the slurps echoing through the kitchen. It only emphasized just how enormous this place really was. 4 floors, plus the servants' apartments, thousands of square feet. For one man to live here? It was beyond decadent, really. It was obscene. You don't even use half the rooms in this place, I pointed out. It's so huge. Doesn't it feel empty? Brandon shrugged from the lounge, where he was lying back against the backrest, his feet kicked up on a pillow.
I keep it full of interesting people,
he said, echoing the famous line from The Great Gatsby, although I wasn't certain it was intentional.
It's the best.
I considered his defense. And you like the best. He shot me a sharkish grin.
Always, Red. You know that.
I gulped. Something kept nagging at me. Something that kept telling me how very out of place I was in a house like this. With someone like this. I needed to ask again.
Then why settle for me?
Brandon blinked at the question as the grin disappeared. After pondering the question for what seemed like forever, he sat up, crooked a very sexy finger, and beckoned me to where he was. I sat down, and he leaned us back together. His palm slid up my thigh, while the other pulled my head onto his chest. He was so warm, so large. I couldn't help but feel safe tucked into him this way.
I think that question says more about you than it's asking of me,
he said, stroking my hair. He pulled it lightly at the end of each stroke in a way that rendered me putty.
But I'll answer it anyway. Aside from how beautiful you are, Red, you're above all genuine. You're genuinely intelligent. You're genuinely kind. And even though you obviously have a low threshold for bullshit, you're genuinely a loyal, dedicated person. But most of all, you're honest. It may not be the most valuable quality for a lawyer, but I love that I can see every emotion on that glass face of yours. I see you, Red, just like you see me.
I was glad that my face was currently buried in his chest, so he couldn't see the emotions that were certainly flying across it. More like a freckle face, I muttered, trying to distract from what was probably the best compliment I had ever been given. I had always hated the smattering of freckles that decorated my cheeks and nose, thinking they made me look like a little kid.
It's a unique, fucking gorgeous face,
he insisted, sitting me up so I straddled his waist, and he could clasp my cheeks between his hands. His eyes burned with such obvious intensity. I couldn't have looked away if I wanted to.
You're a classic ginger,
he said, stroking my cheekbones with his thumbs.
Hair like a sunset, green eyes, high cheekbones, those full, insanely kissable lips. But instead of the pasty skin most redheads have, yours is olive-toned under your freckles, like an Italian's. Why is that, by the way? Is your mom dark?
No, you can thank Bubby for that, I said with a shrug. Jewish.
Ah, and your freckles are from the Irish side, right?
When I nodded, he smiled.
I could get lost in this face, Skylar.
He drifted his lips over my cheeks and eyelids.
I think I already have.
Before I could tell him that his own face, with its straight, geometric lines, wide blue eyes, and deceptively full lips, drew me like a moth to a flame, he closed those lips over mine and showed me just how lost we could get together. Please, I whimpered when he finally let me come up for air.
Please what?
He dragged his teeth lightly over the edge of my shoulder blade,
as his hands tugged his shirt off me, leaving me naked again in the morning light. "Won't Anna or one of your other, people see us?" I asked, although I was already too distracted by the feel of his mouth to care much. "Don't," he growled, causing goosebumps to rise all over my skin. "No one is here. You just focus on what I'm doing to you." His hands floated down to settle over my breasts, cupping each one briefly, as if to measure their weight. "Watch my hands," he murmured. "Watch the way I touch you. Watch how your body responds." Obediently and barely able to breathe, I followed his orders, completely wrapped, as his thumbs brushed feather-soft over my nipples, causing them to pebble in delight. He sighed with satisfaction and seized the tips between his thumbs and forefingers, tugging and twisting gently. I gasped, mired in the pleasure and pain of his touch. Brandon hummed with appreciation, tugged more so I leaned toward his waiting mouth. His teeth clamped lightly over one nipple, and I squeaked at the thrill. He took his time, teasing and nipping, rolling the tight tender nub between his teeth while his fingers continued their torture on the other side. My hands tangled in his hair when he switched to the other nipple, merciless, until I was writhing. I reached down to the hardness pressing through his shorts, but he released my breast from his mouth and jerked my hand away. "No," he said firmly. "I said you have to watch. You can touch my face, hair, shoulders to hold on, but that's it." He returned to his work at my nipple, and I grasped ineffectually at his hair and rolled my hips, looking for a friction I couldn't quite access. His fingers continued to alternately tug and pinch until he switched sides again. "Easy, baby," he murmured at my breast. As he went back to his work, his hand slipped lower and found my clit. "Ah!" I cried at the contact, but continued to watch him at my breast, watched his mouth take me in further as his thumb found a steady rhythm. "Brandon," I moaned as he bit yet again, just hard enough to make me jerk. As I teetered on that delicate edge of pain and pleasure, an orgasm surged through my body. I collapsed and bit his shoulder back while I shook in his arms. He released my breast, but his thumb continued gently rubbing until my body stopped shaking. Lightly, Brandon nipped at my neck, waking me. "Good?" he asked. "I think that was a record time for you." I groaned. "You're getting better at that than I am." He shifted. I could still feel his desire pulsing between my legs. "Your turn," I said as I sat back up. I took another kiss that tasted of coffee and turbinado sugar. With a big arm around my waist, Brandon tugged me closer. "You don't—" "I wasn't trying to," he muttered as I tried to tug down his shorts. "Red, aren't you sore?" Finally, he lay free and heavy in my hands, and I greedily situated myself over him, wincing slightly as I helped him inside. We both sighed with content as he found his place, buried completely within me. "A little," I admitted as I removed his shirt, "but you still feel good." I moved, allowing him to find a bit of friction. His brow furrowed as if in slight pain himself, but he pushed even deeper. His hand slid up my back and pulled me to his chest as we started to move together. "Tell me again," he murmured against my lips. "Tell you what? Tell me you love me." "Oh." I pushed up so I could see his face. His muscle was warm under my hand. I stared straight at him without blinking. "I love you, Brandon," I said. My heart skipped for a moment. Out of fear or passion, I couldn't tell. Most likely a bit of both. He watched me, shaking slightly as he pressed even deeper. "Say it again." I hovered my face above his so we could breathe each other's scents and enjoy the warmth of each other's bodies. "I love you," I whispered again. With a groan, he yanked me back down, forcing me to take him as far as I could, again and again. I gasped, but allowed him to seize my hips while we watched each other, completely wrapped. I winced again, and he slowed his movements. "I knew you were sore," he murmured. He moved again, this time with less force. "A little," I said, but rolled my hips.
I sucked in a breath. It hurts, but in a good way. I guess I wore you out last night. Never. I purred and took another kiss. I can't. He breathed into my mouth as his movements began to pick up, his hands clenched, seeking better purchase in the flesh of my ass. He groaned again, almost as if in pain himself. God, I can't stop, Skylar. Don't! I pulled his lip with my teeth and urged him on, pushing down to meet him thrust for thrust. The pain slowly receded, and very quickly all I could feel was blinding pleasure. Oh, God, Brandon, don't stop. Fuck, he cried. We moved frantically, seeking that primal connection that can only be had when both lovers lose themselves completely. I don't know exactly what happened next. I lost hold of his shoulders, closing my eyes, so I could only feel the deep penetration. We shook and cried together, my body writhing atop his while he punished me from below. And at last, with final cries so guttural and complete that there was nothing left to give, we quivered and pulsed in each other's arms. It was only then that I fell over his shoulder and allowed him to pull me close. His chest still quivered slightly beneath my cheek, and our skin was slick with sweat. But he held me tightly, unwilling to let me go, unwilling to break the connection. Love, he murmured into the tender place between my neck and shoulder. It wasn't a statement or a proclamation, just a word that captured the moment. Love, I repeated, my voice ragged and worn. Yes. A slow clap broke our sleepy silence from the other side of the room. Jerked out of our post-sex stupor, Brandon and I both scrambled off the lounge, tripping slightly over each other, and grabbed madly for clothes. Jesus! I clutched Brandon's shirt to my chest and tried to find the armholes without flashing the stranger. A stranger who also happened to be female? Well, you certainly don't waste time, do you? Love, was it? The woman standing in the kitchen entrance was dressed immaculately, in a pale cream suit and a camel-colored coat too perfect not to be cashmere. Her nearly black tresses were swept back from her angular face into a neat chignon, revealing tasteful pearl and diamond droplet earrings that matched the glinting ring on her finger. She was stunning. She was also a woman I had seen before, outside Brandon's office only a few months ago, the one in fur who called him darling. I froze. What the fuck? Brandon roared once he had tugged on his shorts and t-shirt. It was a nice show, Bran, she said casually, tracing one elegant finger up the doorframe. Although I can't say it's what I originally intended for that chaise. It's one of a kind, you know. Miranda, what the fuck are you doing here? Brandon asked, this time keeping his voice barely below shouting level. His accent, however, couldn't be hidden at all. You haven't been answering my calls. The woman stepped fully into the kitchen and trailed a finger over the marble countertop, like she was testing for dust. And you blew off our last 3 appointments with the lawyers, including our meeting this morning. I know you're having a little fun right now, but I really do need those tickets we discussed. Mother is expecting you at the Cape next week for her birthday, you know. Are you still planning to go? What the hell is going on? I exploded behind Brandon, having since ducked behind the kitchen island to shield my bare legs. Who are you? And what are you doing in Brandon's house? I glared at the woman, who twisted her perfectly glossed lips into a smirk. Ooh, aren't we familiar? Do you want to tell her, Bran? Or should I? I glanced at Brandon, who seemed unable to speak. I'm his wife, sweetie. The woman, Miranda, said, dusting her hands off on one another, as if she had exposed them to some germ on the immaculate countertop. Her dark brown eyes had all the warmth of a glacier. This is my house. That's my lovely furniture you've been defiling. And that's
My husband, you were just fucking.
Chapter 37.
Skylar, wait!
Brandon's words fell on deaf ears as I rushed upstairs, only able to hear the roaring of my inner thoughts. I hadn't wasted time watching any kind of exchange between him and that woman. Nor did I allow her to see more of my naked ass longer than it took to beeline out of the room. It took me approximately 15 seconds to reach the bedroom. 15 seconds to feel exactly like a teapot ready to boil. His wife. The words kept filtering through my ears like a bad record snagged on repeat. His wife? I threw the few things I had brought to the house into my purse, stumbling about his bedroom looking for the rest of my things. Anna had somehow already laid my iron suit on the bed. Of course, it had to be the ugly brown one I'd bought at Daffy's before even graduating college. Of course, that was the suit I'd be wearing when I faced off with Jackie Onassis downstairs, a woman who not only looked like she'd just walked off the cover of Vogue, but who also happened to be Brandon's wife. A sob came hard and fast, choking the back of my throat, and swallowed back as quick. I wasn't going to cry. I was not going to cry with that woman here to see. God damn it, where was my bra? With a stifled shriek, I realized that if Anna hadn't brought it up, it was probably still lying somewhere in the living room, just a few feet away from where Her Royal Highness was standing. The thought resurrected more memories of the very intimate things he had done to me down there, last night, many nights, all while he was married. Fuck. With trembled hands, I managed to put on my slacks and jacket, keeping the Red Sox t-shirt on as I also couldn't find my blouse. I shoved my feet into the sensible brown pumps that I'd bought on clearance at DSW. I would have killed for my Manolos right now. If I had forgotten anything else, Brandon could fucking have it. I needed to get out of here as soon as possible. I grabbed my coat and bag from the closet by the door and ran out, barely registering the argument Brandon and she were having in the kitchen. Outside, a blast of frigid rain hit my face. I hardly noticed the inclement weather. All I could think about was how phenomenally stupid I had been. How could I have not known this? I knew how to do research, and if any of the clients at the clinic had taught me anything, it was that people were capable of all sorts of treachery. People broke the law all the time. People lied. People had skeletons in about 10 different closets. Why would Brandon be any different? His Wikipedia page was obviously edited to omit this very important detail of his life. The only thing it had said about his personal life was a list of charities he supported. No doubt a slightly more thorough search would have revealed a wife. Maybe even a family. Complicated, Karen had said. Sometimes a prince is really the devil in disguise. Christ, I'd convinced myself that she was supportive of our relationship, but she was actually trying to warn me off. She'd yelled at a client about a woman named Miranda just yesterday and practically invited me to listen. Everything clicked together. Karen wasn't working on business deals. She was Brandon's divorce lawyer. And she'd watched, pitifully, as I'd been ensnared by a client she knew to be bad news, but about whom she could say nothing. I choked back another sob. No, I was going to hold this in, wait until I was safely under a hot shower where no one, not even Jane, could witness my heartbreak. I focused on the biting wind. The rain sent icy streams down the collar of my jacket. I picked up my pace. The familiar red and white T sign was only a half block away when I heard my name rise out of the storm. "Skylar!" Brandon yelled again. He was clearly out of breath. A hand on my elbow jerked me to a stop, and I whirled to face him. He had dressed as hastily as I had in whatever was most readily available. A pair of jeans, one of his zillions of undershirts, his worn Red Sox hat, and untied sneakers. He looked nothing like the billionaire lawyer whose face had been on the front page of magazines. Instead, he looked just like any other guy from Boston, without a coat in the middle of a nasty downpour. The thin T-shirt was pasted to his body, translucent like some kind of frigid version of a wet T-shirt contest. If I hadn't felt so angry, I might have appreciated the way the thin material clung to every square line of his pectorals, every chiseled edge of his abs. He sucked in air like his life depended on it. For him to have gotten dressed and still caught me before I entered the station meant he must have sprinted across the park. For a moment, I wanted to throw myself into his big arms and pretend none of this had happened. But only for a moment. "Fuck off, Brandon," I spat, turning around. The Park Street T-stop glowed like a beacon. Puddles soaked my pants up to my calves. Again, my arm was grabbed, and I would have fallen over if Brandon's strong chest hadn't been there to catch me. I said, "Fuck off!" I pushed him away, although it had little effect. "I don't want to talk to you, asshole! What don't you get about that?" Before he could answer, I darted down the escalators, thankfully void of people so early on a Saturday morning. I could hear his footsteps following, but I focused instead on locating my Charlie card so I could zip through the turnstiles. Brandon didn't even have his wallet. "Skylar!" he called as I slid my card through the reader. Behind me I heard a grumble and a distinct, "Fuck it," before a loud thump and the sound of feet hitting the pavement. When I turned to check, he was on the other side of the turnstiles and wasn't putting anything back in his pockets. "So we're back to this?" he asked, in between still heavy gasps. "Chasing you down everywhere you go? I'm starting to feel like I'm training for a marathon." "Did you just jump the fucking turnstiles?" I asked incredulously. Brandon smirked, which made me want to smack him and kiss him. "Keep it down, Ms. Goody-Goody. What did you expect me to do?" "I expected you not to commit a Class A misdemeanor," I snapped. A train was just pulling out of the station, and there were no others approaching. Fucking weekend schedule. "You're probably the richest man in Boston. Third richest, actually. I don't give a shit," I bit out. "This is ridiculous. I don't want to fucking talk to you, so just go back home to your wife." I spat out the last word so hard, it practically cut my tongue. I congratulated myself for keeping my voice from shaking. Brandon scowled and shivered. His arms were a vibrant red from the cold, and he rubbed them absently while he sucked in another lungful of air. "Skylar," he said slowly, "please, you have to let me talk." "Is she actually your wife?" He said nothing, just continued to rub his triceps. "Right," I said, and strode across the platform toward another track, where I found a seat on one of the worn, empty benches. Heavy footsteps approached, and I didn't need the signature almond scent to know who had joined me. We sat there for a moment in silence, staring down the empty train tunnel. "It's really fucking cold in here," Brandon remarked. For some reason, his nonchalance pissed me off even more. "Maybe you should go get your coat," I sneered. "I'm sure your wife would warm it up for you." "God damn it, Skylar! Will you stop?" I whipped around to glare at him. "Isn't she?" "Because that's what she said, Brandon. You know, while I was lying naked on top of you. So which is it? Is she lying or are you fucking married?" My voice rose with every word, and I couldn't quite stop the crack that broke through married. Tears rose again, and I did my best to sniff them back, praying that they would disappear before they betrayed me. Brandon stared at me sadly, the crease between his eyebrows more pronounced than usual. Our eyes locked for at least a minute, and I was determined not to look away first. I'd stare the truth out of him if I had to. Finally, he sucked in another deep breath, heaving his broad chest out and in before he opened his mouth. "I am," he said slowly, not breaking eye contact with me, "married." His eyelids shuddered, and he finally looked away. I stared. The teapot had reached a boil, and for a moment I forgot where I was, who I was. It was true. He was married. I was nothing but a... fuck. "Skylar." He interrupted me from the inarticulate mess of my thoughts. "Please," he said. "Say something." Before I knew what I was doing, I reached a hand back and slapped him as hard as I possibly could. I closed my eyes, reveling in my throbbing palm. When I opened them, he was holding one hand to his face with a mixed expression of shock and respect, "I guess I deserved that," he said. Again. "Get the fuck away from me," I replied, this time not bothering to control the uneven tenor of my voice. "I mean it. Again." I stood up and Brandon stood with me. He reached out a timid hand, which I batted away. "I'm serious, Brandon. Leave me alone." "Skylar, stop," he pleaded as he started toward me, but was interrupted. "Do you need some help, miss?"
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
Swiveled our heads towards 3 rather large construction workers approaching with concerned looks. With their beat-up baseball caps and worn-out jeans, they looked like they were on their way home from work. On the red line, that meant South Boston, maybe even Dorchester. They weren't the kind of guys you messed with. I looked back at Brandon. "Do I?" I asked evenly. Brandon just stared, frustration emanating from his stiff posture and clenched fists. He looked like he wanted to throw down with all 3 of the guys, sling me over his shoulder, and carry me away as a booty of war. I would have rather thrown myself on the tracks. Finally, he exhaled. "No," he said, and with a forlorn look, he jogged up the escalator and out of the station. Threat neutralized, my impromptu rescue brigade returned to their side of the station while I took my seat. Less than a minute later, my phone buzzed in my pocket. "Skylar, we will talk about this." What was there to talk about? He was married, which made me a cheap homewrecker and him a philandering asshole. With a bit too much gusto, I deleted the message and put my phone away, ignoring the continued buzzing. He could try all he wanted. I wasn't interested anymore. It took me nearly 2 hours to get home, too absorbed in the maze of my thoughts to notice the automated announcement of train stops. I stared vacantly all the way to the end of the line, where I had to wait another 30 minutes until the train went back to Harvard Square. I trudged the last 10-minute walk to my apartment through another horrid downpour, but I couldn't feel the rain. Brandon's simple admission echoed through my head as numbed shock replaced my anger. A deep sadness filtered through it all. By the time I approached my building, my suit jacket was saturated and dripping, and my hair was plastered to my forehead and neck. The water in my pumps made them squish with each step. I noticed none of it. It wasn't until I pulled my keys from my waterlogged purse that Brandon's familiar voice rang out. "Where the hell have you been?" I looked up. He stood against the glass doors of the building, arms crossed in front of his expansive chest, and a frown fixed on his face, waiting for me. Always waiting for me. He had changed. While he still wore jeans and his Red Sox cap, he had replaced his T-shirt with a fleece and raincoat, his running shoes with waterproof boots. He had come prepared to wait in the wet, despite his Mercedes at the curb. He looked cold and really irritatingly fuckable, but his martyrdom didn't impress me. It felt manipulative. My numbness disappeared, replaced again with anger. "I told you to leave me alone," I said in a low voice. "I need some space, Brandon." "I give you space, Red. I'm guessing I'll never hear from you again," he said, pushing off the door. "That's not gonna cut it for me." "Yeah, well, maybe you don't have a choice," I said. "You need to stop chasing me." I feigned right and tried to dodge around him to the left, but Brandon moved with me, forcing me to look at him in the eye.
"I'll never stop chasing you," he said fervently. "You can believe that."
"You sound like a stalker," I protested. "I sound like a man in love," he roared. I stepped back warily.
"Don't look at me as if last night didn't happen, Skylar," Brandon warned me, or this morning for that matter.
"I'm fucking crazy about you, and you're crazy about me too. From the goddamn second I found you sitting in my house, I've been acting like a complete lunatic, and I can't do a thing to stop it. You've got me wrapped around your little finger, but you know what? I know you feel it too." "So what if I do?" I burst out, my purse dropping on the wet ground with a splat as my arms flung out to my sides. My ponytail came loose, and wet snakes of copper-colored hair flew into my face. I pushed them away furiously. "You're fucking married! You were unavailable, yet you pursued me over and over again, broke down every barrier I had, mentally and physically. Do you know what that makes me, Brandon?"
"Don't say it,"
he warned, shifting back and forth and tugging anxiously on the bill of his cap. "It makes me the other woman," I said flatly. "But since we hardly know each other, and you insist on throwing money at me all the time, really it just makes me your whore." "God damn it! I said don't say it," he bellowed, yanking the cap off and throwing it onto the sidewalk. Several students peered curiously from the windows above us. I suddenly wanted to get into my apartment as soon as I could. "Where are you going?" Brandon asked sharply as I picked my wet bag up off the pavement and turned to the door. "We're not finished here. Do you want me screaming up at the window like a Tennessee Williams character? Because don't think I won't go all Marlon Brando on you, Red." "Don't call me that!" I shrieked as I whirled back around. I gulped in a breath, surprised by the intensity of my response. For some reason, the nickname, under these circumstances, caused almost as much pain as everything else. I glanced at the heads still watching from the windows. Most of them popped back inside, but I knew they were still listening. "Have it your way," I said through gritted teeth. "If we're going to scream at each other, we're going to do it where my classmates can't stare at us, and where I can get some dry clothes. Come on." Brandon bent down to retrieve his now-soaked cap.
"Lead the way."
Chapter 38. With heavy, wet feet that scraped the thin, battered carpets of the building, Brandon followed me into the empty apartment. Jane was thankfully studying at the library and would be for the rest of the day. I shut the door and flipped on the lights, carefully avoiding Brandon's gaze as I removed my soaking coat and shoes. I set my leather bag, which I now figured for ruined, on the table. I stood there for a moment, studying the tabletop, while Brandon, who had taken a seat on the couch, watched nervously. "I'm going to take a hot shower," I announced abruptly, suddenly desperate to get out of my clothes, which chafed.
"Alone?"
Brandon's sly half-smile drenched the room with charisma. I glared. The smile disappeared. "Yes," I said curtly. "I'll be out when I'm out." Maybe it was the opportunity to delay the inevitably awful conversation waiting for me, but my shower felt like I was readying myself for battle. I took my time about it, reshaving my legs and underarms, letting my conditioner sit for an extra 5 minutes, scrubbing down every inch of my body twice with the jasmine-scented soap I saved for special occasions. When I got out, I tweezed my eyebrows and spent another 30 minutes putting on just the right amount of makeup and blow-drying my hair into a riot of waves. I put on my favorite black sweater and gray corduroys that fit me like a second skin. Comfortable, but dark enough to fit my mood. Severe, but not necessarily polished. When I came out, Brandon was still on the couch, facing the non-working fireplace with his boots kicked off and his coat and hat removed. In his plain t-shirt and jeans, he looked more like a student than I did. He also looked like he was freezing. "You look nice," Brandon said. Despite the compliment, all traces of flirtation were gone.
like your hair like that. Thanks. I'm going to make a pot of tea if you want any. My tone was similarly devoid of kindness that should have matched my offer. Sure, he said cautiously. Whatever you're having is fine. I did my best to ignore him as I went to the kitchen. I took out the small tray Jane and I kept above the refrigerator and loaded it up with 2 mugs, honey, spoons, and a small pitcher of milk. By the time the kettle whistled, all I had to do was pour it over the tea leaves in the pot and let it steep as I carried everything over to the coffee table. Thanks, Skylar. This is really nice. Continuing to ignore Brandon, I doctored my usual cup, taking extra time about it. Brandon followed my model, but it was clear by his awkward movements, the clash of his spoon against the porcelain mug, the way he dripped both honey and milk onto the tray, that he wasn't used to fixing his own beverages. Typical, I thought ungraciously. I made no move to help, just sat back in my college-issued armchair, trying to ignore the fact that compared to Brandon's plush furniture, mine was like sitting on a collection of lumpy rocks. Brandon pulled a wad of crumpled, damp papers from his back pocket and dropped them on the coffee table with a solid whack. We both stared at them for a moment before he sat back, too. Our sips echoed through the room. Although I was determined not to break the standoff, my impatience got the best of me after a few minutes had passed. "What's that?" I asked. "My divorce agreement. Or it was until this morning. Now she won't sign." The accusation wasn't explicitly there, but I felt it anyway. Something had been ruined the second that woman had walked in on Brandon and me. "What?" "We're separated." Brandon cut me off. "We've been legally separated for over 3 years, since I originally filed." He glanced over his mug with a raised eyebrow, as if daring me to contradict him. "I'll show you the original if you want, Skylar. The court dates are all online." "Maybe," I replied woodenly. We took a few more loud sips of tea, each waiting for the other to speak. Once again, I was the first to break. 3 years is a long time to be just separated, I remarked. He knew what I meant. "Why aren't you divorced yet?" Brandon sighed. She contested. "We never had a prenup." I know. But we were kids when we got married. I wasn't worth much, and I was an idiot. And now she wants half. It's not that I mind paying her off, but I'd either have to dissolve a bunch of my assets, which would mean a lot of people losing their jobs, or I'd have to make her an executive board member of Ventures, which I'm absolutely not going to do. He ran a hand through his hair, causing one side to stick out. Thank God the company isn't public yet. Then it would be a real fucking mess. I bit my lip, considering the thick stack of papers, because a 3-year divorce isn't a mess. Brandon looked up wryly. It's never been tidy, that's for sure. I sighed. So what happened? Why did you file for divorce? He stared down at his mug, still almost completely full. He wasn't much of a tea drinker. Anna made him coffee every morning. Miranda's father owned the fund where I got my first job. The story I told you before is true, but that's not all I was doing back then. Brandon looked up, his expression regretful. You're probably not going to like this other story, Skylar. I twisted my lips to the side. Well, I don't like you very much right now anyway, so you might as well spill. It can't get much worse. We'll see. He set his mug next to mine and then sat back, bracing one hand across his other arm tightly, like he was preparing for a collision. Like I told you before, I originally started working part-time at the fund, learning the investment game, he began. But I was still a teenage shit, and when I finished at MIT, part of me could never leave the old neighborhood behind. I don't know why. Maybe to prove something to myself, like that I hadn't sold out my roots for a fancy degree or some bullshit like that. Like I told you before, I caught a lot of flack when I chose to stay with the Petersons. Maybe I was trying to make up for that. I don't really know. Anyway, when I wasn't at the fund, I was usually getting into trouble with my old friends. What kind of trouble?
My voice was calm, but a red flag was waving internally. Considering my dad's struggles, I had no desire to come anywhere near Boston's seedy underground or anyone else who did. Brandon grimaced. Fighting, mostly, and hustling billiards. Standard hooligan shit. The pool table in his house now made more sense. Although it was hardly used, the room was an open invitation to his old gang of friends who never accepted the offer. So, what happened next? I asked. Brandon rubbed his face as if he were in physical pain, but continued. So that was my life. Trading by day, hustling at night. I was kind of a wunderkind at the firm, and Stan, Miranda's dad, liked me. Took me 6 months to double his personal holdings, so he didn't give a shit that I showed up hungover half the time, or in the same wrinkled suit as the day before. When my first year was up, he promoted me to vice president, and that's when I met Miranda. They had met at a company mixer on Stan Keith's estate in Chestnut Hill. All of the fund managers brought their families for the afternoon shindig, which would have been typically New England, right down to the white wine spritzers and croquet games for the kiddies. All the men wore khaki pants and polo shirts, the women in shift dresses and pearls, and a 21-year-old Brandon had shown up half-drunk in jeans, a T-shirt, and his Red Sox hat, after a late night at the pool hall. Miranda thought I was some asshole on the catering staff, come late to the party, and started chewing me out for it. He smiled ruefully, looking over my shoulder at some invisible memory. I curled smaller into my chair and listened. She didn't get along with her old man. They fought like crazy, and she was at that age when all she wanted was to piss him off just because she could. So, when I told her to fuck herself, she yanked me into the kitchen pantry and took me up on the offer. It wasn't until she dragged me out to show her dad what she'd done that she found out I actually worked for the bastard and was one of his most valuable employees. I cringed, not wanting to imagine him with the angel-faced woman I'd seen today, but finding it all too easy. She was everything I wasn't, willowy and lithe, skin like porcelain, genteel, and very beautiful. In her early 20s, she must have been stunning. Just the idea was painful. But I was still a world enough away to be the bad boy she needed. Brandon continued, pulling me from my thoughts. I didn't give a shit about anything in those days. Not my life, not the world around me, and certainly not Stan Keith. So, Miranda and I served a mutual purpose for each other. She was a distraction for me, a way of showing Stan he didn't own me, and I was a way of getting her father's attention. But she fell in love with you anyway? The words clipped at my heart as I said them, but I could see where the story was going. It was a damn Billy Joel song. Uptown girl falls in love with a downtown boy and tries to make him over. And, if his closet full of suits was any indication, she mostly succeeded. Brandon nodded sadly. Unfortunately, yes. And as fucked up as I was, Skylar, it felt really good to have someone like Miranda. Someone who was beautiful, who came from a good family, a person of substance, love me. She knew where I was from, and she still loved me. Maybe she even loved me because of where I was from. I could see it. I didn't like it, but I could see it. Brandon had struggled all his life for approval, still so clearly yearned for the kind of unconditional love he should have gotten as a kid. I could completely understand how, at 21, he could have easily confused the way a girl made him feel about himself with genuine love for her. But was that my own assumptions talking? I didn't really want to know the truth, but I had to ask. Did you love her back? My voice was soft with a slight waver. I wanted to. His voice was low, his eyes full of pain. Poor Miranda. Stan was the real genius. He knew I was no good from the get-go, but I wonder if that's exactly why he encouraged my relationship with his daughter. He knew I'd fuck up enough one day to the point I'd need him to get me out of trouble, indebting me and my talents to him for good. All he needed to do was wait. It didn't take long. After dating Miranda for 6 months or so, Trouble found him and his Dorchester crew when a billiards game went bad. We got cocky. I didn't give a shit if we made money at that point. I was only doing it for kicks, you know? When we started to gain a rep, I was ready to bow out. But some of the guys depended on it, the ones who couldn't hold down a job or who already had a record. One night, Brandon and his friends were challenged by an unknown player named Ricky O'Neill, who showed up himself looking to hustle. When Brandon beat him, O'Neill lost his temper and pulled a knife. He left after the bar owner tossed them all out, but that wasn't the end of it. Brandon leaned forward over his knees. His South Boston accent thickened the longer he told his story. Later that night, when we were all hanging at Mickey and Doug's place, there's this knock at the front door. We all look at each other, knowing this ain't good news since it's fucking 3 a.m. We're drunk, of course, and before we get our act together enough to duck out the back, the door busts open and O'Neill comes charging in with 5 other guys, all of them Westies. Ricky ended up being a member of the now-defunct West End gang, the criminal group headed up by Whitey Bulger in the 80s. They didn't do much now, but there were a few remnants who acted as envoys from local mafia and even some of the heads in New York. I shivered, even though I wasn't the one still soaking wet. So, what happened? Brandon buried his face in his palms. About what you'd expect. They had guns, we had a few too. They shot my friend John, but we got O'Neill before the cops showed up. Everyone bailed out the back. They had run away from the 2 dead bodies lying in the run-down apartment in Fields Corner, but the cops had caught up with 2 of the men from O'Neill's crew, and both of them had sang like canaries. I paused, almost afraid to ask, but I had to. Did you kill? No, Brandon said flatly. He looked up, eyes unblinking and hard. No, I promise you that, Skylar. I never killed anyone, but I did throw a few punches and I was definitely a witness, you know? Or an aid to murder, depending on which side of the prosecution you're on. Now chilled to the core, I pulled a blanket from the back of my chair and spread it over my legs. Brandon continued to sit stone still, like he couldn't feel the goosebumps that had risen all over his ruddy skin. So, what happened next? I asked. Well, Miranda's dad got what he wanted. While Doug and Mickey had to make do with burnt-out public defenders, Stan bankrolled my criminal defense. In exchange, of course, for a 10-year contract at the fund and non-compete agreement for just as long if I was fired. Ray and Susan couldn't help? Brandon shook his head. Ray's a poor professor, and Susan doesn't work, so no, they couldn't help. But they were fed up with my shit by that point anyway, especially Ray. When Stan stepped in, I would have been a fool to say no. But here's the real kicker. He didn't just pay for the lawyer. He had Miranda act as my alibi. The fine lines around Brandon's eyes suddenly seemed more evident. I gripped the blanket, resisting the urge to go and wrap my arms around his shoulders, pull his head into my lap, and smooth the anguish that I saw. But I needed to hear the rest of this story. It wasn't right, Brandon continued. I know that. He traded his daughter for the promise of millions in revenue, and she was willing because she loved me. Stan knew my potential better than I did. I was only 21, and for the first time in my life, really fucking scared. My friends were too good to rat me out, and Miranda's alibi made the Westies' testimonies sound like petty gang rivalry. I didn't want a record, so I let her cover for me and signed the agreement. And while my 2 best friends got time, Doug got 2.5 years for assault with intent, while Mickey got 20 for voluntary manslaughter. I got off scot-free. Well, that explained why he didn't see them anymore. He'd told Messina that they were both still in jail. Doug must have done something else after getting out the first time. So, you married Miranda for her alibi? The tension in Brandon's shoulders released a little now that the story was coming to an end. In a way, I guess I did, and I seemed to make her happy, especially when I quit hanging out in Dorchester and decided to go to law school with Stan's blessing. So, when she started talking marriage, I said okay. We had a big white wedding, church, reception, the works. She looked like a princess and I was a frog dressed like a prince." He paused, caught up again in the memories. "It seemed like the right thing to do at the time."
How old were you by then?
23.
I could see it clearly. 14 years ago, before he'd quite learned the veneer and polish that wealth brought, trussed up in a tuxedo that hung from a slightly lankier frame. I also had no problem envisioning Miranda in a Vera Wang confection, carrying pristine peonies and tippling champagne with equally pristine guests. It was a world I could only imagine from movies and novels, never one I'd ever known or wanted. I wondered if, despite his initial desire to escape the threat of the poverty of his youth, Brandon had ever really wanted that kind of opulence too, the kind of opulence that now characterized his life. But it didn't last. I spoke quietly, more to myself than to him.
"No," Brandon said. "It didn't."
I didn't say anything, just waited for him to finish the story. He sighed and kept going.
"Stan died about 5 years after the wedding. Pancreatic cancer. Just after instating me as the president of the fund. He also signed the business over to me before he died. A sort of mea culpa, I guess. By that point, I was ready for the challenge. I had finished law school and started Sterling Grove. When Stan died, I disintegrated the fund and used the capital to start ventures, too. Things took off pretty quickly after that. Miranda, well, she liked the money, but she didn't like the hours 2 businesses like that took. And when she couldn't have kids, well, she didn't like that either. But not as much as she didn't like divorce."
After trying everything short of adoption, Brandon and Miranda had agreed somewhat tacitly to live their lives apart while maintaining their marriage publicly. Miranda spent most of her time in a penthouse in New York, only coming to Boston for family functions, or occasionally to see Brandon. I filed that fact aside. Brandon made it seem like the fire had gone out between them long ago, or was never there to begin with. But it was obvious to me that Miranda Sterling, née Keith, still was and always had been very much in love with her husband. Brandon, meanwhile, stayed on Beacon Street and continued to invest energy into the companies, which had quickly blossomed into some of the top law and investment firms on the East Coast. I rubbed my forehead and sighed. As angry as I was to find that he had a wife, I couldn't help but sympathize with his situation. I knew just what kind of passion, kindness, and dedication Brandon was capable of, so I could hardly blame another woman for seeing it, too. It was part of what had made me fall in love with him. Love. The word rang through my head with the subtlety of a church bell. We had said it to each other only last night, and then he had shouted it in front of half of Harvard Law maybe an hour ago. The words had been spontaneous, and I hadn't yet processed exactly what they meant. But Brandon's eyes implored with such obvious desperation that I knew that I was still head over heels. There was no way I couldn't love this man, history and all. The thought was terrifying. So what happened next? Brandon clapped his hands together. How he wasn't shivering was beyond me. The man was a furnace. Everything and nothing, if you know what I mean. I was having dinner with Ray and Susan one night. Susan made her roasted chicken, which is Ray's all-time favorite meal. Ray isn't the most affectionate person, as you know, but I remember when she set it down in front of him, he gave her this look, and she blushed about 10 shades of red. Brandon smirked. About the same as your hair. I chucked a throw pillow at him, which Brandon caught easily and laid in his lap like nothing had happened. Anyway, he continued, I just remember thinking that I was never going to do that with Miranda. She'd never make me a chicken that would make me look at her like that. She might have loved me, but I doubt she even knows what my favorite meal is. And I'd never look at her with that kind of love. What is it? I asked in spite of my determination to remain stoic. Your favorite meal. Brandon looked up with a shy smile that had me working very hard not to launch across the couch. Eggplant parm, he said softly, with extra mozzarella. You?
Matzo ball soup, I replied. The kind my bubby makes? Or from the B&H if you can't get her recipe.
I'll remember that.
Okay. We blinked at each other, unable to fight the heat growing between us. Right, I said, finally forcing myself to look away. At the wall, the bland furniture, anything but those earnest baby blues. Continue. Brandon sighed, obviously ready to be done with the story.
Well, that was pretty much that. I was 34, 11 years into a sham marriage and ready to live my own damn life. I asked Miranda for a divorce, but she said no. We've been fighting on and off since then, but I hadn't pressed the matter until recently. We're supposed to have our final mediation with the lawyers on Monday.
Brandon looked up with a particularly forlorn expression.
She was going to sign the papers.
I sighed and hugged my blanket closer. It was obvious why he wouldn't just go to court with it. Aside from the fact that it would drag both their names through the mud, there was always the risk that Miranda would withdraw her alibi. Though the statute of limitations had run out on the charges of assault, the damage it would do to Brandon's reputation, not to mention any hope of taking Sterling Ventures public, was likely insurmountable. Plus, there was also the probability that he would be charged with giving a false statement, or even perjury. And just when things were about to be finished, she walked in on us. Talk about shit luck. I looked at the divorce papers, creased and now rippling as the edges dried out. The deal that Kieran was working on, I murmured, a light suddenly dawning on me. I looked up. She was really pissed. Brandon nodded ruefully, following my logic.
Yeah. She's mad because I haven't been playing nice lately.
Because of me? My voice was small. I didn't want to be the reason he was getting into trouble again, and combined with my family's issues.
Because of us,
Brandon said just as softly.
You make me believe I can have what Ray and Susan have. You make me believe I can have love, Skylar. Real love. And for the first time in my life, I want to fight for it.
A thick silence fell over the room. We watched each other carefully, blue eyes to green, each of us trying to make sense of where the other stood. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I sighed, stood up, and shook out my blanket before folding it back up and laying it neatly on the chair. When I turned around, Brandon was a statue, still watching nervously, as if he wasn't sure what I was going to do next. It was clearly my turn to talk, and he knew my response to his revelations probably wouldn't be good. But when I opened my mouth to say what we both knew I should, that it was too much, that we couldn't see each other anymore, only 2 words came out. I'm sorry. Chapter 39.
You're sorry.
Brandon ran both hands through his hair, which was starting to look like a tumbleweed. He did it 2 more times, enhancing the effect.
Jesus, Skylar. Why?
His voice cracked on the last word, and suddenly, I couldn't be close to him fast enough. I tackled him back onto the couch, and his surprised arms encircled me automatically as I straddled his waist and burrowed into his chest. I closed my eyes, relishing the warmth of his skin, the familiarity of his scent, the steady thump of his heart through his wet shirt. I was mad still, so mad that he would keep all of this from me. But I also loved him, and I didn't want him to go through this alone. I'm sorry for what you've gone through, I mumbled, for what you are going through. I'm sorry for leaving before you could explain and for never really giving you a chance to tell me these things. Brandon shook his head, but gripped me tighter against him when I tried to pull away.
No,
he said, his voice muffled by my hair. He moved so his chin was hooked over my shoulder, freeing his mouth.
No, you have nothing to be sorry for. I should have been straight with you. I really, really fucked that up. But the thing is, Red.
He then pressed me gently away from him so he could look at me in the face.
Can I call you Red again?
he asked with a hopeful smile. I could almost smile back, but not quite. I wasn't quite ready to forgive him completely. Maybe. Brandon toyed with a strand of my hair, curling it around one finger before letting it fall next to my face. The thing is, Skylar, I'm so fucking in love with you. I've been in love with you since, Christ, probably since the first moment I saw you, and definitely since you walked out of my office. I've never wanted anything more in my life than when you told me to fuck off. He chuckled at the memory, but then grew serious. The shitty reality is, I probably would have done a lot worse than hide a few things to keep you in my life. The look on my face must have shown my dismay, which had Brandon shaking his head at me as he clasped my cheeks with both hands. No more secrets, baby, he said, pulling me down so our foreheads touched. That's a promise. I can't live a lie anymore. And I definitely can't live without you. Do you believe me? We breathed in each other's spaces for what seemed like forever, before I finally nodded infinitesimally. Brandon exhaled deeply. Thank Jesus fucking Christ, he breathed before pulling me to him. I hadn't realized until our lips touched how badly I wanted to erase the morning from memory, how much I wanted to sink into him and forget everything else. I returned his kiss, with all the pent-up emotions dying for release, unable to get close enough as I clawed at his neck and ground against him. Brandon groaned at the movement, slid his hands under my ass, and stood in one graceful motion as if I weighed little more than one of the throw pillows. Need you, he grunted against my lips in between long, deep kisses. Right, now. He hiked me up his waist, while I kept our mouths firmly attached and started toward the bedrooms. My door flew open with a bang. We couldn't get our clothes off fast enough, but couldn't stop kissing each other, either. Keeping our mouths fused, Brandon tore off my sweater and my pants while I yanked his belt away and wrenched his t-shirt over his head. We tripped over our limbs, our shoes, our clothes, laughing in between furious lunges back to one another after even a sliver of separation. When we were finally naked, he tackled me onto the bed, covering my small body with his big, warm one, and entered me with one full thrust. Skylar, he cried hoarsely. Christ, do you feel good? But this wasn't a time for dirty talk, or any talk at all. Brandon's mouth anxiously found mine again as he started to move within me. He lifted my leg around his hip, using the leverage to go deeper, closer. The combination of his unforgiving rhythm with the torturous stimulation was automatic. I cried out into his mouth as I lost control, quickly, chaotically. Brandon, I moaned, gripping his thick curls and grinding my hips against his. What I wanted to say, I didn't know. All I felt was him, all I wanted was him. Body, mind, soul. I gripped his shoulders, his neck, his back, unable to get as close as I wanted. It was all too much. Too much to handle or comprehend. More than any other time we had been together, I was genuinely losing my ability to think straight. Tell me, baby, Brandon demanded in my ear, continuing with his fervent pace as he pulled the lobe between his teeth. He groaned as both of my legs clenching around his waist, urging him forward, as I hurtled even closer to the edge. Tell me what you feel. Not what you think, what you feel. My orgasm came, fast and hard. Oh, Holy Mother of God. Brandon, I love you. I shouted it over and over again, my body convulsing under him as he continued to move relentlessly. Skylar. Brandon buried his face in my neck, his hand clutching my hip hard enough to leave a bruise. Gasping for breath, we gripped each other until the waves finally faded. Slowly, my body began to sink into the mattress, and it was only when his hands released their death grip on my legs that I briefly thought I'd probably have a few decent bruises the next day. Eventually, full consciousness returned,
I barely registered the mess of clothes tossed about the room, the sweat rolling down our bodies from our efforts, the way my skin stuck to Brandon's as I was trapped beneath his chest, the way his heartbeat raced against mine. The air surrounding us had become cloyingly humid in the heat of our passion. I couldn't move. I didn't want to. Finally, Brandon was able to push onto his forearms and look down at me, his face flushed from exertion. His eyes, however, had lost that petrified look he'd walked in with. All I saw was love. Like a bear moving lazily toward hibernation, he clambered up to the head of the bed and settled us under my comforter. I was tucked securely into the crook of his arm, my head on his broad, firm chest, while his hand rubbed absent circles over my back. We lay like that for several minutes, slowly coming down from the high of the quick, fierce joining. Just as I was about to doze off, he murmured into my hair. "Tell me," he said, his voice gentle, but still cut through with longing. "Tell me again, please." I blinked slowly, unable to keep my eyes open for long. I knew exactly what he wanted me to say, just as I knew I couldn't keep it back, no matter what it might cost me in the end. "I do," I murmured. "I love you, Brandon." The sun was already low through the blinds when I woke up again, which meant that it was nearly 5 o'clock. We had slept most of the afternoon away. I felt like I could sleep the rest of the night, too. Brandon snored indelicately, and I took that to mean I could slide out from his death grip to get a glass of water. I snagged my robe from the back of the door and padded down the hall to where I found Jane reading on the couch. "Hey there, Missy," she said, looking up from her book. "Sleeping late today?" I shrugged. "We fell asleep. After, you know." Jane grinned at me. "We, huh? Is there a wee tycoon napping in your bed, my dear? I didn't know His Majesty was up for sleepovers on the bad side of town." As if on cue, a very loud snore erupted from my bedroom, causing Jane and me to burst into a fit of hushed giggles. I stumbled over to the sink and poured myself a glass of water, which I downed in a single go. "Worked yourself up a thirst, I see," Jane remarked, watching me. "Good for you." "Oh, Jane." I washed the glass before turning around. "It's so screwed up. Shit. He's married." "You didn't know that?" I threw up both hands. "No, I didn't know that. I didn't want to cyberstalk the guy, okay?" "Well, it's hardly cyberstalking when he's a public figure. Besides, everyone runs at least a Google search on new dates. Bosses, too, come to think of it." I glared at her. "Well, I don't. Or didn't. You didn't think to mention it?" Jane bared her teeth in mild shame. "I thought, it was one of those topics, like, you knew and you made the choice to be with him anyway. Really, who am I to judge who you want to pork?" I shook my head and leaned back against the counter. Whatever. It doesn't change anything between us. I sounded more certain than I felt. Jane tapped her pen absently on the edge of her book. "Well, he is separated. He filed what, 3 years ago now?" "How do you know that?" I demanded. She shrugged again. "Page 6, I think. His wife is a socialite in New York." I grimaced. I had seen her. It made perfect sense that Miranda would make the gossip pages. "Plus," Jane continued, "he left his divorce papers sitting here and—" I was nosy. She gestured toward the wrinkled mass Brandon had left on the coffee table. "Considering how loaded he is, I'm not surprised it's taking him forever to reach a settlement, especially since there was no prenup." Checking again for the sound of Brandon's snores, I joined Jane on the couch with a defeated grunt. "It's just so fucking messy," I said as I rubbed my temples. She walked in on us at his house. We were getting busy in the kitchen, and I think she watched. We didn't know she was there until it was over. She started clapping. "Oh, Jesus!" Jane erupted into another bout of giggles. "It's not funny," I protested. "I feel kind of violated by it, if you want to know the truth.
I ran out, but Brandon followed and made me listen to the whole sordid story. And by the end, he tells me he loves me, and then he makes love to me. Or fucks me. I'm not really sure which, and I say I love you back. But I don't really know if I can handle this, Jane. It's just so much, you know? Jane had stopped giggling and scooted closer so she could pull my head onto her shoulder. Oh, hon, she said. Yeah, it definitely sucks. I'm so sorry, really. What are you going to do? I don't know, I said honestly. I do love him, and I forgive him for the most part. I mean, I sort of get why he didn't tell me about everything. I sighed. I don't know if it's enough, though. Jane patted my leg sympathetically before sitting back with her books. Like any good friend, she knew when to interfere and when to give me the space to sort things out. I will say one thing, Skye, she said as she picked up a textbook. I like him. Or maybe I should say, I like who you are with him. You're warmer, I guess. And in the last few months, you've seemed happier than I've seen you in 3 years. Don't take that lightly. You've had a hard day. Give it a little time to figure out how to deal with it together. I mulled over her words along with the other thoughts cycling through my mind. Finally, I nodded and stood back up. Okay, I'm going to jump in the shower and then wake up the wee tycoon for some dinner. Maybe talking about the weather over a plate of pasta will make the fact that my boyfriend is married to someone else more palatable. I'll head back to the library, give you kids some space, Jane said, as she started to gather her books together. I almost told her not to bother, but I realized just how much I didn't want to go back to the house on Beacon Street. The thought was sad. Less than 12 hours ago, I never thought I could be happier than I'd been there. Now, I never wanted to see the place again. I stood under the shower for what might have only been minutes, but what felt like an hour. Mentally, I felt like I had been run over by a bus. What a goddamn clusterfuck of a situation. It had occurred to me while Brandon was telling his story that perhaps Miranda's alibi was covering for more than just assault. He never said who actually killed Ricky O'Neill, just that one of his friends was doing time for it. Had he lied to me about that too? There was no statute of limitations for murder in Massachusetts. If Miranda recanted her alibi, would the state reopen the case? I shook my head under the stream. No, there would have to be evidence of his presence and involvement with the crime, either an actual witness, fingerprints on the weapon, or something equally condemning. But if that were the case, there was no way the state's attorney would have declined to prosecute just because of Miranda's alibi. Besides, I told myself, Brandon Sterling wasn't a killer. A poor sheep in rich clothing, okay. A reformed hustler, sure. But he wasn't the type who could shoot someone in cold blood. Was he? I closed my eyes and imagined his gentle yet strong features, blue eyes full of the yearning I knew came from a lifetime without true affection. Parents who had clearly never treated him with the love and attention any child deserved. Foster parents who treated him with disinterest, despite good intentions. Even when he got married, it obviously wasn't because of love, but because the boss's daughter was infatuated and her daddy wanted to keep Brandon's money-making talents on a leash. My heart ached at the thought of a young Brandon roaming the streets with his gang of trouble-making compatriots because they were the closest thing to family he could find. Their friendly fist bumps and encouraging slaps on the back might have been the kindest physical contact he'd received. No wonder he couldn't forgive himself for letting them go to prison while he took the out. Could I handle the aftermath of whatever was going to happen next? Jane had told me to sleep on it, but the truth was, I already had. Things already seemed different, even just 5 hours later. I was interrupted from my brooding by a pair of large hands sliding around my waist. I twisted around with a start and found Brandon completely naked, with a hungry, searching look in his eyes. He took up most of the room in the small space and pushed me against the wall, so that the water streaming from the rain nozzle poured over his face, coating his long lashes and face with water. I had been so lost in thought. I hadn't even heard the bathroom door open and close, hadn't registered the slide of the shower curtain when he'd stepped in. But now he had my attention, 100%. He said nothing at first, just let his gaze rove over my body, followed by his hands. His finger trailed from my hips up the sides of my ribs, cupping my breasts briefly, while he drifted his thumbs over my nipples. "So beautiful," he murmured. My breath caught in my throat as he bent down reverentially to kiss one nipple, then the other, which he sucked between his teeth before releasing it with a small pop. His lips slid up my chest, tracing my collarbone and up my neck, where his tongue twirled around my pulse with maddening circles. "Brandon," I groaned, slipping as my legs started to lose their ability to bear my weight. His hands immediately cupped my ass, holding me up. "I got you, baby," he rumbled before taking my mouth in a gentle, thorough kiss that seared more than the hot water. All of my previous reservations melted completely away under his touch. The only thing I could think of was how badly I wanted him yet again. "Do you feel it?" Brandon asked against my neck. "Do you feel how perfectly we fit? Your body was made for me, Skylar, just like mine was made for you." He pressed the entire length of his muscular torso up against me, as if to illustrate the point, eliciting a further groan from the back of my throat, as I pawed desperately at his shoulders for him to come even closer. "Please," I panted into his slick skin. It was the only thing I could say. But instead of pounding into me with the ferocity I craved, Brandon gripped me tighter and entered at an agonizingly slow pace, forcing me to feel every bit of his length, inch by terrible, wonderful inch. Still holding me up, his flexed biceps the only sign of effort, he watched as he moved in and out with the same unbearably slow cadence. "Look at me, Skylar," he commanded, and my eyes, which were squeezed shut, opened to find his bright blue pools, blazing with love and passion. "Touch yourself, baby," he commanded softly. "Make yourself come." Without breaking our eye contact, I slipped 2 fingers down to massage that sensitive spot. The combination of his slow, forceful movements with the flutter of my fingers was instantaneous. "Ah!" I cried out, unable to keep my eyes open anymore. "Brandon!" "Not yet, baby," he cooed. "Hold it, just a little bit more." He started to pick up the pace, just slightly, and I could tell by the minor shaking of his body he was having just as hard of a time holding back. "Just a little bit more." I moaned even louder, pushing off the wall behind me to meet his thrusts, unable to control myself any longer. I tightened suddenly around him, which ultimately was both our undoing, as he lost his control and started to move faster and more erratically. My hand fell away, but I didn't need it anymore. I was lost. "Oh, fuck, Skylar," Brandon groaned, an animal in the throes of pain and pleasure, slamming back into me against the wall, where my head banged with a satisfying clunk. I couldn't have cared less. We fell apart together, biting hard into each other's shoulders as we quaked through muscle and bone. Brandon's powerful legs finally buckled, and as we came down from our mutual high, he slid down to his knees, keeping me securely wrapped around his waist, while the water poured over us. "Please," he croaked through long-drawn breaths. He kissed me, so tenderly it almost hurt. It seemed I wasn't the only one still reeling from our conversation. All I have, it's yours, I promise. Just let me try. Let me love you the way you deserve." I gripped him tightly and threaded my fingers through the wet curls gathering at the nape of his neck. Even under running water, he smelled so good. How could someone who felt so good be wrong for me? "Please," Brandon whispered again huskily.
His arms were still wrapped around my waist, holding me in a vice-like grip. He was scared, I realized, to let me go like he knew all the doubt that I'd been feeling. In my heart, I knew I was never going to leave him anyway. I whispered back, "Okay." Chapter 40. Jane's absence allowed Brandon and me to share a bottle of cheap wine and greasy Chinese food, in between 2 more bouts of cathartic, soul-searing sex. He didn't try to convince me to go back to Beacon Street, although I imagined he missed his bed. His feet hung at least 6 inches off my college-issued double mattress. But whether it was because Miranda was still there or because he knew it would just make me uncomfortable, the question of leaving never once came up. There was no checking his messages, no conference calls. For the first time since we'd become involved, Brandon's undivided attention was focused only on me. Sometime just past 6 a.m., I slipped my robe back on and left Brandon again snoring in my bed, a pillow clutched endearingly over his stomach, like an oversized teddy bear. But I had to get up. My stomach was still in knots that no boring deposition would be able to untie. I brewed a cup of tea and sat quietly on the couch. I wanted things to be resolved quickly, but that definitely wasn't in the cards. Brandon's divorce papers still lay crumpled on the coffee table. I set my mug and reached for the wrinkled pages. It was time to face what I was getting into. They were standard court documents, one packet laying out the terms of the separation and the official filing for divorce. Miranda had been given a princely monthly maintenance, along with the residencies of their New York apartment and a different house in Cape Cod. The other packet was a copy of the most recent terms, which I noted Brandon had signed, but Miranda had not. I wasn't sure why he had brought them, perhaps to prove to me how close he really was to being finished with the whole tawdry business. I hesitated. Brandon's entire life was in these pages. Was this really something I should be looking at? My fingers toyed with the paper. He had brought them here for me to see. I had every right to look. It was a fairly standard agreement, its length only accounted for by the sheer volume of assets the 2 of them shared. It was also incredibly generous, granting Miranda more than 70% of their liquid assets and property, almost all of their mutual stock portfolio, and all of their properties, including the house on Beacon Street. I paged through the assets, wondering why Brandon was offering so much, but the reason was soon clear. He was giving her everything in exchange for sole ownership of Sterling Ventures and the law firm. He meant what he said. He didn't want her anywhere near his companies. Why didn't she want to take the deal? She'd end up richer than Brandon, although they'd both still be extremely wealthy. Was it just to mess with him? Or was she still trying to stay connected to put off the inevitable? As I flipped through the rest, I continued to ruminate on that unpleasant, yet unfortunately understandable possibility, until I saw a name that made my entire brain stop. The end of the agreement included a set amount of their assets to be paid into 5 different trusts, separate from the money that would be split between them. The first 2 trustees' names were familiar enough, Ray and Susan Peterson. Douglas Murphy and Michael Larson were clearly the formal names of the men who had gone to prison in Brandon's stead, causing a permanent stain on their records that would follow them and their job prospects for the rest of their lives. They might not want to know him anymore, but Brandon was still making sure they would be taken care of once they were released. It was the 5th name on the list that stopped me. Victor Salvatore Messina. Brandon was making payments into a trust for the gangster who had nearly cost my father his life. My heart froze as I realized he had explicitly broken another promise he'd made to me, and lied about it along with everything else he's hidden. I thought he understood how desperate I was to get me and mine away from this man, from that kind of life. The last thing I wanted to do was give the keys to a piggy bank to a criminal who would never get enough. Who would never, ever leave my family or me alone. The jingle of keys shook me out of my stupor, and I dropped the papers on the table like they burned. Jane entered, slow and sluggish. Apparently the library had turned into a night out. "Good morning," she greeted, but stopped when she saw my expression. She shucked her coat and approached like she was cornering a stray cat. "Everything okay?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. With a shaky hand, I pointed a finger at the papers. "Oh," Jane said knowingly, following my gesture. "You looked. Yeah, it's a shitload of assets, isn't it? You know these kinds of people are loaded, but it doesn't really hit you what that means until you find out they could buy Nicaragua if they wanted to, does it? The good news is that if you ever do marry the guy, you'll be able to negotiate one hell of a prenup." "It's not that," I replied. I grasped at the papers and held up the one with the trust agreements on it. I pointed to the name that had me quaking with bad memories. "Vicomte Slughead Meshuggah?" Jane joked, as she leaned over the couch, squinting before she stood up. God damn it. I should have brought my glasses with me. The guy wasn't even worth taking them off anyway. "What does it say?" "Victor Salvatore Messina," I said slowly as I rubbed the bridge of my nose. "He's the guy who beat the shit out of my dad. And for some reason, Brandon is giving him money. A lot of it." Jane nodded slowly. She didn't know that much about my family's entire history with the Messina crime syndicate, but she knew about the most recent events, enough to comprehend the consequences of this particular revelation. She set a cautious hand on my shoulder. "What do you want to do, Sky?" she asked quietly, checking toward the bedroom where Brandon's light snores filtered out every few seconds. I whispered vacantly, that I could do it, that I could forgive him, and we could move on, but he's going over my head, inviting this scum into my family's life all over again. How am I supposed to get my dad clean if he has this menace forever in his life? Brandon can't really think a guy like this won't come knocking around for more if he knows it's there. My voice had become almost soundless. My chest constricted, and I pushed my hands roughly over my face. When I pulled them back through my hair, sudden clarity came over me. It didn't matter what Brandon's intentions were, or whether or not we were desperately in love. It didn't matter that I had never felt like this for anyone and suspected I never would again. I absolutely could not allow my family anywhere near this kind of mess, and I could not be with someone who wasn't honest. Brandon had lied, not once, but multiple times. That wasn't something I could overlook. "Do you want me to ask him to leave?" Jane asked. "Say the word, Sky, and I'll march back there and kick his naked ass to the curb. You know I will." I groaned into my hands. I loved Brandon, but I didn't want to end up like these women I met at the clinic, who threw their lives away for a man because of love. And I certainly couldn't be indebted millions of dollars on account of Victor fucking Messina. I turned to Jane, full of decision. "No," I said quietly yet definitively. A deep mixture of resolve and regret throbbed in my heart. This was going to be hard, but I knew I had to do it. "Jane?" She looked at me with sympathy, as if she already knew what I would ask. "Can you help me out with one thing?" "Need me to call the security guard?" I shook my head. No. Just, can I borrow some clothes? I'm going to leave a note saying I've gone to the library or something and will be tied up all day. He'll go, I'm sure of it. Just tell him that's where I went, okay? And that I didn't want to wake him up." She looked uneasy. "Skylar, please, Jane. If I see him right now, I don't think I'll be able to do this, and he won't just let me go. I know him." All of a sudden, I couldn't move fast enough. I darted quickly and quietly about the apartment, gathering books and papers, my cell phone, keys, and wallet. I flipped efficiently through my messenger bag to make sure everything else was in order. When I stopped, Jane was still standing by the couch, watching me with sadness. "Jane, clothes!" I said, my tone bordering on a bark. "I can't leave the apartment dressed in nothing but a bathrobe." Jane blinked. "Right. I'll go find you something to wear." She re-emerged from her room a few minutes later, carrying a pair of stretchy leggings and a black concert sweatshirt for a death metal band.
I looked at the logo, which was a blended graphic of Cthulhu and a zombie, and back up with a raised eyebrow, which only made her laugh. Hey, you like black? Give me a break, it's laundry day. I gave her a quick hug. Thanks, Janie. It's perfect. I slipped into the bathroom to change, brush my teeth, and tie my hair up before re-emerging in the all-black ensemble, over which I pulled my black rain boots and my favorite gray knit hat. I shoved on my glasses before putting on gloves, a scarf, and then buttoning my black trench coat over it all. You look like a badass, Jane said with a sad smile. Like a sexy Inspector Gadget. He's going to freak when he wakes up, you know. You sure you can't just ask him what this is all about? I shook my head. My mind was made. It didn't really matter what Brandon would say. This was way beyond the scope of what I could handle. Our age and income disparities? I was just coming around on that. His obvious abandonment and childhood insecurities? Perhaps. Even his divorce, I probably could have managed, eventually, despite the secrecy. But the mafia on top of all of it? As much as I felt his presence pulling me back to the bedroom, I had to think with my head on this one. I'm going to go to New York for the rest of the weekend, I said. Just tell him I forgot about a project and I went to the library. Tell him I'll call him later. And that I love him. My voice cracked on the last word. It was the only thing I'd said that wasn't a lie, and Jane knew it. She reached out and squeezed my hand. Sure, Sky. Whatever you say, she said softly. But if he throws a fit, he won't, I replied. I think he only does that around me. Will you let me know when he's gone? Jane nodded. No problem. I opened the front door as quietly as I could. All right, I said, suddenly lowering my voice to a whisper. Later. Be safe, Jane said and shut the door. I stood for as long as it took to take 5 deep breaths, sucking in the air and exhaling it long and slow. It was physically painful to be standing there, doing what I was about to do. But there was no alternative. As I let out the last breath, I turned down the long, deserted corridor and walked away from the man I loved. 3 hours later, I was about halfway to New York on the train, having opted for a more expensive mode of travel in the event Brandon pulled another stunt and showed up again in Chinatown. I was curled up in a seat by the window, watching the cloudy New England seashore pass by as I enjoyed the relative solitude of the early Saturday express line. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out to find a text from Jane. Jane. Finally woke up. Told him you were at the library without cell service, but I don't think he believed me. Me. Why not? Jane's response was almost instantaneous. Jane. He saw the divorce papers scattered around. Pretty sure he thinks you are mad about something. I paused, unsure of what to write back. My phone buzzed again before I could reply. Jane. He's not stupid. It was too easy to imagine him, looking for me eagerly after what must have seemed like a night of hard-won reconciliation, and finding nothing but my uncharacteristically sober roommate and the scattered divorce agreement. Of course, he knew what had happened. Deep down, I knew he would. It's why I had skipped town like a coward. Brandon would have seen everything on my glass face the minute he woke up. I blinked away tears as I thought about what we had shared together. All the times he begged me to love him, and God, I did. My phone vibrated with another text. Jane. He's standing outside the building. I think he's waiting for you to come back. Do you want me to talk to him? Jane. He's freezing down there. It's actually hailing outside. Waiting. Always waiting. He's so scared to miss me that he would literally wait through a hailstorm. I closed my eyes and saw him at the bus stop, outside the theater, striding into the club in New York and leaning against my building just last night. His eyes were always slightly nervous, but eager all the same. He said he would never stop chasing me. Unfortunately, this time I wasn't going to let myself be chased. I tapped a quick final message. Me. You can tell him I'm not coming back. Thanks. I powered off my phone and put it in my bag, Then I tucked my legs under me and pressed my face against the cold glass of the train window. I imagined Brandon's face as Jane told him the truth, and silently, I began to cry as I finally allowed myself to feel the pain of what I was losing. Chapter 41.
Bubala.
My grandmother's sharp, gravelly voice woke me from a night of thrashing around my bed, twisted up in dreams of mournful blue eyes and rainstorms. If I hadn't known I was in Brooklyn, that word took me straight back to Flatbush. Maybe if I wished hard enough, Bubby could take me back months before this mess began.
Get your tuchus down here for breakfast.
Maybe not. I squinted into the stale light that peeked through the blinds. Go away, Bubby. As I sat up, the mattress creaked loudly, as if it had had as hard a time with sleep as I had. I had a full day of studying ahead of me, considering I still had to catch up on the work I'd missed last week. With everything that had been going on, my focus was slipping, something I just couldn't afford so close to the end. Unfortunately, the small light on my phone that signaled messages was right next to my face. I had managed, with helpful distractions in the forms of liquor, music, and my dad, to ignore all notifications after I'd finally turned the phone back on. Now, however, was a different story. With a sinking feeling in my stomach, I swiped the screen, which revealed 5 new voicemails, 28 new text messages, and a whopping 43 missed calls. All were from a certain frantic businessman. I deleted all of the voicemails, knowing that if I heard the sound of Brandon's deep voice, my resolve would melt faster than ice cream in August. The messages began innocently enough. Brandon, missed you when you left. Then with more mischief, Brandon, was hoping to take you out for breakfast. Of course, you'd taste better. When I didn't reply, they became more inquisitive and frustrated. Brandon, when do you think you'll be finished at the library? Brandon, it would be nice if you could actually check your messages. After he had been told that my trip to the library was a farce, they turned confused and frantic. Brandon, what did I do? Brandon, I'm freaking out here. Please call ASAP. Brandon, what the hell, Skylar? Where are you? I scrolled through the hurt, the obvious frustration, the confusion. Jane hadn't told him where I'd gone, but Brandon was too smart not to figure it out eventually. It was clear from the messages that he knew I was angry about something and determined to leave. I scrolled to the last one, which practically stopped my heart. Brandon. I meant it read. Never. I turned off the phone again and pulled the covers over my aching head. His meaning was clear. He'd never stopped chasing me. I'd done the right thing in deleting the voicemails. If I heard him say it aloud, I wouldn't be able to ignore the part of me that didn't want him to stop. But this was for the best. And more than that, it was good that I'd come here to remind myself of what I was protecting.
Skylar Ellen Crosby.
I grumbled again at the sound of sturdy shoes on the rickety wooden stairs. The door burst open with a loud thwack against the wall, and before I knew it, the blankets were yanked away by a pair of small, strong hands that belonged to an equally small, strong body. "Hey!" I yelped, pulling the blanket back up, but sitting up all the same. "I was sleeping." Bubby patted her immaculately set bob, which was loaded with so much hairspray it hardly moved. It was Sunday, which meant that she had her weekly mahjong game at the community center, but not until 3. She was dressed in her favorite outfit, dark brown polyblend slacks and a matching sweater set, over which she had her favorite kitchen apron, which, if the pattern of orange and brown flowers was any indicator, was purchased around the same time my dad was born. I couldn't help but smile a little at the sight of her. Bubby wasn't the most stylish lady on the block, but she was, as my dad would say, definitely an old-school dame. She also looked like a garden gnome.
"Skylar," she said again, pointing a manicured finger at me. "First you traipsed down to the club last night and drank too much whiskey with your father. That's right, he told me. My Danny doesn't keep anything from his ma."
I sighed, rubbing my temples. God, my dad was such a mama's boy. After escaping my apartment yesterday morning, I had chosen to hole up at the NYU library, rather than face Bubby's interrogation in Brooklyn. I had begged another family emergency with my instructors and gotten a round of apologetic support from them. I had surfaced at Nick's sometime after 11. Messina and his crew were nowhere to be seen, but Dad was. He wouldn't play for the foreseeable future, but he was as dedicated to his band as ever. He didn't seem surprised to see me. Said nothing when I took a seat next to him at a small table near the band. He just raised his soft-casted hand to Nick for another drink, his other hand holding the cane he needed to get around. We had watched them play for hours, us two wounded Crosbys with our sad little glasses of whiskey. The combination of liquor and jazz managed to keep me from looking at my phone, the sight of my dad cradling his maimed paw while we watched his best friends make music without him was enough to maintain my resolve until morning. Now I faced my grandmother.
"It's 11 o'clock,
Bubby said as she tapped on the face of her gold chain watch.
Your father's been up since 9 and he was out just as late. It's time to have breakfast like a civilized family before you go back to school. I don't know why you're here, Skylar, but you need to get your keister back to Boston tonight."
She cocked her head, waiting for my smart-ass response. But when our eyes met, she crossed the room and pulled me to her small body. I didn't cry. Crosby women rarely cried, and mostly when no one was there to see them. I had left my tears on the train, but I laid my head on her shoulder and let her rock me like a child, taking comfort in her familiar scent of wool, flour, and Chanel No. 5.
"Was it that rich goy who stayed at the Waldorf?"
Bubby asked, brushing my hair lightly, occasionally picking out tangles. Wordlessly, I nodded. She patted my head once more and then pushed me back upright so she could look me over properly. It didn't matter that I was 26. I would always be her little girl.
"Tell me everything,"
Bubby ordered. So I did. I started at the beginning, with the chance meeting in the middle of a snowstorm. I left out the steamy parts that no one in their right mind would tell their grandmother. As I recounted the past few months, Bubby listened with her characteristic poker face, with only an arched eyebrow when I recounted my rebuff of the trip to Paris, and a low sigh as I filled her in on Brandon's current marriage and what he had done for our family. I left out the exact trouble he'd gotten into with his friends, but made it clear that Miranda had incurred his debt. When I mentioned Messina's name in the divorce papers, she straightened slightly but remained silent until I finished my story. Then it was done. My hands clasped over my knees. I waited for her verdict.
"Well,"
Bubby said after a long, uncomfortable minute,
"that's quite the macher you found for yourself, isn't he?"
It was unclear what exactly she meant. Macher was a Yiddish word that roughly meant someone with a lot of ambition, but it could also be used as an insult like fat cat. I sighed, ready for the inevitable onslaught against idiot Goyim and why I should be dating a nice Jewish boy.
"A mess, but a mensch,"
Bubby said. A man of worth, a man to be respected. She tapped me on the knee.
"So, what are you doing here, Skylar?"
Bubby asked sharply.
"Despite his troubles, you're in love with him, aren't you?"
I breathed out a long sigh and dropped my head back to my knees. "I can't, Bubby," I muttered into the bedding.
"What? I can't hear you when you're talking into your blanket," she snapped.
"I can't," I protested to the ceiling beams as I thrust my hands out. "You heard the story, Bubby. You want me with a man like that? A man who's already someone else's husband? Who's in some kind of nasty business with a guy who almost killed Dad?" Irritably, I pushed the comforter aside and stalked across the room, where I yanked a pair of old jeans out of the beat-up dresser. With a loud huff, I stuffed my legs into them, ignoring Bubby's obvious disapproval with the holes in the knees.
"I don't know why you insist on walking around like a schlumper, Skylar," she remarked.
She was sitting on the edge of my bed as if it were her throne.
"I know you have nice clothes. I've seen the pictures on the Facebook."
I rolled my eyes and grabbed an equally ragged sweatshirt, an old gray and purple NYU hoodie that I had bought my first day in college. "Can't I be comfortable in my own home?" I muttered. Bubby loved to argue, and I was used to being picked on. Growing up with her probably predestined my career as a lawyer. I finished buttoning my jeans and turned around as Bubby stood up herself. She brushed non-existent wrinkles out of her slacks and then propped her hands on her hips as she looked me over. "Please don't start, Bubby," I said, but she held up a hand again.
"The saying goes, behind every strong man is a strong woman."
She paused meaningfully, tapping her fingernail on the walnut trim of my nightstand.
"It sounds to me like Brandon is strong enough for my granddaughter, but he needs someone to be strong for him, too."
I opened my mouth to reply, but Bubby shook her finger.
No. Let me finish. You tell me this story, and I hear about a man who needs his woman. That's you, Skylar, not this Miranda who clearly never loved him. I also hear about a man who's been working to do his best by you and yours. He is protecting this family, and he wants to give you the world. Maybe this business with Victor Messina is a bad idea, or maybe there's more to it than you think. If it's bad, it seems to me he would need you to guide him away from it, not run when he needs you also. And you're running for what? Because you're scared of his money? Because you're scared of his love for you? Maybe, Burbala, it's because you're scared of yourself and how you really feel.
Bubby paused again. I knew better than to argue back. I'd just get another finger wagging, so I stood there, didn't even dare to move. I watched the dust flecks scatter in the streams of light that landed on the old plywood flooring. When she had apparently waited long enough, Bubby spoke again.
"There is another person in this family who runs when things get hard, Skylar. A person who runs from the man who loves her. And I think you know who that is."
My head snapped up. "That's not fair. I am nothing like my mother." Bubby shrugged and walked to the door, where she braced a hand on the frame.
"You are as much your mother as your father, Burbala. And that's the truth. They each gave you half of your beautiful self, half your flaws and half your strengths. But it's up to you which parts of those halves you want to keep, or whether you want to be like either of them at all." She flicked her head. "Now come downstairs before breakfast gets cold. I didn't slave away in the kitchen for half the morning so you could turn your nose up at my blintz."
The kitchen table was laid with the familiar green glass plates and matching juice glasses I had grown up with, along with a large baking dish of Bubby's blintzes. Dad sat with his feet propped up while he read the Post and sipped his coffee.
"Hey there, Pips,"
he said with a smile. He pulled his feet off the chair so I could join him. A week's recuperation had done him good. Most of the bruises on his face had faded, and he no longer had to wear the nose brace. Although there was still a scab on his forehead, he looked almost like himself again. He was still in the same red and gray flannel bathrobe he had worn for so long that Bubby had to patch the elbows at least 3 different times. The normalcy of the robe was a pleasant sight. "Morning, Dad," I said with a quick kiss on his cheek. Dad pulled on his mustache with his good hand before pouring himself another cup of coffee. The stitches in his hand were due for their first inspection next week, and there were no signs of infection. Bubby had told me over the phone that he had gone to his first Gamblers Anonymous meeting, as well as an appointment with a therapist. She'd driven him there herself. Bubby sat down and quickly filled the morning silence with a discussion of temple gossip and the latest news from her friends at the community center. Dad and I each simply ate our blintzes, which were filled with sweet ricotta and blueberries, just the way I loved. Once we were finished, Bubby cleared the table while Dad and I continued to sip our coffee and juice, picking occasionally at the leftovers in the middle of the table. The room was warm and cozy. It was all so normal. Like Brandon Sterling and Victor Messina had never intruded on any of our lives.
"All right. I have my hair appointment and then mahjong at 3, Bubby announced as she finished wiping down the countertop. "I don't know why you need to get your hair done, Ma," Dad said as he wiped a scrap of blueberry from his cheek with a paper napkin. "You already look like a princess."
Bubby set the sponge in its tray by the sink and smiled girlishly. "You," she said fondly with a pointed finger. "I'll see you for dinner. Skylar, will you be here?" I shook my head. "No, I've got to catch the 4:00 bus. I can't miss any more class." Bubby nodded with approval and pulled on her coat, which was the same shade of brown as the rest of her outfit. After checking that her sleeves were even, she marched over to where I sat and tipped her head, indicating wordlessly for a kiss on the cheek. I obliged. "Love you, Bubby," I murmured.
"You too, sweetheart," she said. "Danny, dinner's at 6.
"Have fun, Ma." Dad raised his good hand in farewell, and we both watched her march militarily out of the house. He then picked up the folded copy of the Post and wordlessly handed me the sections he'd already read.
"So, Pips, when are we going to see that young man of yours again?"
Dad asked once Bubby had pulled out of the driveway. He took a long sip of coffee. I sighed. "I don't think he'll be around much, Dad. It didn't work out."
"That's too bad,"
he said mildly, as if he hadn't told me just a short time ago that Brandon was perfect for me. He paused.
"He seemed like a decent guy."
"Yeah, well," I shrugged, looking toward the window while I swallowed back tears. I didn't want to cry, and the fact that it was over with Brandon was still so raw. "Dad?"
"Yeah, Pippi?"
"Dad, have you heard from Victor Messina recently?" My father stiffened slightly, and the paper in his hands crinkled under a strained grip, but otherwise he didn't change his expression.
"He came into the club last week, but he didn't talk to me,"
he said quietly. His good hand went reflexively to cradle the bat against his chest.
"To be honest, kid, I just got out of there as soon as I saw him."
I searched his face for something that might reveal anything he wasn't telling me. Something like Messina knew who his daughter's boyfriend was and was looking to shake us down. But there was nothing but a father's love and concern. I exhaled with relief. "How was your GA group?" Dad leaned back in his chair with a rueful chuckle.
"You're a shit liar, kid, just like your old man. The group's all right. I'll keep going. It's interesting to meet people going through the same stuff, I guess."
I nodded. At this point, I didn't care why he was going, so long as he was. "Good," I said as I stood up and cleared our empty dishes to the sink. Then I walked back to where Dad sat and wrapped my arms around his shoulders, leaning down to rest my chin on his collarbone. "Love you, old man." He was quiet for a moment, then reached up with his good hand to squeeze my wrist.
"Right back at you, kid."
When I let go, his smile made the thin skin at the edges of his eyelids crinkle.
"The Mets game is on. Do you want to watch?"
I stood up and shook my head. "No, I have to get ready. I'll probably just pack up and take the train into the city, see if I can catch an earlier bus." With a nod and a squeeze to my shoulder, Dad shuffled out of the kitchen, and I suddenly felt like I could breathe a little bit easier. Maybe I'd been running away, but coming home had definitely been the right decision. I pulled my phone out of my back pocket and turned it on. Another text message had arrived. "Brandon, Skylar, I deserve an explanation, please. I'm begging you." A few seconds later, another appeared. "Brandon, don't make me come down there." I sighed. The jig was up. I knew it wouldn't take him long to figure out where I was. It was time to deal with reality. I started up the stairs, pulled up Brandon's number, and pressed dial. "Skylar?" His answer was frantic and abrupt, right after the first ring. "Hey," I said softly as I started the ascent to the attic. "Skylar, Jesus Christ, are you okay?" Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't call sooner. I'm fine. I'm in New York." "Did something happen? Is your dad okay? Your roommate wouldn't tell me a goddamn thing, just that you weren't coming back. What the hell is going on?" "Brandon, I paused on the rickety wooden steps, unsure how to proceed. "I want to hear you say it, Red." Brandon spoke softly, even a bit dangerously. "If you're doing what I think you're doing, you should at least have the guts to say it to me straight. If not in person, then right now." I sighed again. Victor Messina. Victor Messina. I chanted the name over and over to myself until a ball of red rage burned steadily inside me. I thought of the bruises on my dad's face, the look of his limp, frail body in the hospital bed. I remembered the shrill hysteria in Bubby's voice when her only son was in the hospital, the looming question of whether or not he would ever make music again. And for some reason, Brandon was giving money to the guy who did this to my family and hid it. It was obviously out of some kind of misplaced gallantry, but I couldn't be involved either way. "It's over," I bit out. The stairs protested loudly as I jogged the rest of the way to my room. I slammed the door and collapsed onto the bed, inhaling the faint scent of lavender fabric softener. I could do this. I could. "What? Why?" Brandon's voice was sharp, biting through the scratchy cell phone service. I paused, thinking about how to say this without actually having to say it. If he really was in league with Messina, and for some reason it wasn't above board, then chances were I shouldn't know about it. It's too much. Miranda, the whole divorce, the lies. I'm 26, Brandon. I can't deal with all of that, and I shouldn't have to. It's not worth the trouble. I winced at the last statement, knowing it would hurt. I had to wait several seconds with my face buried in my pillow, listening to his uneven breathing over the phone. Just when I was about to ask if he was still there, he spoke, the timbre of his normal baritone shaky and uneven. "Is that really how you feel?" "Yes," I whispered. "It is." "You're not even going to give me a chance to defend myself?" "I already did," I said more strongly than I felt. "It's done. It's over, Brandon. Please don't chase me anymore. You deserve to move on with your life. Just not with me." My heart ached at the thought of him doing just that. I wiped a tear rolling down my cheek and shook my head hard to will away the others. Several more seconds passed. I flipped over to my back and stared up at my ceiling, counting the open rafters. My cell phone was warm against my ear, but that wasn't the reason I was starting to sweat. "Brandon?" I asked after counting at least 15 more rafters than actually existed. "Are you there?" A few more beats of silence passed. Then, "Yeah." "It's over," I repeated, hoping he would get the message and leave me to try to repair the giant rent in my heart. He paused again before speaking, and I continued to wipe away the tears that kept streaming down my face. I choked down a big sob and started to count down from 10. When I reached 1, it occurred to me he might not actually be there anymore. He was finally gone. The thought utterly and completely broke my heart. "Brandon?" I asked, my voice small in the unlit room. "We'll see," he said, and hung up. Chapter 42. Some people wallow when they have a broken heart. They turn into Bella Swan and self-implode for several months until they forget the color of the guy's eyes or the exact tone of the girl's voice. Then they meet someone else who helps them forget a little more, and eventually they return to the land of the living. Others, like me, drown themselves in work instead. In fact, the degree to which my heart was broken tended to directly correlate to the amount of effort I invested into other aspects of my life. There's nothing like a breakup to jumpstart personal ambition. Considering I'd never had a broken heart like this before, it figured that I finished the semester 3rd in my graduating class. I'd also been putting in extra time at FLS, so when Kieran asked me to wait a few minutes on my last day, I figured it would be good news. "So, I wanted to talk to you about where you're planning to work after graduation," Kieran said in her uncharacteristically blunt manner. I had come to understand her abrasive manner was really just a way of cutting through the bullshit, and I appreciated it instead of being intimidated by it. "Have you decided where you'll be?" she asked. I sat back in my chair after straightening the files I was leaving for the summer interns, due to start on Monday. "Well, I've been offered a position with the Brooklyn DA's office," I said. "I have until Monday to decide." Kieran nodded. Good. "Well, you'll have one more offer to consider along with that. I've been authorized to offer you a position at my firm as well. Junior associate, full benefits, with full pay while you study for the bar." I gaped. Kiefer Knightley was the other big full-service firm in Boston. It devoted 15% of its practice to pro bono cases, much more than the typical 5% offered by most firms, and recruited heavily from the Ivy League. Usually, it made offers to its second-year interns. The fact that Kieran had gone out of her way to procure me a position meant a lot. I'd be able to do the kind of advocacy work I liked while making about twice the salary the DA could offer. On top of that, I'd be able to work with someone I truly considered a mentor. But there was Dad, who was slowly recovering but obviously looking forward to having me close again. There was Bubby, who needed help keeping my dad in line, and there were, of course, other reasons to get out of Boston. Tall reasons. Blue-eyed reasons. Reasons that still crept into my thoughts after more than 5 weeks and woke me up in the middle of the night with dreams I could swear were real. "Can I think about it?" I asked. Kieran raised a thin eyebrow. "Really? I assumed you'd jump at the opportunity. There's no firm like us, you know." I nodded in agreement. "I know, it's just, well, I was planning on moving back to New York. My family is there and I think they miss me." It was a feeble excuse, but I couldn't tell her the real reason I was thinking of leaving Boston. Kieran was the last woman who would run away from any man, I was sure of it. She was friends with Brandon, but also his attorney. I had no idea what she thought personally of our situation, and I couldn't risk her thinking I was anything but professional. She nodded sympathetically. "I hear you, but, Skylar, promise me you'll think about it, all right? New York's only a few hours away. You'll still be able to visit your family." Hesitantly, I agreed. After all, Boston was a big city. A few more months and maybe one of these days I'd finally forget the man who seemed to be woven into every brick building, every sidewalk. I bent my head down to finish organizing the last few files, ignoring the fact that I could still picture a pair of sky-blue eyes with perfect clarity, and the deep tenor of his voice echoed through my dreams almost every night. I was the second-to-last student in my family law seminar to finish the final exam. With one click, I uploaded my test and closed my laptop with both elation and a twinge of sorrow. This was my last exam, my last act as a student. Graduation was on Monday, and between now and then I had to choose a job, pack up my apartment, and find a new place to live. I never expected to leave Harvard feeling more overwhelmed than when I started. But here I was. "You going to come to Cleo's?" Eric knocked me out of my worries as he followed me out of the classroom. "A bunch of us are going to celebrate." I smiled. I had intended to work my troubles out at the pool, but maybe a drink was more in order. Because Eric had taken one of the lucrative positions at Sterling Grove, he talked non-stop about his plans there as we made our way across campus to the bar. He had a few weeks off to rest, but would start a bar exam class at the end of May. I sighed. Just another thing to figure out, depending on which state I'd be living in.
"So, have you decided yet?"
Eric asked as we joined the students from our class, who had colonized a back corner of the bar. We waved to a few of them, but took seats at a big booth that was mostly full of coats and book bags. I shook my head while I dropped my bag in the corner of the booth and removed my jacket. No, I still have no fucking clue what I'm going to do.
"Is it just your family that's pulling you back to New York?"
Eric poured us both a pint of cheap beer from the pitcher in the middle of the table. "No," I admitted as I accepted a glass. "There are other factors, too." Eric gave me a knowing look and I glared. "It's not what you think." He chuckled.
"Whatever you say, Crosby. But come on, you're not exactly Lady Justice. I know you like working with women and everything, but the Brooklyn DA's office? That's going to be intense. It won't be anything like FLS. You'd be happier at Kiefer Knightley, where you can be choosier and make better money, too."
I sighed. He wasn't wrong. But someone else was Kiefer Knightley's biggest client. Someone I was trying and failing to put out of my mind. "Hey, kids." I turned to find Jane joining our small group. She took a cozy seat next to one of the kids from our seminar, and he wrapped his arm around her in a way that indicated they were a lot more than just casual classmates. As I watched them, I envied her. Jane never made any commitments in Boston. especially since she had planned to move back to Chicago the whole time. She had fun, and as much of it as she wanted. No apologies to anyone. Ever. I took a long sip of beer. Maybe taking a page out of Jane's playbook wouldn't be such a bad idea. A few short-term flings might be the perfect antidote for Brandon Sterling. As if my thoughts telegraphed his name directly to Jane's brain, she looked up from her man of the hour and pulled a small box and an envelope from her purse. "Here," she said with a knowing look, handing the packages across the table to me. It was on our mat this morning. I took the envelope and box with a sigh and set them down on the table in front of me. The envelopes had been coming every day since Brandon had realized I wasn't going to take any of his calls. Surprisingly, he hadn't shown up anywhere he knew I would be, and after a few weeks I had stopped expecting to find him leaning against the entrance to the law school, FLS, or my apartment building. But every day for nearly the last 5 weeks, a simple white envelope had been delivered to the doormat outside of my apartment. The only address was my name, written in bold, direct print across the front. And inside each and every one was a letter, handwritten on legal paper in which Brandon poured his heart out in the way of stories about himself. The first one had made his case plainly. "Skylar, I thought about sending flowers. I thought about sending gifts. I thought about kidnapping you to a deserted island where you'd be forced to talk to me, and I could eventually win you back with my wit and charm. But you said you didn't want any of that shit. You said you wanted to know me, so I'm going to tell you about me as best I can. All the stuff that I would have had the chance to share with you on dates, in bed, over the normal amount of time we should have together. I don't know what I did to mess up. Maybe it was the divorce, maybe it was school, maybe you were telling the truth. Although I can't shake the feeling that there is something more. But if you won't tell me what changed between our last night together and the following morning, so be it. So, this is me, and if I have to write you an encyclopedia a month for the rest of my life, I'll make you fall in love with me again. I know I can be that man for you, Skylar. If you'll let me, I love you, always. Do you love me yet, Red? B." They varied in length after that, from 1 page up to 15 at the longest, each bearing a story of who he was, memories of his childhood, good and bad, the feeling he had when he stepped into his first seminar at MIT, how he started his company, the one time he went looking for his mother again, when he found out she had died, the moment he knew he wasn't in love with Miranda, how he felt when he married her anyway. Some were easy and light, and others were incredibly difficult to read, but I read them all. I couldn't help it, and everyone ended the exact same way. I love you, always. Do you love me yet, Red? B.
Aren't you going to open it?
Kira, a girl from our seminar who was also Eric's latest target, pointed her beer bottle at the package.
What did you get?
I set the letter aside and picked up the box, the first of its type. Slowly, I lifted open the small white lid and found a bracelet sitting on a tuft of linen. It wasn't a Tiffany box, and the bracelet looked nothing like anything you'd find there. It was a sturdy, simple sterling silver cuff, about 1 inch wide and solid through. It bore the obvious impressions of hand-pounding across the top, but when I picked it up, I noticed that the inside had been polished smooth to bear an inscription. "One man loved the pilgrim's soul in you," I read aloud softly. I gulped. Somehow I didn't think the bar would be the best place to subject myself to Brandon's latest letter. "Nice," Eric said as he nodded at the bracelet. "Yates." I looked back down at the inscription and back up with confusion. I don't know it. Eric closed his eyes and recited the poem. "When you are old and gray and full of sleep, and nodding by the fire, take down this book and slowly read and dream of the soft look your eyes had once, and of their shadows deep. How many loved your moments of glad grace, and loved your beauty with love false or true?
But one man loved the pilgrim soul in you, and loved the sorrows of your changing face. And bending down beside the glowing bars, murmur a little sadly, how love fled and paced upon the mountains overhead, and hid his face amid a crowd of stars.
When Eric opened his eyes, the entire table had gone silent, and everyone was staring. Kira looked like she was ready to devour him alive, and Jane's mouth was open. Eric looked around and shrugged.
English major. I wrote my honors thesis on Yeats.
He took a long slug from his beer, and the conversations around the table erupted again. Kira turned to Eric with obvious moon eyes, which he studiously ignored. Well, if he wasn't getting any before, he certainly would be later.
So, Crosby, who's the dreamer?
He asked, nodding at the bracelet. I looked down at the gleaming silver. Yeah, there was no way I was going to be able to read the latest installment of Brandon Sterling Reveals His Soul without tears after listening to that poem. Pilgrim soul indeed. It's no one, I said quickly, tipping back the rest of my beer and reaching for the pitcher. Eric watched with amusement, knowing I wasn't usually given to binge-drinking cheap beer.
No?
He asked.
It's not a certain Beacon Street dweller who...
It's no one, I repeated sharply, cutting Eric off. I quickly poured another half-pint down my throat. Jane gave me a sympathetic smile from the end of the table. She knew she'd likely be getting me a cab at the end of the night. I picked up the empty jewelry box and started to stow the bracelet along with the letter. But I stopped as the inner inscription caught my eye again. My head was already swimming with too much cheap alcohol, and for once, I didn't want to push away my feelings. Giving myself permission not to think about it too much, I picked up the cuff and slipped it on before tucking the box into my bag. I ignored Jane's gaze at my wrist as I beckoned the waitress to the table. "Another round on me?" I asked my friends, and with jovial assent, the bracelet and its origins were quickly forgotten. Jane and her classmate dropped me off in a taxi at our building after I reassured her at least 5 times that I was fine. She kept looking pointedly at my wrist and asking again, but I finally convinced her that maybe it would be better for me to read the stupid letter by myself this time. Half soaked with cheap beer and tequila shots, I had a feeling the letter would make me cry, really ugly cry, and I preferred to do that sort of thing alone. I plodded out of the elevator on our floor, more than a little tipsy, for the 3 more beers and 2 shots I'd enjoyed at the bar, and found myself disappointed yet again that Brandon wasn't leaning against my door. It was strange to admit that for the last 5 weeks, I'd been hoping to find him stalking me. I'd checked every lamppost, every stupid doorway twice before leaving classroom buildings, tea stops, even the library. But he was never anywhere to be found. Only his letters. Phantom, I muttered as I forced my keys into the lock. Once inside, I immediately dug around the cupboards for the bottle of Macallan 18 I kept for special occasions and poured myself 2 fingers' worth. This was the first piece of jewelry I'd ever accepted from a man, so it deserved a celebratory drink, right? I brought the drink and the letter into my bedroom and made myself comfortable against my pillows. After taking a healthy sip of the scotch, I ripped open the letter. Dear Skylar, today is your last day of classes, and on Monday you'll finish school. You'll be studying for the bar. Sorry about that. But essentially, you're on the precipice. I remember that feeling. It's exhilarating. A combination of the knowledge of your own accomplishments paired with the thrill of moving on to the next chapter, the next dream of your life. When I graduated law school, my dreams were all business. I dreamed of building a legacy to which I could attach my name. I dreamed of my own building, my own staff, my own investments. I had a new kind of freedom I'd never had before, the power to be my own voice. But by that point, I was already married to a woman I didn't love, couldn't love. And then we found out we would not be able to have the family we thought we wanted. Eventually, my dreams were only in the head, not the heart. Then I met you, and my heart started to beat again. I could imagine a different kind of future. I saw us together, married, maybe raising a family or traveling the world, pursuing our careers and coming home to each other,
growing old together. It's been over a month. I thought at first that time would make my heart disappear again. Instead, being without you has only made me understand just how much you changed me. Now I understand how much I am truly capable of loving. I still dream that you might let me love you again. For now, I'm content to wait. This will be the last letter. You deserve to pursue your dreams on your own without being chased. But should you ever want to share those dreams with me again, Red, I'll be here, because my heart doesn't exist without you. Do you love me yet, Red? I'll wait, because I'll always love you. B. I stared at the letter through tear-glossed eyes, afraid to move for fear it would unleash a tidal explosion of weeping. Damn, I whispered. Oh, damn. With a final gulp of the rest of my scotch, I pushed myself up and stumbled back to the kitchen. Almost violently, I dug through my bag for my phone. Once I found it, I quickly scrolled to Brandon's contact and pressed dial before I could talk myself out of it. His deep voice answered on the second ring. Skylar? I tried not to thrill at the obvious excitement in his voice, but it was useless. The kitchen light caught on my new bracelet, and my heart quaked at the words I knew were inscribed next to my wrist. Hey, I said softly into the phone. Suddenly I had no idea what to say. I got your present. Oh. His voice, though deep, was also soft and tentative. Did you open it? I nodded before I could remember through my whiskey fog that he couldn't see me. Yes, I said. Well, I'm wearing it. It's beautiful. Thank you. It was made by a friend of Susan's, Brandon said. She's a local silversmith. I gave her a loan a while back to help her start a business. Why did I break this off again? I walked over to the freezer and removed a bag of peas, holding it against my forehead in hopes of shocking myself awake with the cold. It didn't work. Well, it's beautiful, I said again. I love it. Well, I love you, so that's fitting. My heart again picked up a few beats at his matter-of-fact words. I shut my eyes, willing myself to be normal. Why did he have to be so amazing? You're not going to make this easy on me, are you? I asked. Brandon chuckled. Not my style, Red. Although you're not exactly a pushover. I want to see you, I blurted out before I could tell myself not to. I pushed the peas against my forehead and squinted my eyes in pain at the thought of my idiocy. Jesus, what was I doing? Brandon? I asked when I realized he hadn't answered. Are you there? He exhaled a long, audible breath before answering. Yeah, Red, I'm here, he said softly. When? I shook my head, willing my foggy brain to think rationally. No time. This was a mistake. I don't want to see you. I need to say that. How about lunch? Tomorrow? I said instead. God, I was helpless. My stupidity was surreal, like watching a car wreck happen while I was the driver. I'll meet you at the yard at 1, he said in a brusque tone I couldn't quite read. See you then. Before I could answer, he ended the call. I stood in the kitchen for a solid 15 minutes, staring at the black screen on my phone and wondering what I had just gotten myself into. Chapter 43. At 5 minutes before 1, I found myself pacing outside of the yard, a chic bar-turned-restaurant that was built into the corner of one of the endless old brick buildings around Harvard Square. It boasted windows that could be opened like garage doors, pulling up into the ceiling of the place to connect the dark, modern interior with the heavily trafficked sidewalk. It was a typically warm spring afternoon in Boston. After spending more time than I cared to admit rifling through my wardrobe, I ended up walking to the restaurant in just a short-sleeved cornflower blue shift dress made of eyelet lace that fell to about mid-thigh. I paired it with cognac-colored wedge sandals and the tan suede purse I had bought after making my first big commission on Wall Street.
My hair fell in tousled waves down my back, and I basked in the scents of blooming flowers at the front of the restaurant. I paused before entering, taking a moment to mentally prepare myself. Somehow I had a feeling this single conversation had the potential to change the rest of my life.
You know, I think I've only ever seen you in shades of gray or black,
spoke a familiar voice behind me. I spun around to find Brandon approaching, other than that red dress, of course. He said with a smirk as he leaned down to kiss my cheek. His familiar scent of almonds and soap engulfed me, and I inhaled deeper than I wanted. He was dressed in light gray pants, a black tie, and a white Oxford shirt that was casually rolled up at the sleeves. The whole outfit was effortless and sophisticated, tailored in just the right places to accentuate the contrast between his narrow waist and broad shoulders. He waved kindly to David, who nodded from at the curb, before smiling politely at me. "Hi, David," I said.
"Ms. Crosby?" he said with another friendly nod. "Sir?" "I'll call when we're finished, David,"
Brandon said, and we both watched with undue fascination as David slipped into the Mercedes and drove away. Brandon turned back to me. I tugged nervously at the hem of the dress, suddenly wishing I hadn't chosen something that showed so much leg. "You cut your hair," I said through thick lips. My head still felt cloudy, although that feeling had gotten a lot worse in the last 2 minutes. Brandon gave a grim smile and pulled a hand through his hair, which was now cut neatly around his neck, but left a bit longer at the top to curl.
"Yeah, Margie finally told me I was starting to look homeless and dragged me to a barber shop. She says it makes me look younger. What do you think?"
I shrugged, feigning indifference as best I could. "You look fine," I said.
He looked fucking incredible. "Well, you look gorgeous," Brandon replied, as if I wasn't acting like a sullen teenager. "As I was saying before, you're a vision in color, Red. You look like spring."
"I guess black is more my thing," I said lamely. "I stand out enough with this hair." I pulled at a wavy lock, which was curlier than normal in the late spring humidity. By August, I'd look like a red-headed Diana Ross if I didn't plaster it with conditioner. Brandon caught my hand in his and brushed my knuckles for a moment before releasing it.
"It doesn't matter what color you wear,"
he said in a low voice, his eyes suddenly burning a brighter blue than my dress could ever be.
"You'd stop a man in his tracks anywhere."
"Please," I scoffed, but he stopped me with a shake of his head and a sly half grin.
"Well, you stopped me, didn't you?"
Before I could reply to that, Brandon grabbed my hand and led me into the restaurant, where he gave his name to the hostess. She batted her eyes coquettishly at him and gave me a look that was pure jealousy before guiding us to a table in the back patio. The restaurant was busy, full of parents here for graduation and older students and faculty celebrating the end of term. Brandon pulled out my chair before taking a seat across from me. I took in the charming space, which was lined with potted plants and scattered with wrought iron tables. "Scotch?" Brandon asked. I gulped. I was still feeling the after effects of drinking way too much the night before, but there was no way I could get through this lunch sober. "I'll just have a glass of the rosé, please," I said to the hostess.
"And whatever local IPA you have on tap," Brandon added. "Thanks."
The hostess batted her eyelashes again while she handed us our menus, then sashayed off with a distinct sway of her backside. I looked up to find Brandon's deep blue eyes pinned squarely on me, not having even noticed the obvious show for his benefit. He raised an eyebrow, then lowered his gaze to the menu. We both studiously ignored each other while placing our orders with the waiter, a Cobb salad for me and a pastrami sandwich for Brandon. Once we'd been served our drinks, Brandon watched with amusement as I quickly gulped down nearly half the sweet, chilled wine in one go.
"Something on your mind, Red?"
he asked with a chuckle. I pursed my lips. "Why do you ask?"
"Well,"
he said, leaning forward as if to whisper a secret to me.
"You did ask me here."
God, he smelled good. I had almost forgotten that amazing scent of his, a mix of expensive soap, almonds, and a tinge of metal, the remnant of his secret hobby that was a dead giveaway to his gentlemanly facade. For a second, I wanted to leap over the table and bury my face in his neck right there in front of the entire restaurant. I'd rip open his shirt so I could get my hands on the washboard abs I knew were hiding under those buttons and have my way with him until he was completely out of my system. Whoa, that escalated fast. Momentarily dizzy, I focused on getting that image out of my brain and took another large gulp of wine to ground myself. I felt bad, I said lamely, about the way things ended, and I wanted to thank you for this. I pulled the white jewelry box out of my purse and pushed it across the table. It's beautiful. It really is. But you know I can't accept it, Brandon. And there it is, Brandon replied dryly. He looked at the box but made no move to take it. Come on, Red. Let's not start that bullshit again, all right? I don't want to give you the wrong idea. Did he not understand how hard it was for me to do this? All signs of a smirk disappeared from his handsome features, and Brandon set his beer down and leaned across the table. Both hands took mine gently, and he brushed his thumbs lightly across my knuckles. This isn't like the Tiffany garbage or that stupid trip to Paris, Red, he said. It's not even like the piano, which I meant well, but didn't really know anything about. This is personal. I had this made especially for you because the artist's work reminded me of you. It's strong and solid like you are, but it's beautiful, and that's because its imperfections make it so unique. Whether or not I ever convince you what I know in my heart, Skylar, to be true, that we're fucking meant for each other. I want you to have it. Call it your graduation gift from your old boss if it makes you feel better, but I'm not taking it back. He released one of my hands and used his free hand to open the box and take out the bracelet, which he immediately pressed onto my other wrist. I watched, transfixed, as his fingers lingered over the delicate skin of my inner palm. Eventually, he released that hand as well. Better, Brandon said, sitting back again and taking a drink of his beer. Before I could reply, the waiter arrived with our food. Having skipped breakfast in the wake of my hangover, I realized I was famished and dug in immediately. It was several minutes before either of us slowed down enough to talk again. Brandon seemed content enough to make small talk through the rest of the meal, allowing me to avert my gaze when his burning one was too much to bear. He asked politely about school, about my family, and about where I was planning to work when I was finished. I wasn't actually sure I should tell him. Will it be Kieran's firm or the DA's office? He asked after polishing off the rest of his sandwich. My mouth dropped open, making him grin. Friends in high places, Red, he said. So, which is it going to be? They'd both be damn lucky to have you, although if I had my way, you'd still be the newest litigator at Sterling. I finished my last bite of salad and pushed the plate to the side. Well, if you must know, I'll be leaving Boston right after graduation. The decision came out of my mouth before I even knew I'd made it. I'm taking the job with the district attorney. Brandon looked at me with a strange expression, pride mixed with sadness. His blue gaze shot like a laser to the center of my heart, where I thought I had done a good job of patching up the breaks. Brandon Sterling definitely still had the ability to cut to the quick of me with just one look. He raised his water glass to me in a small, sad salute. Good for you, Red, he said. I'm sure your family will be happy to have you back. Before I could reply, our server arrived with the check, which Brandon paid with a $100 bill without even glancing at the final tally. Our meal couldn't have cost more than half that. Come on, he said, standing up. Let's take a walk. I don't know when I'll see you again. He leaned down so I couldn't avoid his piercing blue stare. A lock of dark blonde hair flopped onto his forehead, and I fought the urge to muss up the rest just to feel its softness once more. Please, he asked, holding his hand flat out for me. I sighed. All right, I said, and let him pull me up from my chair and out of the restaurant. I tried and failed to ignore the electricity passing between our fingers. He gripped my hand so hard, I thought he might never let go. So, I have something to show you, Brandon said as we walked amiably into Riverside Park and down to the Charles, where the crew team was out for its afternoon practice. It was the same route we'd taken several times before on our occasional runs. There was the bench where he'd given me a sweatshirt, the tree trunk where he'd cornered me in the sunlight and started. I shook away the memories that kept flooding back. No good could come from reminiscing now. He hadn't let go of my hand since leaving the yard, but did so now to withdraw a folded piece of paper from his pocket. He had rolled up his shirt sleeves in the restaurant, and now the face of his Rolex gleamed against his tanned skin. His forearm flexed as he handed the paper to me. "What's this?" I scanned the document. It appeared to be a photocopy of an agreement signed by both him and Miranda. An agreement to meet for arbitration in a month to finalize a settlement. It's binding, that's what. Once we leave that room, we're done for good. I looked up and handed the document back to him. "Why now?" Brandon sighed. "Because it's time. Because I threatened to take it to trial if she didn't. And my bluff paid off. She doesn't want this public any more than I do. Miranda has been incredibly stubborn. She said it's because she's Catholic. But I don't really think that's why she hasn't signed anything so far." I snorted. No, it wouldn't be. Not with billions of dollars at stake. He continued as if I hadn't said anything. "Half of Boston is Catholic. I thought it wouldn't matter. I didn't mind supporting her, not really. And I figured I'd never want to marry anyone again anyway. So what did it matter if I stayed married to her? Technically, anyway. But then, well, you read my letters. At least I hope you did." "Yes, I read them." I kicked a rock off the path with my toe and watched it tumble down the sloping grass toward the river. The idea of him staying married caused a ringing in my ears, and the intensity of what he was implying made my heart pound so hard that I tried hard to block out by focusing on the crunch of gravel under my feet. "So now she's suddenly going to agree?" I asked. Brandon shrugged. "We talked. I told her. I told her that I'm ready to move on." His eyes softened at me briefly, but he wisely chose not to pursue that line of thinking. Instead, he slapped his hands together and rubbed his palms as if preparing for battle. "It's not going to be cheap, that's for sure. She's angry and has new representation from Stern and Bouvier. You know them?" I nodded. Everyone knew them. They were the most cutthroat divorce lawyers in the city, the kind of attorneys who encourage their clients to throw around false accusations of domestic abuse and the like to earn sympathy in court. They would dig up every piece of dirt on Brandon they could find and make him seem like the worst husband possible. It wouldn't matter that Massachusetts was a no-fault state. There were lots of ways to gain sympathy. "Please tell me you're not going to self-represent," I said. "Why? You want to be my lawyer?" I snorted again. "Seriously, Brandon? You're going to be smart about it, aren't you? You have to keep your mouth shut. They'll make you look like an ass without blinking an eye." "You sound like my lawyers." His mournful half-smile made me want to wrap my arms around him and tell him he'd be all right. As an alternative, I crossed them around my waist as we continued to walk. "You know, I've already retained counsel," he said. "Don't worry. It's not me. Kieran, and a few others. You actually saw them the night we met." "Why didn't you hire someone from Sterling?" It was odd, really, that he wouldn't keep his money in the firm. "It would be like hiring your brother to be your sex therapist." I laughed and Brandon chuckled with me. "Plus, I needed someone I could trust, and that's Kieran. Anyway, our family law department needs a little work." Brandon gave me another sly look. "Actually, that was one reason I was hoping you'd come to us after the internship. But I guess we'll have to settle for that fool from BC. He doesn't have your legs, but he'll be fairly merciless." I couldn't help but smile a little. He really did track all the new hires. I looked away so he couldn't see the flood of red rising up my throat. It didn't matter. I'd already decided I wasn't going to be a part of this. "Something wrong?" I sighed and stopped, looking out at the river. It was uncharacteristically warm for early May, and most of the trees on the waterfront were already a mix of blossom and bright green. New growth. New beginnings. I walked onto the grass so we wouldn't be in the way of oncoming runners and other people taking strolls by the river with their families. The soft grass gave slightly beneath my heels.
I think it's great that you're trying to move on, I said slowly. But I took a deep breath. I could do this. I had to focus on the water and avoid the magnetic pull of those baby blues. But I think I need to focus on what's important in my life right now, I said, making sure each word was perfectly enunciated. I didn't want any confusion. That's moving back to New York, passing the bar, and starting my new job. And you don't think I could help you with any of that? I could hear the smirk on his face rather than see it. Images of him helping me study for the bar naked popped into my head, and I cursed myself for enjoying the idea, and for being unable to keep the smile off my face. I shook my head. We weren't together anymore, and weren't ever going to be. No, I blurted out. I'm sorry, but no. I don't need any more distractions. I've worked too hard to get here, and I need to do this for myself. You're wonderful, Brandon, truly. I focused on the crew team passing by again, while Brandon stared a hole through me. No wonder the guy had made his fortune twice over as an attorney. Brandon could probably intimidate just about any answer he wanted out of anyone. Finally, I found the courage to look up. What? I asked weakly. What is it that you want? I want to know why you're being such a damn chicken, he said softly, his voice barely carrying over the breeze. I don't know what's stopping you from doing what you and I both know is the right thing. But it's not this damn divorce. It's all but over. It's been over for years. So what is it, Skylar? What's really holding you back? I shook my head frantically back and forth at the tears that stubbornly seemed to show up all the damn times these days. Again, when would things get back to normal? I just can't, was all I could say in the low, creaky voice. I didn't want to tell him I knew about his payoff to Messina. The less he thought I knew, the better. These people didn't take kindly to others knowing their business, and even though I knew Brandon would never do me any harm, it was best he could answer truthfully should Messina, or anyone, ask if I knew about him. Plausible deniability. When it really came down to it, we both might need that. So all that time didn't mean shit to you. Brandon's tone turned nasty as he kicked a polished toe into the grass, uprooting small tufts. Of course it did, I said, causing a few passers-by to peek at us curiously. Furiously, I wiped at the tears that escaped. It's just too much, Brandon. I told you that. Brandon grabbed my hand and yanked me farther down the small slope to the water's edge, where our voices might be muffled a bit more. Obviously, it didn't mean that much, Brandon said bitterly. I meant what I said, Skylar. You're all I want. But when I tell you I love you, that I want to marry you, you're out the door the next fucking morning. Did you forget that you said it too? Did you forget how good you felt in my arms, in my bed, up against the wall in your shower, baby? You and I both know that if it weren't for this bullshit. He snatched the arbitration agreement from his pocket and shook it wildly. If it weren't for this, you'd be flat on your back on my kitchen table, screaming my name so the whole commons could hear me take you 5 different ways before dinner. My hand flew out and smacked him across the cheek before I could contain the action. He covered the red handprint I'd left, his eyes burning brightly. Why the fuck do you keep doing that? Brandon demanded. Why do you keep deserving it? I spat back. You don't get to talk to me like that. Like having me is some right you're entitled to, you spoiled, selfish prick. Not a right, baby. A need. I need you like I need air to breathe, so I'm fighting for you. For us. We were chest to chest, so close that if I had been a few inches taller, our noses might have brushed. He inhaled deeply, and his eyes drifted south to rest on my lips. His fingers twitched impatiently at his sides. He was fighting every instinct he had, as was I, and our bodies were literally vibrating with the urge to collide. With immense effort, I took a step back. This was a mistake. This lunch, this meeting, you, me. I yanked off the bracelet and dropped it at his feet. It bounced in the wet grass and rolled to the side. It was all a fucking mistake.
I hoisted my purse over my shoulder and scrambled back up to the path toward campus before I could be drawn further into his magnetic gaze. Whatever I was looking for by seeing him today, it didn't matter. I was leaving. Closure accomplished. Shit. Skylar, I'm sorry. The crack in his voice almost had me turning back around, but his comments still burned in my ears. I tossed an errant hand into the air with more bravado than I felt and continued to stride away, willing myself not to look back. Just a few more steps until I was out of the park and could get lost in the crowded sidewalk. Just a few more steps until I could start the long process of forgetting that Brandon Sterling ever existed. Chapter 44. A knock on my bedroom door pulled me out of my daze, the same daze I'd been drifting in all week. 5 days since that explosive fight by the river. "You're it for me," he'd said over and over again. But it was also just 6 weeks since those monumental words had drifted out of Miranda's mouth. His wife. Who knew such small phrases could pack such a punch? "Skylar, you ready to go?" Jane pulled me out of my ugly daydreams, just as she had been doing all week, forcing me to pack and get ready for graduation. I hadn't even started studying for the bar, with just under 2 months to go until the exam. I gave the DA's office a verbal commitment directly after seeing Brandon, but I hadn't had the heart to think about anything law-related since. The new hire paperwork was in my messenger bag, still unsigned. 2 hefty study guides for the bar exam were packed into my suitcases, and the rest of my belongings were shoved into hefty cardboard boxes, ready to ship to a Brooklyn storage unit. The moving company I'd hired would be here at 5. While studying for the bar, I'd be back in my attic in Flatbush, subject to Bubby's cooking and the small comforts of home that would help me and my dad recover from our traumatic spring. The knowledge I'd have that kind of solace and space to heal should have been a relief, but my heart felt like lead every time I looked at the brown boxes that said I was leaving Boston for good. I turned around from the mirror on my closet door. "Well," I asked Jane, "how am I?" Jane looked me over in a way that had become routine over the last week, as she made sure I didn't have any obvious creases in my clothes or crumbs sticking to my face. She pushed a lock of hair behind my ear and reached up to adjust the black graduation cap that matched her own. Then she arranged the tassel so it dangled down the correct side of my face. "There," she said. "Perfect. Where are your dad and grandmother meeting you again?" "On the lawn after the ceremony," I said. "He had a therapy appointment last night, so they couldn't leave until early this morning. They should be here in time to see us walk." Dad was still taking his therapy seriously, according to Bubby. He attended group sessions more than once a week and also met weekly for an individual appointment with the psychologist running the rehabilitation program. He'd also started doing physical therapy for his hand and seemed to be happy with his doctors. I let Jane tug me out of the room, past several large bouquets of flowers that had been arriving like clockwork all week. There had been no more letters, just a few handwritten notes, usually scrawled with some version of "forgive me." I hadn't looked at them, knowing exactly who they were from, but I didn't have the heart to throw them out either. Crimson and white peonies to match Harvard colors. "Tea," Jane said, handing me a to-go cup. We had missed the graduate breakfast since neither of us wanted to get up at 6 in the morning to eat with all the legacy families. Jane's parents had flown in from Chicago, but had been more interested in sightseeing around Boston than attending stuffy Harvard events. Jane, whose hair had coincidentally been combed respectably for the 3 days her mother was around, had been happy to oblige. "Granola bar for later," she said, handing me sustenance, "and a chocolate lobster tail for right now." "Oh, you peach! You went to Mike's, didn't you?" I shoved the bar into the pockets of my graduation gown and immediately tucked into the flaky pastry, careful to not let the chocolate cream on the inside drip onto my gown. We gobbled them down, hunched over the sink to avoid making a mess. The pastries were gone in seconds. "I feel so official in this getup," I remarked. "So old-fashioned. I feel like a Harry Potter character." Jane looked up and down her robes, pulling out the sides at least 2 feet on either side. No one in that book ever gets laid, you know. I think that has more to do with them being kids' books than being because of their robes, I replied with a chuckle. Besides, Harry gets around in the last few books. Didn't he have, 10 girlfriends? True, a few were Asian, too. So, for the wizard contingent, I guess these robes might say come hither, eh? Jane reached behind her ear and tipped her glasses up several times, imitating a Groucho Marx impersonator. Ooh, Harry. We fell apart laughing, clutching at the edges of the countertops. I'm going to miss you, you know, Jane said. I can't believe this is it. After today, we're done, I grimaced. Aw, Janie, you're getting all mushy on me, aren't you? She reached out and smacked me on the shoulder. Don't be a bitch, Sky. We've been roommates for 3 years, and now you're one of my best friends. Where else am I going to find the perfect blend of harsh sarcasm and cold observation to chase every piece of tail away once I'm done with them? Well, who's going to force me to stop working and act my age? If it weren't for you, I never would have gone to a single bar in Boston, made friends, fallen in love. We smiled ruefully at each other. Jane knew how difficult the last month and a half had been. She squeezed my hand, then released it gently to brush one last crumb off my collar. Thanks for taking care of me, Janie, I said, pulling her in for a hug that I knew would surprise her more than anything. I'll miss you too when you go back to Chicago. I'll visit, I promise. She returned my tight embrace with equal fervor. Yeah, you will. And New York is full of hot guys, so you know I'm going to be coming there too. Tell your bubby to make me an extra blintz. I'll need the calories. We spoke lightly, but both of us knew it would be a while before we had anything close to resembling vacation time. All right, enough with the sob stories, Jane said as she set me away from her. Time to jam. The dean's going to flip her shit if everyone isn't in line to march exactly at 7:15. The double ceremony went exactly as planned, with the typical march, speeches, and walk of the commencement on the carefully maintained lawn of Tercentenary Theater. The weather was the perfect blend of sun and clouds that would make sitting on the lawn for 3 hours in boiling black gowns halfway tolerable. Afterward, each school dispersed and made their way to the separate sites for individual diploma ceremonies. By the time I had received my diploma and gone back outside to mingle with my classmates and locate my family, I was both starving and elated by the fact that the past 3 years, was finally over. Skylar, Bubbla! I made my way around the hordes of graduates to find my father and Bubby at the edge of the lawn. Dad was no longer walking with a cane, and his hand only bore a light splint. His face was finally clear of bruises. At last he was starting to resemble his old self again. Hey, Dad. Hey, Bubby. I greeted them each with a tight hug and accepted the bouquet of roses that Dad had obviously purchased from the flower vendors temporarily flanking Harvard Square. When did you get here? Oh, about 9:15, Dad replied. He grinned. Dang, Pips. I can't believe we're here. I'm so proud of you, kid. Come on, come on, come on. Bubby waved us together while she held up the camera she had been using since before I was born. Bubby, I called as I stepped under my dad's arm. You sure you don't want a digital camera? Or just use Dad's phone? You'll save a bundle on film, you know. Pips, I've been trying to convince her to do that for the last 10 years. She ain't gonna budge now, said Dad. Smile, Bubby ordered. And for God's sake, Danny, try not to close your eyes. We accommodated her through at least 4 different shots before she beckoned my father to switch places with her. So, where is he, Bubbla? She asked as she tucked a small arm securely around my waist and patted her tight gray curls before smiling at my dad. Take at least 4, Danny, just in case. Where's who? Don't play stupid with me, Skylar, she chastised through her bright smile. Your man, your mensch. A smart girl like you should have figured out how to fix things by now. Inwardly, I wilted, but outwardly I smiled while Dad fumbled with the camera. He's not here, Bubby, I said. I told you. Things didn't work out. I'd had some version of this conversation every week since that night in my bedroom. "He's a mensch," she told me over and over again. "They don't come around every day." I never told her about the bracelet or the letters. It would have only made her resolve to see us reunite that much stronger. Dad waved his hand to signal that he was finished and walked back to us.
"If that's true," Bubby said, "then who's the guy who's been staring at you from under that tree? He looks eager enough to me. And familiar."
All three of us turned to one of the large trees that bordered the theater. Brandon, of course, was leaning against it and looking his entire net worth in a slim-fit charcoal gray suit and blue shirt that looked like it had been dyed to match his eye color. Awkwardly, I raised a hand to wave, completely dumbfounded by his presence. Bubby, of course, immediately beckoned him over.
"Oi, you there, Mr. Moneybags. Come congratulate my Skylar."
Brandon made his way over with a shy smile and extended his hand politely to my father.
"Nice to see you again, Mr. Crosby. Mrs. Crosby."
Dad, to his credit, snorted at the gesture and politely refused, holding up his casted hand as an excuse.
"Brandon, I told you, the only ones who call me Mr. Crosby are collections agents. It's Danny."
Brandon switched the hand to my grandmother, who gladly accepted it, albeit with a close inspection of his wrist.
"That's a very nice watch you're wearing," she remarked. "Nice suit, too. Custom made?"
"Bubby," I hissed, but she waved my comment away like she was swatting a fly. Brandon touched his lapel with a smile.
"That's right. You have an eye for men's fashion, Mrs. Crosby."
"In my own way. My own father was a tailor, you see, so I know the difference between a man in a properly fitted suit and off the rack. Hardly anyone gets the inseam right anymore."
She looked appreciably down at Brandon's inseam, which made me turn the color of a tomato. "Bubby," I hissed and nudged her shoulder. "Stop looking at his crotch."
"Don't say crotch, Skylar,"
Bubby said, though she did not stop looking there.
"Ma, what's wrong with this?"
kidded Dad, who was wearing his very best tweed jacket that he had purchased from Daffy's when I was a kid. It had been patched twice at the elbows, and the interior lining had been shredding steadily for at least 5 years. Grateful for the distraction, I linked an arm through Dad's and kissed his cheek fondly. "I think you look great, Dad."
"Thanks, kid," he said. "I can't stay long."
Brandon shuffled back and forth on his feet. It was the middle of a workday. How had he even been able to carve out the time to be here?
"I know you'd probably like to enjoy the rest of your day with your family, Skylar, and I've got to get back to the office. Mrs. Crosby, Danny, could I talk to Skylar privately before I go?"
It was all Bubby could do not to squeal as she ushered my dad over to a row of hedges out of earshot. Only just, but where they could still watch us easily. I turned to Brandon.
Hi, Red," he said softly. "You did great up there."
I shrugged, bashful. "I just walked like every other graduate."
"You finished something important, something that requires time, energy, and discipline."
Brandon replied with another smile that seemed to reach right around my heart and twist.
"You should be proud of your accomplishments, Skylar. I am."
We stared at each other a moment while his compliments floated in the air. The look on his face, a combination of admiration, worry, and longing, seemed to seal out the rest of the world. I could only see him. My resolve and anger melted all over again. "I'm so sorry I slapped you," I blurted out, twisting the thick material of my robe in my hand. Brandon chuckled.
"Which time?"
I blushed again, this time even more. "I was just You're really frustrating sometimes. When you get mad at me, I didn't like what you said, Brandon, but I never should have hit you. I'm so sorry." Brandon waved a hand through the air as if to wave away the entire nasty memory.
"Don't worry about it, Red. I've had worse, and frankly, I probably deserved it. I was a complete dick. I'm sorry, too."
He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out something.
"Here," he said. "This is yours."
He held out the silver cuff I had tossed at him. I stared at it sadly, then looked back up at him. His expression was open and sorrowful, without much hope. It made me want to wrap my arms around his neck and kiss away his grief. Grief I understood because it mirrored mine.
"Please, Red. It's your graduation gift. I know it's over between us, that you don't want to see me anymore. I still don't really understand it, but I've accepted it. But I couldn't leave it like that. I hope you understand.
But the flowers and the notes, they're done. Brandon's mouth curved up on one side in a melancholy half-smile.
Anyway, I don't even know where your new apartment is going to be.
I smiled back. Well, they were nice. Thank you.
Take it,
Brandon said, holding the bracelet out again.
It'll just remind me of you. And what am I going to do with a lady's bracelet anyway? You have freakishly small wrists, by the way.
Finally, I accepted the bracelet and placed it on my wrist, admiring the way it gleamed in the afternoon sunlight. I think my wrists are perfectly sized.
Yeah, I guess you are pretty perfect.
When I looked up, Brandon was gazing at me with a look of such unadulterated love. I couldn't look away. Tears blurred my eyes, and I immediately reached up to dab them out of the corners with the edge of my sleeve. For someone who rarely, if ever, cried, I really couldn't seem to stop the waterworks lately. It was getting ridiculous. "Brandon," I said with a crack in my voice.
"Don't worry about it, Skylar,"
he said, reaching out to wipe another tear from my face with his thumb.
"I know, Red. I get it. I just couldn't let that be our goodbye."
His fingers traced the edge of my cheekbone and down the edge of my jaw as he held me still with his sad blue gaze.
Do you think I could kiss you one more time before you're gone?" Brandon asked. "Do you think your family would freak out?"
I smiled through my tears. "Probably," I said. I took a deep breath and leaned into the hand still cupping my face.
"But I think you should do it anyway."
He cupped my other cheek with his other hand and tipped my face up to meet his.
"I'll always be glad I met you, Skylar Crosby," he whispered. "You brought me back to life, and I'll always love you for it."
Before I could answer, Brandon leaned down and touched his lips to mine, pressing softly and slowly, as if to savor my scent and taste for as long as he could. I opened easily for him, savoring him back, too briefly, before he pulled away. With his thumbs, he tenderly brushed away the new streaks of tears before releasing me with another brief kiss on my head.
"See you, Red,"
he murmured and turned to leave. I watched his tall form disappear through the crowd while I did my best to breathe, in and out, in and out. It was only once I could no longer distinguish his figure from the rest of the people that I finally turned back to my father and grandmother, prepared to deflect their questions. Then I had to figure out, once again, how to be happy now that I had truly said goodbye to Brandon Sterling.
"We'll be in the car, all right?"
I nodded at my dad, who rolled my last suitcase into the back of his old station wagon, while I did a final survey of the apartment and said goodbye to Jane. We had spent the first part of the afternoon celebrating commencement with Jane and her parents, which was mostly my dad and me deflecting Bubby's intrusive commentary about Jane's Gothic style, her parents' interracial marriage, and the crime rates in Chicago. After Jane's parents had left for their hotel, Jane and I had gone back to the apartment with my family to wait for the movers and load up the station wagon. "Hey, Skylar," Jane called from her room. "Do you have any tampons? I seem to have run out." "I think so," I said, walking back to her room and sitting on her bed to rifle through my purse. "I always kept a couple in here, and I don't remember packing them." She waited patiently while I dug through, searching unsuccessfully. "Damn, I'm out," I muttered irritably. "I haven't bought any since—" I trailed off as I remembered the last time my period had come. I looked up at Jane, who turned from where she was looking through her bedside table and froze at my expression. "It's been 6 weeks," I croaked, suddenly unable to speak coherently. "I'm late, Jane. It's been 6 weeks." Jane flipped around on the bed so she was facing me with crossed legs and reached out to take my hands and force me to face her as well. "Okay," she said. "It's probably not that. I mean, you haven't slept with anyone since your period, right?" "Just after," I said. "The day before I did. That last night with Brandon, and Shit! We didn't use protection, Jane." I looked up, panicked and wide-eyed. "Jane, I forgot to get my birth control refilled on time, and we didn't use protection."
"Calm down."
Jane's voice was eerily calm herself as she took my hand. Briefly, I wondered if she'd ever found herself in a similar situation. My cousin is an OBGYN, Skylar. She assured me that it's nearly impossible to get pregnant the day before your period, since almost no one actually ovulates on that day, unless you're irregular or the bleeding was unusually light. There's no way you're pregnant. The look on my face must have told her that both of those conditions were true. My heart felt like it stopped. Jane took a deep breath, as if breathing for us both. "Shh," she soothed, albeit ineffectually as she rubbed my hand with hers. "It's going to be all right, Sky. It's probably stress. I've seen you the last few months. You've been miserable and freaked out about graduation and jobs and that shit with your dad. Plus, you've been swimming like crazy, too. You probably just skipped one, you know?" I leaned down and pressed my face into her comforter. "Oh, God," I mumbled into the cotton fabric. "Fuck! How could I have been so stupid?" "Skylar, stop." Jane twisted around, grabbed something from her nightstand drawer, and threw it into my lap. "Take the test," she ordered. "Then you can freak out if you really need to." I picked up the box and read the label. "Why do you have a pregnancy test, Janie?" "Hey, we've all had false alarms," she said with a shrug. "I'm sure that's what this is. So go take it to be sure and save yourself from getting an ulcer. Go." Jane shooed me out of the room. I shut the door to the bathroom and read the instructions at least 3 times before actually sitting on the toilet and peeing on the stick. Then I slipped the plastic cap over the paper strip and laid it carefully on the edge of the sink while I washed my hands. I splashed my face with cold water and let it drizzle down my cheeks before reaching for the paper napkins we were using after packing away our things. I couldn't be pregnant. I just couldn't. Without looking at the stick, which wouldn't be ready for another 2 minutes, I walked back into Jane's room and flopped onto her mattress to stare at the ceiling. "It's like a bad sitcom," I said dryly. "I'm going to be somebody's baby mama." "Well, you'll probably be able to get a hell of a deal on child support," Jane joked, cutting off her chuckle when I sent her a sharp glance. "Gross," I said. I propped up on my elbows and looked down my torso. "Do I look pregnant?" My boobs aren't sore or anything. Some women start to show early. I pulled up my t-shirt and glared at my belly. It was flat as ever. "Yeah, and others don't show until they're practically in their 3rd trimester," Jane said as she swiped at me with her pillow. "But it doesn't matter because you're not pregnant, right?" "Right," I said, ignoring the sinking feeling that told me otherwise. The timer on my cell phone went off, signifying that the test was ready. I pulled Jane's pillow over my head. "You go look," I grumbled. "I can't. Please, Jane?" She didn't say anything, but I heard her shuffle to the bathroom. The door opened, and I listened while she paused for a moment, then trudged back. When her footsteps stopped, I pulled the pillow from my eyes and turned to where she stood in the doorway, holding the pregnancy test gingerly between her index finger and thumb. "Well?" I sat up, trying desperately to read her face. She took a deep breath and tapped the test with her fingernail. I think you need to make a doctor's appointment, Mama," she said sadly as she held out the test for me to see. "Oh," I said weakly. I took the test from her fingers. There they were, 2 incriminating pink lines indicating the tiny cells now multiplying in my body. "Oh," I said again as I leaned back on the mattress. "Thank God I'm on a bed," I thought vacantly, before the world lost all its color, and I blacked out. This concludes Legally Yours by Nicole French, narrated by C.J. Bloom. Copyright 2016 by Raglan Press. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole French, care of Hirschman Rights Management, LLC, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.